start on scripting overview of ServiceNow. And now
Mm-hmm.
we will talk about like what is ServiceNow scripting. So ServiceNow scripting allows configurations and behaviors using JavaScript. Like platform scripting generally means like how you can script in ServiceNow basically, and what is the purpose of utilizing ServiceNow scripting. So if you can see, we are having certain script like generally current dot active equal to false or current dot bug notes equal to whatever the text they are populating. And generally the language which is used as part of ServiceNow scripting is JavaScript. So a basic JavaScript will be utilized while you query any table or you query any request in ServiceNow. So ServiceNow have their own methods to utilize JavaScript language functionality. Like if suppose there are current previous in server side and we have gform or guser in client side which we are using in ServiceNow. But if you like generate any code or a script, so it will be a JavaScript language. All right. And we can like make complex configurations. Means if suppose there is some configurations which you can utilize, like if you see below when to run and the state is one of closed or cancelled. So this is straightforward conditions and we can utilize directly, like state is one of closed or cancelled. Imagine we don't if suppose we have to check the condition the way using logged in user, and if logged in user has certain role, so we cannot utilize this out of the box configurations thing. So we have to switch to advanced part of configurations in scripting, where we can script and check whether the current logged in user is part of certain roles or whether he is like the part of certain groups. So we can check using complex configurations, and those complex configuration we can like tell it as customizations also using our scripts, and as well as we can make some changes in our instance using condition builder whenever it is possible. So ServiceNow has like one policy, like they want their instance to be very less coded. So they just think like people just utilize our condition builder or out of the box configurations. Like they can just check state is this and they will set the value in actions like active to false or short descriptions to anything. All right. So this is all. This is like a script how we can use in ServiceNow and the purpose how we can use this script on our system. All right. So
Yep.
do you have any questions on this part?
No, no.
All right. So next is like why we should not use script. So if you see like I have already mentioned in previous slide also, ServiceNow tries like people should not use script because a lot of configurations can be done using their configurable steps as part of business rule or client script. They have provided certain things so that you can minimize the use of our code. You can see it is easier to debug and fix configuration changes after an upgrade. Suppose what happens is like, sorry, what happens is like uh, we are upgrading any instance and we have modified existing code which ServiceNow has provided. Now what happens is like the ServiceNow will not upgrade that particular code that was out of the box by ServiceNow, but we have modified it. And after an upgrade, those code will not get upgraded. All right. So this is like a second point which I have justified. And now make sure a script is really needed. So now this is the important part because we have to think like whether the script is really needed. So we have to check how critical is the requirement, or will it or it can be performed using ACLs, or it can be achieved using other configurations in ServiceNow. Like there could be anything like UI policy, client script, or business rule, where we can create our requirement happening without scripting. So there could be multiple ways of fulfilling our use case as part of certain projects. Okay.
Yep.
And we have there could be multiple ways of customizing without scripting, as here we can see like we have ACL, or we have lot of other things which I will tell you in upcoming sessions also, why they are talking about without scripting. Because obviously performance will also increase, right, when we don't use a certain amount of codes in our instance.
Yeah.
So now let's go further, because now we will see like when we should do scripting. So we have first point adding new functionality. Like if suppose there is incident table or incident process in which we already have some functionality, our process, our states are created. Suppose there are 5 states created. Now the client will come, okay, we want some 2 3 more states to be added under incident state field. So we can generate our states, and then we can modify our validations, if any validations is written as part of business rule or server side or client side. So we have to modify our scripts based on the new states added. So that is part like a new functionality. And now if we talk extending existing functionality, suppose uh, we have generated any script, or out of the box a script is there, and they are checking some validations state is one of new or in progress. So they are executing something, but our client comes and tell, okay, on certain states we want to execute certain different things, like they have to trigger notifications, or generate any event, or generate any updation on incident record only. So we can we can extend existing functionality based on that. All right. And we can guide users through messaging. So this is also the thing we can do as part of ServiceNow, because we can generate some user guidance to users. It depends like what they want to generate. It is based on generally client requirement, whether they want it to be created or not. And another one is automate process. So suppose previously some people will be there incident is resolved. Now some person will come, okay, and he will close it manually. But we don't have to do that. Suppose as soon as our incident is closed, after 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days, we can close our incident automatically, just creating our system properties and all, right?
Yep.
And we have like interaction with third party applications. So yeah, so this is also the important one, because here we have to generate REST message, and we can use server side scripting as well to create automation between third party applications. So these are 5 ways when we require to generate some scripting on client side, server side, or to extend the new functionality or old functionality as well. So we can use these thoughts in our mind, like for what purpose we are utilizing the scripting functionality in ServiceNow.
Yep.
So so you're clear on this part?
Yep. So I'm just understanding automate processes means some sort of use cases.
Yeah, automate process is like there is an example I have given, like suppose our incident is resolved by certain user. Now we want it to be closed automatically. Okay. So
Yep.
what we will do is like we can create system property which is created, or we can generate some automation. Okay. We can also instantly close the incident as soon as it is resolved, or we can wait for some 3 days, 5 days, or 7 days to close incident after it is resolved. So some of the place, this is not automated, like they have to manually close the incident after resolving. So this will
Okay.
happen
Yeah,
automatically.
once yeah, probably in the SLAs, right? Like, after 2 days of closing
Yeah,
the
yeah,
incident, it automatically sorry, after 2 days of resolving the incident, it automatically closes.
yeah, yeah,
And guide users through messaging means like approvals, like when some user has to perform some sort of action on the incident form, like approve it. So this is the third use case, right? Third,
yeah,
guide users through messaging. Yep.
yeah. So this one is like we create guided tours for some users, or like you can tell it like a virtual agent or agent chat kind of thing. So this can be done using multiple ways in instance.
Okay, no problem. Yep.
If suppose, if I will give you one more examples, like if suppose we are opening any form and you will see some information. So
Mm-hmm.
let me show you what I'm telling. So this can be multiple ways, but first way I will tell you how it is.
Okay, on load, on change.
So now you will see this message is coming upside, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this message is generated. It is written
On load.
some, yeah, it is written on backend. This is part of a message which is displaying here. So that is coming from certain script. Some
Mm-hmm.
scripting is done on backend side. So you are getting this message here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it is part of all the tables, every place, out of the box configurations. Wherever you go, you will find certain kind of things. See here, we are getting two messages,
Mm-hmm.
right? So those are the part of like this will guide users what you have to do. Suppose they are what is a table? Table is a collection of records in database, right? So this is the guiding message, like this message will
Mm-hmm.
guide us how to create table and what is the what is the table here,
Yep.
right? So those message can be also customized, like if suppose we have to add our separate message, like this form will be used for this, and for changing the priority please update impact or urgency, if suppose we are in incident table, right?
Yep.
So this that way we can guide users through our messaging.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, so this is also the good thing, and many places they will ask you to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so any more point if you are not clear?
No, no, got it.
Okay, now we will see where do our scripts execute. Okay, so first is like client side, other is server side, and other script is like mid server. All right. So
Mm-hmm.
on client side, it if suppose we have example like it will auto populate a field based on another field. So here we can use client side scripting. And if suppose we have to show or hide form sections, or if suppose we have to display something on load of certain form, so we can use client side, because those execution is part of browser level, because those client side is executed in browser side. So we can use certain things here, or we can also display some field message, like under priority field, we can define please change impact urgency to change priority field. So we can define info message as well as part of client side. And as well as we can populate certain fields based on the changing of any other field. Suppose if we are changing the category, so we will change the assignment group based on that. So it can be done using assignment rule as well, but this is just an example. And if suppose we are changing any other field, so the first point which I have mentioned, it will auto populate a field based on the value of another field. Okay, if suppose we have to change the value based on certain value, so we can do it using client side. And those client side scripting will be used under client script, UI policies, and catalog scripting. So those client script will be executed at those levels. And if we talk about server side, so server side script is generally when we are modifying any database record, or we are triggering any flow or workflow. So at that point of time, our server execution will happen. Suppose business we are updating certain things in the database. So at that point of time, server side will execute. And as well as at the time of fetching any record from server side. So that also we can do using server side, because that will fetch the correct and right amount of data in server side. So server side execution is part of a business rule, glide system, glide record, script includes flow designer. All right, so these all places we will use server side, and as well as it is use a workflow also we can use a server side also. And on mid server, so this mid server is we are installing our mid server on a Windows server or Linux servers. All right, so there also we can execute our script, and those script will be of server side, because we don't have certain forms or things to be executed. So that those things will be happening on database server side only. Whatever execution will happen as part of mid server scripting. So do you have questions on any part here?
No, no, that's fine.
Yeah. So now how we will do our scripting in ServiceNow. So we will see like what would be the editor in our ServiceNow. So if you see in a screenshot, we have our editor where we can script our code, right? So we can see we have written certain lines of script here, and now we have certain things that can be utilized for our code optimization. Like we have this comment, and we have like a formatting of code, and this lens icon will search our code if we have to search any text inside this scripting. And we can scroll up and scroll down for our search text. And this button, if you will click, this will be maximized, like the small screen will become a big screen where you can code. And here you can find the help, whether our code is correct or not. And this button is used for saving the script as part of this syntax editor. And here you can see this is the script watcher, where our script will be using, and we can see like how our script has been executed. So like you can see what it offers, we automatic JavaScript syntax coloring, auto indentation, line numbers, and creation of closing braces and quotes. So suppose we have multiple editors, like we used to do code in Java or .NET. We have separate syntax editors like NetBeans or certain Visual Studio for .NET. So same way we have syntax editor for ServiceNow, for which those coloring will be generated based on our script, how we will write. Because this script will look good, and we it is easy to identify if some script is causing any issues. So this helps us to check our script properly. And context sensitive help, so here we can we can check our syntax, like on clicking on this we can check all the context. Like context means, if suppose we have started our scripting, and we will check whether we are writing correct or not, those context sensitive help will come automatically. If suppose we are writing any wrong thing, it will start appearing, okay, you have to do this, or it will start giving you some warning. Based on that, you can correct your code. And we have code editing functions, like if suppose we are having this parameters current or previous, so we can utilize those current or previous. And a certain out of the box thing like GS glide system object also is accessible here in scripts, and we can use it. So suppose we will write GS dot, so you will get all the method whichever we can utilize as part of glide system. And we have editor macros for typing command commonly used code. It's suppose we want to use just a text field, not like a properly viewed system, so we can also do that by clicking here. But you will not get the line number, and you will not see whether it is a function, or all the coloring will go, and you have to type just like a text. And this syntax error checking, you can see we can check the syntax error, uh, like it automatically checks. By the way, we don't have to check it manually. It will check automatically where we are doing certain wrong things, like we are providing right quotes or not, we are making a closing parenthesis correctly or not. So that will be taken care automatically by our scripting syntax editor itself. So you might have utilized also in some parts this particular section, right?
Yep.
All right. So do you have any questions on this part?
Oh, fine. I have a small doubt, Prashant. We are moving to UI builder side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still uses these functionalities, or
Yeah, yeah.
it needs
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
I heard
No,
that Angular JS.
see, Angular J, that is like UI thing, front end thing, like service portal. So Angular
Okay.
JS, Angular JavaScript is used under service portal kind of things,
Okay.
where we use bootstrap like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Angular JavaScript. So there we are utilizing bootstrap kind of thing. So that is
Mm,
completely separate part.
okay.
Yeah, so there that scope is separate actually.
Mm-hmm.
But basic scripting thing will you will get everywhere, basic things. And there
Mm-hmm.
also you will get same editor, same kind of editor, and same thing will be checked there as well. So this script in ServiceNow is common to every place. Wherever we are doing scripting, same things will be utilized, and same feature will be used to check errors, and same way those editing functions or braces and codes will generate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So those syntax editor is same for everything in the ServiceNow. That will not change.
Mm-hmm.
That will only change if we are on client side, so it will show you client side objects. If you are in server side, then it will show server side type of objects. So this syntax editor will be same throughout the ServiceNow instance.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so let's move further. Syntax editor, syntax coloring. And now here, or what is the use of those coloring thing? If you see, there is a lot of things which is displayed as part of this image. So like how the color is applied to our script for readability. Now you will see this is some lines of code written, which is easily viewable, right? Hello.
Yep.
If suppose, if imagine if everything is written on a single font or single color, you will be not be identifying the things what is written here, right?
Yep.
So now they have like categorized in based on coloring thing, so that you can find what script you have written or what script is causing the problem. If suppose this purple color is for we are generating any variable, or we are using any methods like if else or function, okay, or object, most of the time this purple will be used. And this function or variable name, so blue will be for like function or variable names or strings. You will see like a blue for strings and for declaring some object for certain fields. And green will be for commenting. If you see there is a comment here, create a member group, but this is commented, so this commented text will be shown in green color. And if you see bold plus italics, why it is showing this bold plus italics? So it will tell you like whether it is coming from other table, or like it is if you see we are having this dot get parameter, but this is not italics and bold because this is not coming, this is not a table. But if you see glide record, this is a table, and if we click here we will see all the records based on this table as well. Okay, so that's why this is bold plus italics, like it is referencing to some other records. So that's why it is bold plus italics. So this will like help us to identify the lines of code or the functionality, where what functionality we have written in any place in ServiceNow. Suppose they are taking group name, message, and group ID. Now they are checking, they are creating a member group, and they are checking if member is part of certain group. Then they are displaying some message like there are no members in this assignment group. Basically this script is checking whether current member is part of certain assignment group or not. All right, so this way it is very easy to read our code. So that's why they are using syntax coloring.
Yep.
Right, if you see like everything will be in same color and no text and formatting will happen, you will not understand what is the code about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So next is like braces and quotes here. So if suppose we are writing any code, or yeah, we are writing any code, and you can see the example where table label equal to gform dot get value. And as soon as we will click, we will create write a get value or dot pop to get value, then automatically those closing parentheses will generate, like opening and closing of parentheses will be created automatically. You can see closing parentheses, braces, and quotes automatically inserted as you type. As we click enter dot get value, so those will get generated automatically. And same way, if you are generating any function, so those braces will create automatically. And if we are generating, if you see inside this function, we have if block. This parenthesis also is there, opening and closing. So this will get auto generated as soon as we create any function or any operator checks. All right.
Yep.
So those are very basic things. Like if you know, if you will understand, then you will be like in very comfortable position in coming sessions. I know this session will be, you will not get any place. This kind of content and sessions you will not get anywhere.
Yeah.
This is like a special thing like which I have generated, and I have shared some other place, but this is unique thing. You will not get these basic details anywhere.
That's good. Yep.
You can see because this I have created a pictorial representation, right? So
Yeah.
this helps understanding people very easily.
Yep.
Now you can see context sensitive. Now here you can see we have a certain glide form, glide list, glide navigation, glide user, and set message, SP util, glide ajax, glide dialog window, glide record. So if you click control plus space bar, then you will see all those methods can be utilized under this. This is like a client side coding area or syntax editor. So you can see all the client side methods or objects are displaying here, how we can use it, right? So it
Uh,
will
I I just wanted to know how, like, we can only go with the G form or, glide user. Those
see,
probably in
yeah,
the
yeah,
next sessions I will understand.
yeah, yeah. So
It's,
see, it's very simple. If anything and starting G underscore user, G underscore form, G underscore list. So you have to understand this is just client script. That's it.
yep.
And if you are
Okay,
using
anything with a glide, it's a server side, right?
ye- on server side, it will be gs dot add info message, gs dot get user id, gs
Okay.
dot add info message, gs dot add error message. So anything starting with gs dot, so that would be server side.
What about this glide record, glide system?
This you are talking about glide
Yeah,
record.
yeah.
See, this can be utilized in client side as well, but it is not recommended to use in client side because
Mm.
we are glide record is like we are executing a server side script, so it's better to use on server side. So that's the recommendation. It can be utilized here as well, but that is not recommended. And rest all you can utilize in a client side very frequently. Those are part of client side itself. But glide record, it's like best practice to use in server side only. They can use in client side as well, but that will cause the performance issue. All right.
I'm plugging my
Plugin
laptop
is separate
charging.
thing, so that thing is separate thing. You don't have to worry about that.
No, no, I'm plugging my laptop.
Okay, okay, you can do it.
Yep, you can go ahead.
Okay, so list methods for a class. If suppose we are typing g underscore form dot, so we can see we will get valid methods to utilize under is g form dot. So we can see which of the methods we can utilize as part of g form dot value. Okay, so we can get all the methods, which methods to be utilized as part of your requirement. Suppose they will ask you to set some info message, error message, or read only or mandatory. So you can get all those methods here and you can directly use it. And if you see list expected parameters. So now if you see how this code is added, gform dot add decoration. So those add decoration is added here, and now based on this method some of the parameters will start displaying, like how you can use this add decoration. So you can see add decoration, we can define field name and we can define some string and title. So this will be created as this parameters we have to pass, and based on those parameters passed, you will get the execution happening on your form as soon as you execute certain scripts.
Yep.
Okay. And now we have context sensitive syntax in syntax editor. So now if you see, properties assigned to a locally declared object are also included in the list of suggestions. If suppose we have generated this particular object, my object. So this is the locally declared object. Suppose this is object which I have created, and this is the locally declared object, my string, my integer, my array. Okay. And now if you see this my object dot, you can see all the objects started displaying. Under my object, you will get my array, my integer, my string. So those are the things which started displaying here. So those are locally declared object, which can be also visible using this dot blocking of the object which you have created. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like a basic coding strategy which we can use in, we don't have to use multiple times like certain message or certain string or something. We can declare some object and we can utilize in our script. So this is more useful when we have large number of number of lines of code will be more. So this will be the good thing which we can utilize in certain kind of codes. If suppose that would be like 20 or 30 or 40 lines of code, at that point of time this is very helpful, and you can utilize it to use in your script as per the requirements. So you are clear about it.
Yep.
And now we have context menu, which I was mentioning earlier related to this bold plus italics. Now you can see this is, if we click on this, so that would be like context menu. We are clicking on that is called the context menu, this one. And we will click and you can see we can show the data, we can find the references or show definition. So show definition will show what this table is all about, and show data will display all the data with this particular table g sys underscore gr underscore gr member. And find reference, what find reference will show, it will show what all script is written as part of this table, what all scripting is written in ServiceNow using this table. So this will this on click of this you will get all the details in the new tab, and you will see what all things has written as part of this particular table. So this will also be very much useful if suppose you are writing any code, so you can check whether you can utilize existing scripts or not. Okay.
Yep.
So this is also very
So
useful when
if
we
we write this code, if we click that line, it will show all this data, right? Show definition, show
yeah,
data.
yeah, show data will show all the data, and definition will show what is what things is inside this table, and references will show what all coding is written as part of this table. So you will see the context menu allows user to navigate to script, include definitions, glide API documentation, system and custom table definitions and data. So it will show all the details using this navigations which displayed here.
Yep.
Okay, so this will also be utilized, and it will be used mostly when you will write any script. And now we can see, now you will see the example when we clicked on find reference. So you can see as soon as we have clicked on that, we have got these all business rule script include generated for this particular sys user gr member table. You can see all those 30 files are there, right? It means there are 30 scripting thing where we have utilized sys underscore gr underscore sys user gr member table. So this way you will be identifying whether you are using or your script again, or you can utilize the existing scripts on your logic. So you can check that as well.
Does it populate or you just normally check and create this in form?
So like it's like general practice. Like who would be like be a developer or developing anything, they will check at least once, like what is written as part of this, or whether someone has already created something as part of this table. So they can just check whether they are on right path or not.
Okay.
So this
Yep.
way they can identify whether they are on right path or not. Because there might be a chance someone has already written some script and you are writing the script again, right?
Yeah.
So that will cause performance issue, because business rules are generally executing on server side, so this will make our instance running slow,
Mm.
right? So that's why like these kind of things are there, so that people follows the best practice or best scripting strategy.
Okay.
All right, so let's move further. And you can see we have like syntax editor, toolbar, JavaScript code editing functions. So these are all mentioned here, like toggle the syntax editor on and off. This is the toggle syntax editor. Comment on uncomment selected code. You can comment using this. Like you
Mm-hmm.
can select and you can just click here and those line will get commented out, and
Mm-hmm.
you will select again, then you can do on comment also. This is code formatting, and this is used for replace, this is used for replace all, this is used for searching any text in our script, and this is for next and previous button, which I have
Mm-hmm.
mentioned earlier, right? And this is the display full screen editing mode. If you click on
Yeah.
this one, it will make your editing in full screen.
Big screen. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the keyboard help shortcut, like this one. This is
Mm-hmm.
not used generally because it will take much time. So people will use manually itself. They don't want to check anything here.
Yep.
And this is the save button. If suppose they don't want to use or they want to use this, then they can use directly this save button, and this save button will save the scripting.
Yep.
This is the syntax error checking. It will check automatically, but if you want to check, you can check it. If suppose you have written code and you didn't find any errors, so you can just click here once and check whether you have any errors or not.
Yep.
And this is the script debugger. So here we can see like how our scripting is executed whenever any action is performed. Okay.
Yep.
So we have enable or disable editor. Like I mentioned initially, like you can disable this coloring and all. So
Mm-hmm.
as soon as we will click on toggle syntax editor to enable or disable syntax editor. So as soon as we will click here, so you will see this bad way of viewing data. So it will appear this way. Okay, that is not looking at all very good, right?
Yep.
So if we disable it, you will see very bad line of code displaying here, and you will not see what is happening here after disabling this syntax editor. So it's better we use editor on enabled mode only.
Mm.
Okay. So any questions here?
No, no, fine.
Okay. And like we have like syntax editor comment and uncomment here. So you can see this way, like we can select these two lines of code and we can select toggle comment. So those two lines are commented out,
Yep.
right? And same way, if you select these two lines and you will see toggle uncomment here, same way. So these lines will be uncommented.
Mm.
It will be viewing same way how it was viewing previously. So this is the way how we can comment or uncomment our coding.
Yeah.
And here we are having format code, so which I have mentioned earlier, but we can see again. So if you see, we have written code this way. So this is not looking correct, right? This is not
Mm-hmm.
correct representation of scripting. Okay, now as soon as we will click on this format code, you will see how our code is started displaying. So it is looking good, right? This
Yep.
for loop alert has moved here, and this if block, you will see our scripting is in a proper formatted code. So this way we can read our code very easily. And here if you see replace and replace all, so you can utilize this feature, replace all. You will find something or you have to replace, so you can select particular replacement or the replacement in every place in the syntax editor. So you can utilize this replace all button upside in syntax editor. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so this is the replacement under syntax editor. And syntax editor, we have search, so we can search the various things under our code. If suppose we have to search anything, like we have written some code and we are finding like which line of code we have written this text, so you can search and you will get the result. Suppose in search this person has written g underscore form, so you will see this will highlight us on some different color. G form, this yellow color will be displayed. And why this is gray? Because we are on this point. Our cursor is here. That's why this is not showing yellow. If we will click on find or find next or find previous one, so those cursor will pass here, 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 and using this, your cursor can be passed through all the searching strings. Okay.
Yep.
So we have full screen editing. I have already mentioned. Like if we click on this full screen editing, you will see the code displaying this way, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we can go ahead because this I have mentioned previously. And here you can see syntax error checking, how error displays.
Mm-hmm.
So you will
Yep.
see here also they have mentioned syntax is automatically checked as you type. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
we don't have to check our syntax multiple times. It will be displaying instantly or while saving the record. If you see here, we are not trying to save, but error is showing before only. Like this is some error, you have to fix this first, then only this thing will be proceed. Okay. So this syntax editor will help you like on tracking whether you are writing the correct lines of code or not. Okay.
Yep.
And those are the classes like which you mentioned, right? Which you were asking, like glide system or glide user, right? Glide form.
Yep.
So those are client side classes: glide ajax, glide form, glide list, glide record, glide user, sp model. So this glide form is g underscore form. Okay. And same way glide user is g underscore user. Okay, so those are all client side classes. And under server side classes, we have glide aggregate, glide date time, so glide record, glide system, JSON workflow, right?
Yep.
So we can see like these server side classes are mentioned here. So this I will show you in future session, like how we can utilize our client side classes and server side classes. Okay.
Yeah.
So those are APIs only, like you were mentioning, right? So
Yep.
those are APIs which I will tell you how we can use it. And now this is like if suppose you have to visit ServiceNow documentation, or you have to check more server side or client side APIs. So there are hundreds of those. If you go to the ServiceNow developer side, you will get more list like 100 or more than 100. There are a lot of APIs. So you can go to this documentation and you can select this field and you can see all other APIs which will be visible. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the ServiceNow website, developer.servicenow.com.
Yep. Yep. I know.
Yeah, so there you will get all the list. Like there is huge list
List
anyway.
of APIs. Yep.
Yeah, we cannot like document it on 1 or 2 page.
So much. So
Yeah,
many. Even include methods.
yeah, including methods, they have multiple.
Mm.
And now we have JavaScript in ServiceNow. So now if you see, we are using like ECMAScript 5 standard in JavaScript engine. We have like compatibility mode and like ECMAScript 5 standard. So in generally ServiceNow using ECMAScript 5 standard of executing JavaScript. So this is the right uh, standard which ServiceNow JavaScript engine is used. Okay.
Yep.
This compatibility in mode, nobody uses it generally anyway. Okay. So now we can see like where through which place we can check our scripting resources. So we have like ServiceNow scripting resources here, Now Community, and ServiceNow user group, product documentation, developer documentation, Now Learning. So this you might have already aware, right? These all things.
Yeah.
And this is the JavaScripting resource if suppose you want to learn any JavaScript, right?
Yeah.
So I think so. This is all about like ServiceNow basic. So last session, like I have explained you about like scripting. So where you can use and what type of scriptings are there, like client side, server side, right? So today I would be starting from client scripts and how we can use it in ServiceNow and for what purpose we can use this client script. So we can start this session. So let's start. What is a client script? So what client scripts does is like it manages the behavior of forms, fields, and list in real time. It's like whenever any user is working on the form and some person has to do some like updation of field or changing any value so that something happens on your form, or it's like you can make fields mandatory, or you can like fetch any value for setting into another field value, and you can modify choice list option, and you can do various activities like you can display alert for particular form, and you can like send some error message, or you can prevent the form submission also in client script if any condition is fulfilled. Suppose like caller is empty, you can display an alert like please fill your caller, that is mandatory. And if you see, client script will execute on client side like web browser. It generally works whenever your form is loading and when the form is completely loaded. So those things will work when the form is completely loaded in your browser, right? So at that point of time, like you can display your alert and you can modify different sections or fields which has to be read only, mandatory, and many more things you can do using client script, because you can write the script not just to make a field mandatory read only. You can throw some display message or error message in this client script as well. And you can see like a well designed client script can reduce the amount of time it takes user to complete a form. So this is the good thing, like as part of client script, whenever any execution is required for certain things to execute as part of any of the field in the form which is displaying. All right. So this will generally manage the behavior of forms, fields, and list in real time, like how these points are mentioned. Like, okay, so we can hide fields, display alert, manage or prohibit list editing, hide show form sections, modify choice list options, set one field in response to another. So this will comes in types of client script. I will tell you further how we can use these all things. So you are clear about what is client script?
Yep.
Okay. So now let's see client script execution, how we can execute our client script. Suppose this is a configuration form for our client script. You can see there is a name field, table, UI type, and type we are having on submit. And here there is a application active inherited global. And this is our description message script. So now what name terms is like you will define and you will provide particular client script a name, like for what purpose this client script is created. So like you can see close mandatory on close or resolve. So they have mentioned like they have to do fields mandatory when incident is closed. So such kind of name you have to provide to your client script so that other people can understand for what purpose this client script is written for. And this is the application global, which will be read only always. Whenever you will create any client script, this will be read only and application will be set to global, because you would be working mostly on global applications. And now here comes the table part. So table, you can define like incident, problem, change, or any other table in ServiceNow, whichever table you are performing this client script to be written. So this will specify for what table this client script will be executed. And active will be marked as checked. So this denotes like this client script will be executing always whenever those client script condition is fulfilling. And this is the UI type. So there will be like three options here. There would be desktop, and another would be service portal, and another would be all. So generally most of the like client script will be written for UI type as all, because incident and requested item will be mostly raised as part of service portal side. So mostly UI type you will be selecting as all, so that this client script will execute whether in desktop UI, whether you are in mobile or service portal UI. So this client script will be executed at both places. So there is an inherited option. So suppose like if there would be any client script which you have to inherit to use with this particular client script. So you can inherit your client script whichever you want to inherit. Generally, this inherited feature will not be used most of the time. There would be very rare case you will be utilizing this feature. I have never utilized in my terms this inherited feature. Okay, and this is the type. So we are having like some types of client script like on load, on change, on submit. So this is the type where you can set on what place this client script will be executed, like when the form is loaded, when the form field value is changed, or when the form is submitted. All right. So this type you can define here, and based on this type, you will get your function generated automatically. You just have to write your code, what you want to execute as part of this client script. So based on this type, those function will get changed. All right. And this global is set to global. This will be done always because this client script will be executing on global side. All right, and this is the description. So description you can define like for what purpose your client script is for. Like you can define, you can write in detail what your client script exactly does here. All right. And you can define the message for this client script here. This is like a wide line text. You can define, you can provide more information as part of client script. And then there is a part like script. So where you want to execute whatever things, like you have to suppose do fields mandatory, or you have to fetch some value from some field at the time of submission. Mostly people will check whether the field is empty or filled. Generally they will check on submission whether your assigned to field is not empty. So at that point of time you can just throw an error while the form submits, like in case of on submit client script. All right, so this is the place where you can write your scripts. All right,
Yep.
so you're clear on this part, like how we can execute our client script.
Yep.
All right, so let's move to another slide. So now here comes like you can see there is some onload client script example also. So like I have already mentioned on previous slide itself for what type is used for. So I have mentioned like onload, on change or on submit. So there can be any type of client script where a certain client script will be executed. Last slide I have shown it was on submit, and this slide you can see this is on load, and below slide you can see there is a on change client script. So on change client script will work on particular field. So you can see as soon as type is clicked on change, you have to define which field name will get changed. Suppose like when the caller is changing, at that point of time you have to execute your client script. So you can define your field name in under when you are selecting type as on change. So you can define that a field on field value you have to make client script to be executed. All right, and you can define the view as well on which view this client script will be executed. So there this place you can define the view. All right, so there would be like service portal view or default view, so you can define it. Generally this will be standard, so like this should be working for all the views. So this is just an example, like you can write client script on a specific view of the form as well. All right.
Yeah.
So let's move and see what is client script trigger order. So we can use the order field when multiple client script for same table has been written, or conflicting logic is there. So our client script will be executed from lowest to highest. So suppose there is an order as 100, then there would be another client, same client script where we can define our order as 200. So those order will be executed that way. Like if suppose we have defined two client script, one with 100 order, one with 200 order. So first the client script will be executed will be of order 100. So you can see executes in order from lowest to highest. So both the client script will execute, but step by step it will be executed. All right.
Yeah.
So this order is also important because there could be multiple client script will be written on same form executing on same executions. All right, so you can define order. You need not to worry like you have to execute two things for the same form and the same type of client script is conflicting. So you can just define your order and you can move ahead and your requirement will be working.
Yeah.
All right, so now I will move to like a client script type. So there are like multiple types of client script if I
Four.
tell you. Yeah, so I will tell you all of them. So you can see we are having onload client script, then we will be having on submit, and then we would be having on change client script. And there is one more on cell edit. So on cell edit is very less used. So I will tell you that as well, how you can use, although we can use it. So now there is a client script type onload. So when this onload client script will be executed. So those client script will be executed when a form is loading or before control is given to the user. So our client script onload client script will be executed only when our form is completely loaded. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see this person has entered some detail. This is suppose the list view of some record. And in this view, you can see the person is loading the form. And after the form is completely loaded, you can see this alert is displayed. So this alert is displayed when the form is completely loaded. It's not like that your form is loading and then your client script will get executed. It's not that way. So this form has to be loaded completely. Then only your client script will be executed on load client script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see this pictorial representation, which clearly defines how this client script is loaded. All right.
Yeah.
So let's move and see what is there on load. So client script type on load, we can see, we can select a type on load, and we can see our template is loaded function on load, and some you can see like you can define some lines of code here, and then this script will be executed on onload side. So those onload function will get automatically populated as soon as you have selected on type field. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see we have on submit client script. So on submit client script, you can see when it is executed, like script will run when a form is saved, updated, or submitted. All right. So it is typically used for field validation. Like I mentioned you, like suppose people are submitting the form and some value is empty, which is required to be filled when we are submitting our record, right? So at that point of time, we can use on submit client script and we can use certain validations or whatever you want to execute, or you have to like invalidate your form. So you can use this on submit client script. You can see when user is saving the record, updating or submitting a record. At that point of time, your submit client script will get executed. Like you can see the CIO is notified that all P1 incident. Are you sure you want to submit this P1? You will click on all, then this record will be returned to the database and control is returned to the user. So this will be executing when you have, as soon as you saves, submits or updates a record. All right.
Yeah.
So let's see what is like on submit. We can select. You can see we can select on submit as client script type here. You can see all four types of client script are displaying here. So you can select on submit. And while you have clicked on submit, you can see auto template is generated for on submit function, right? And we have no arguments with this on submit or on load client script. But for other type of client script, there will be there some arguments which needs to be passed, or you can use it. And on submit, you can just define your lines of code here, what you want to do as part of form submission. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's move. And now you can see we have on change client script here. So on change client script. So this script will run when a particular field value changes. All right. So it is typically used to respond to values of interest or modify one field value in response to another. So what happens here is like on change will be written on some particular field value change. So suppose you will click on type on change and then you have to define the field, which field change you have to execute this on change client script. Suppose I have to use our on change client script for the state. If state of any record is changing, like in progress or complete or pending or closed, at that point of time we have to execute our on change client script. So at that point of time we can utilize client script with on change type. All right. So you
Mm-hmm.
can see when user is modifying a field value, at that point of time only we can see our on change client script will get executed. And after that, you will see your form will be submitted. But on change client script will execute instantly when you will modify the particular field value which you have selected for on change client script. All right.
Yeah.
So I will show you how this will view when you will create certain client script. So you can see, you can select on change client script type here, and you have to define your field name, which field name value change you have to execute your client script. So they have selected configuration item here. So on change of configuration item field, only they will execute this client script. And you can see on change function template is automatically inserted. And there are 5 arguments passed to it. You can see control, old value, new value, is loading, is template. So this control, old value, new value, is loading, is template can be utilized under this client type of client script. Like suppose you want to fetch old value or new value, so you can directly use this old value, new value, and you can get the value. Suppose old value will represent the value which was previously entered in configuration item field. And as soon as you will change this field value, so new value will be the new value which you have selected, and old value will be the previous value of this particular field in the form. All right.
Yeah.
So this way you can utilize all those 5 arguments. So those control argument, you can control the form, and you can make the changes, UI changes. Basically, you can set the color of certain field. You can use the control arguments. And old value argument, you can fetch the previous value. New value argument, you can fetch the current new value. Is loading, you can check on change client script can also be worked while the load of the form. This is loading argument is there. You can see we are returning it this way. So you will return it, it returns some value. So this will be executing on load as well if you want.
Mhm.
And is template would be like checking if there is certain template which is used in this client in this current form. So it will check whether the current form is having any template or not. So you can check whether it is having certain templates, whether you have to execute same functionality on template as well. So you can use this is template feature, and then you can see and apply certain logic on your template as well. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we can see there is on change. There is some more thing. All field value change when a form load. So you can see the on change template if a statement about script execution if field value changes due to a form load or new value has no value. So you can these are the just scenario like which you can fulfill on change client script. So you can see they are displaying a lot of things. They have just adding a message for what is the control of this form and what is the old value and what is the new value. You can see we are having a different SysID because this configuration item field on change field value was selected. That's why you are getting this SysID for that. All right. And is loading is false. So this will return false most of the time because we are not returning anything. All right, so we can return something on load as well on this particular form. And you can see is template is returning as false. Why? Because there is no template applied to particular table, which we are referring right now on our configurations. All right.
Template here.
What to ask?
What is template here?
Template is like suppose when you open any incident form, so there we are having options like there would be there might be a case where already some existing template would be there, like pre-filled values. Like if you have template where short description and the title is already populated, you have to just click on template and those value will be pre-filled.
Yep.
You got it? Hello.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
Or I can show you this. It's better to show how it will look. Okay, let me open incident form. So let me open any record here. So now we are having our form loaded. Let it completely load. So you can see there is a toggle template bar, right? You can see.
Yeah.
So let me click on this. So you can see there are existing templates already there for this incident, and you can create based on those template. You can create your incident. So suppose there is a major incident template and there is an incident call type. So let me click on new. So you will get to know exactly how it works. So right now you will see I didn't fill any value. Now this person can utilize those templates. Incident call type, major incident. Those will contain pre-filled values. If suppose let me click on incident call type. So here you can see incident call type template is applied, and you can see we have a channel as pre-filled impact urgency, and we don't have much field populated as part of this. Let me click on major incident now. You can see as I clicked on major incident, this priority is changed to P1, impact 1, urgency 1, and priority is changed to 1. All right. So you can see short description is also populated as part of this major incident template. So this way you can ask your client script to check while using template as well. All right.
Yep.
You can use the condition there, like whether it is having any templates or not. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it was returning false, and you can check if it is returning true. You can define whatever you want to execute. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is another type of client script, that is on cell edit. So on cell edit, how it works, you will see those are the incident records. You can see, and we can see we are having a state value changing here. So we can run our script whenever a state is changed on those on cell edit, whenever certain state is changed. Okay, you can alert something here, or you can restrict user to update these values. So you can do both the things here, and this client script will execute on list layout only. All right.
Yeah.
So this is just like on change client script only. That will be executed on form side, and this will be executed on list side.
Yep.
But this is very less used generally. So this is not used most of the time. So how you can create on cell edit? So you can select on cell edit, and you can select like what field value change I have to execute our on cell edit client script. And if you will see, as soon as I have selected on cell edit, those function will get added here, like sysid, stable, old values, new value, callback. So those are the argument which is added by default in on cell edit function. So this way you can alert lot of things, like we can alert new value, old value, like I have mentioned on our client script. So you can execute those on cell edit as well. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so what data you can see in a client script? So we can use ServiceNow predefined client side classes and methods. to control how the platform looks and behave in a web browser. So it will just enhance the end user experience. So the class which they are asking, like client side class and method, would be like G underscore form. So that is called as glide form, and glide user, G underscore user, we can utilize in our client script APIs. And G underscore scratchpad will be used as part of display business rule, which I will be explaining when we will be using our business rules. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So initially I will show example mostly as part of this G glide form and glide user when I will be giving some demo as part of client side scripting. All right.
Yeah.
So let's move further. So you can see G underscore form object in a client script, how we can utilize it. So you can see here they are using the message thing. They are customizing the form and managing form fields and their data. So you can see this is an info message created with this method G underscore form dot add info message method. And this is an error message created with G underscore form dot add error message. So those are the like class, and those are the methods which is used G form dot add info message, G form dot add error message, and this will be like a G form dot show field message method. So this way you can display your form, and this form will look really good because those certain methods, certain messages will be coming on your form, and people will see like, okay, my form is executing correct and they are adding right data on their incident. All right, this will make sure the people enter the correct data.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so you can see there are more methods as part of client script. You can see gform dot set value, gform dot show field message, and there are many like you can like use like flash show field message. You can get field value information, get value. You can change a field value, like you can just set some value or clear some value. Okay,
Yep.
and you can change a choice list, like you can remove options or clear options or add options as well. And you can get some information from existing forms, like you can get the sections, like how many sections will be there. You can get those sections as well, and you can define the conditions based on those section names as well. And here you can get the new record, whether the current record is new or not. You can check this also as part of our G underscore form methods. And you can see we have add clear form messages, like you can see add form message, clear all form messages. You can use glide form methods various ways, so there would be more which you can use. This is just a sample thing which is written here. All right,
Mm-hmm.
and now we are having reference field names. So gform object method refer to fields by their field name, not their label. So like whenever you are creating any client script, so this is the caller field. You have to use the backend value, like database value, caller underscore ID. If you are using client script for this caller field, so you have to use this backend value of this particular field. Like you have to use caller underscore id. If suppose you have to fetch the value, so you have to use gform dot get value, and inside that you have to pass this field value like caller underscore id. So in that case you will get the right data for that particular field. All right,
Yep.
I will show you how you can use this in our demo session. So now I have already explained these things. So I will cover in our demo session as well, those get value functionality. Again, we are getting the value as part of text field. So it will return text, and we can return like choice. When we are getting the value from choice list, it will return the backend value. You will see that urgency is set to 1 high, but backend value will be 1. So it as soon as we are returning any impact urgency priority field, So we will get the backend value, like what is the exact value for that particular choice. So any field of choice type list will be returning the backend value. All right.
Yeah.
And if we talk about like reference field, so reference field will provide us the sysid of that particular user. All
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So this way you can return the sysid. So there is like other way, like you have to fetch the name, exact name of the scholar. So we can also do that. But we are explaining like if just we are using gform.getValue caller ID, it will return as a sysid. All right.
Yeah.
So this is all about like glide form and glide methods, which is used as part of glide form. So now we are going to jump for our demo session, like how we can utilize all types of client script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I will use which form? Yeah, I will use my incident form for all these things. So now this is our form. You can see. So now you can see how we can create let me open a problem table. Actually, a lot of scripts are already there running on this. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our problem form. All right. So now we will try to execute all types of client script one by one. All right. Now you can see this is our form. Now I will right click, configure, and I will click on client script. All right. So this is our client script. Some of the client scripts are already there because those are out of the box client script which is written. So suppose like I will use a new one. You can see we have some pre-filled values like active as true, global as also true, and we can define the name here. And we can table is already populated because we have used configuration forms for problem table. So now here I will just write a name, execute line script on load. All right, so now I will select all. You can see there are three options: desktop, mobile service portal, and all. So most of the time, we can make like our activity so that it can be used both place if you are using it in service portal and in backend UI. So most of the time you should make a practice to select UI type as all, because many times you will spend a lot of time. Where is the problem? It is coming, it is executing client script on desktop side, but it is not working on portal. So you will waste a lot of time doing that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can see we are having all four types here, right?
Yeah.
So now I will select onload. As soon as I have selected onload, you can see this.
Script. Yeah.
Yeah. So this method is auto populated onload, and we can see we don't have any argument coming here, so we can directly write our script whatever we have to write. And this application will be set as global, and active will be like if this active is checked, so this client script will execute always. But if it is unchecked, suppose, then you can assume like this client script is deactivated, it will not be used.
Yeah.
And we have this inherited, so we will not use it generally because it will apply to the extended tables. It is also having we can, if we will mark it as checked, so whatever client script will be there, it will be executing about for this particular table as well from parent. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the global field which is checked, and this global will be like running throughout the system. If we will mark it as unchecked, so we have to define which view this client script will be executed. So we will be executing this client script through global. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And we can define for what purpose our client script is executed, and we can define the message for this particular client script as well. All right. So
Yeah.
now let me switch to our scripting side. So this is the onload script, and now we will just type g underscore form. Okay, so now I have typed this glide form. All right, and
Mm-hmm.
you can see this is automatically turned into italics, right? So this way you can identify, okay, I have written the correct tag. And as soon as I will click dot here, you can see we have,
Methods.
yeah, we have lot of methods coming here, and we can utilize all those methods. So you have seen in my slide, there was not all the methods displaying there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here you can see there are a lot of messages coming on. So suppose like I will use a message one. So suppose you can see I have just typed add. So we are having four types of or three types of message thing which we can use, like add error message or info message. Okay, error message will return our message on red, and info message will turn our message on blue. So let me click on info message, and I will type this is info message. And same way, if I have to click on gform dot add error message, and we can define this is error message. All right, and now you can see we can like comment our code, and we can like disable highlighting and script formatting. So this way we can utilize these all things, and we can we click here, so our code is formatted. Previously our code was not formatted. You will see
Yeah.
this is not correct, but if we will click here, it will be auto formatted. All right,
Mm-hmm.
let's try to save this and see what is our result. So this
This
client
is
script, yeah. So this client script will be running on onload. So what will happen? You can tell me what will happen here.
when we try open the form that will display this is info message and this is error message
All right. So let
when the
me,
form is loading.
okay. So let us try to execute. Okay. You can see this message is only displayed when our form is loaded. Initially
Yeah.
it was not loading, right?
Mm.
And you will see that info message will be coming on blue box,
Mm-hmm.
and error message will be coming on red box.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be the identification. Okay, this is just an info message and this is some error message. They have to do something right for this, right?
Mm.
So they will identify. So let me try to add some more methods on onload client script only. Gform dot get value. We will get some value from the field.
We need to insert the field name.
Yeah, we will insert some field name. So let's suppose which field we can fetch. Let me try to fetch this category only. Okay, so we are having a database name of this
This
category.
category.
Yeah, so you can just copy this way, and you can type here. And now this will be getting the value, but how it will be displayed, right? So we will just add an alert. Okay, just display this value, right?
Yep.
Because previously it will just get the value, but how it will be displayed? So we can use alert here. So there will be two things which will be executing. So like get value and alert at a similar time. So let me try to reload this form again. See, our alert is displayed as category software, and I will click on OK. Those two those two message will be displaying here, info message and error message, right?
Yeah.
And if suppose we have to set some value, like where we can set, okay, we can set our value in description as well or in problem statement as well. So let me use this code, use string one. Now we can set dot set value. You can see we are having set value. Okay. Now here you have to pass two parameters for setting the value. So this is the field name, right? This is the backend field name. And now what we have to update. So suppose I will add onload added. So I will just add this text. Okay. And now I will save this record again. And now you can see our code field is empty, right? And now let us try to reload this form. You will get first alert message. As soon as I click on alert, you can see our string is added here, right?
Yeah.
Previously it was not added. So
But
this
we
what,
haven't given the order, right? Like, it took the alert first and add info message.
yeah. So what happens is like whenever we are writing any alert is like independent thing. Alert will be always be executed first. Because what happens is like this after loading the form, those alert will not be displaying. So alert will be displayed first always, whenever, whether you use on top, whether you use on bottom, this alert will be coming on first place only. Yeah, so that is like out of the box thing which always happens first.
Yep.
Okay, so if suppose any requirement comes other way, so you can execute and create your script the way the client wants. So that is completely fine. All right. You will not get such a requirement like first some value has to be set and then you have to display alert. That will not be a case anytime because the requirement will be there that way, like it will work as an same way. All right, because this alert also will not be used much. It will be just for info message or okay, are you filling the correct information? They will just set okay or cancel like that. All right.
Yeah.
So are you clear about it?
Yep.
So I will show you one more glide user thing. So this glide user method, you can see how much method we are having. This is what is glide user. First I will explain you what is glide user. Glide user will fetch the information from the logged in user. All right. Suppose if you will see, we will get the full name. So here also we have to display alert. And we will see what is the guser dot get full name, what it will return. It will not return anything from problem. It will return the thing from the logged in user. All right. So let me reload the form. So there will be two alerts coming first. This software one, another would be system administrator. You can see I am logged in with system administrator, right?
Yeah.
So now you can see our system administrator is populated. I will click on OK. You can see our onload code added here,
Yep.
right? So do you have any questions on this glide user method or glide form method? So there
No.
would be a lot of, you can try it from your end as well. Okay, you try to create. I will see like tomorrow whether you have used some of the examples. All right. And I want the method to be used, which I have not used here. All
Mm-hmm.
right. You
Okay.
have to use other methods,
Yep.
right? And you can show me like you have executed this client script, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the same day, if like you will perform some exercise as well, so it will be good for you because you will remember it as soon
Yep.
as, yeah, because you will try it and after that we go in other next session, so that would be good that way
Mm.
only,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right? Because session wise I will give you the sessions and you will forget in some day, so that is not good, right?
Yeah.
So you have to practice all types of transcript today. So this is just onload, and I will tell you how we can utilize on change client script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me first deactivate this one and I will create new one. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let me remove this and let me create new client script that will be for,
On change.
yeah. Let me do for on submit first. It will not take much time. So only change will happen like initially previously we have used type as onload. Now
That
we
the
will
form
select,
is submitting.
yeah. So we will select on submit one. Now you can see our function is already auto populated here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here also you will get all the methods from
Yeah.
glide form. Whatever you was getting on onload, same you will get here as well. No change of any method. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You can utilize same kind of thing while submission also. You can show error box or you can validate such thing. So I will show you what will happen here generally. Suppose let me open any problem, and now I will show. Suppose this field is a code and we have assigned to assignment group, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I will use this assignment group field first. So suppose this is our field name. So this is the backend name which we will use in our script. So we will store the value. Okay. Assignment group equal to g underscore form dot get value. This is the assignment group value, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now what I will check here is like if a and assignment group object equal to null, we will return it as false. All right.
Yep.
So this is the code formatted, and now I will save this and I will uh, reload at least for once, and we will submit. So test on submit. So I will try to save it, or like it is anything. You can click on update, save, submit. So this on submit client script will execute all three ways.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I have clicked on save, what happened here? Okay, so let us check what happened here. In that case, first I will check what I am getting in my alert. This is the probable best way to check or debug your client script. You can put an alert and check why our client script was not executed. So let me check on our script. Everything is fine or not? Yeah. Tables type is on submit. Yeah, everything is fine. And now let me try to submit again. Okay, we are getting null here. Okay, you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Let me reload this form. Our value is saved and it was just showing as null, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this should execute. Uh, okay, so and now I will try. So now you can see we can add the message is showing please fill assignment group, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have clicked on all. So nothing is happening here, right? So we have to, and it is set as null, and we have displayed the alert like please fill assignment group, right?
Mm-hmm.
And same way, if suppose we don't have to use this, you can use and set value as well. Gform dot set value. On submit. This is the string, so I will add single quotes or double quotes here. Now I will save it. And now let me reload the form first. You can see our form was not submitted. I have written testing, right? Last
Mm-hmm.
time.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not changed the any value because we have returned it false. So after returning false, nothing will be saved on the form, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So now let us check our existing one. So I have added testing again and I will save it and you will see the code is set as set on submit, right?
Mm.
This value is set. All right, so you can use multiple methods here like glide form dot. You can utilize all those message methods. All right.
Yeah.
So I want you to use 4 5 methods for all the examples for glide form and glide
Mm.
user.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For all types of client script, like I have used like get full name. So you can use first name, last name, username. All right.
Yep.
So this way you can use your on submit client script. So let me deactivate this as well and let's try to switch on another type of client script.
On change.
Yeah. So this is quite interesting and many times this will be used
Yeah.
because
Because we
this,
changed the field
yeah.
values and we wanted to put alerts.
Now we can select UI type as all and we will try to select our type as on change. And now you will see we have to define which field value change you have to execute your client script, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me open any problem record and we will see. Okay, so we will utilize this category field. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we can select category As soon as category is changed, at that point of time, this client script will get executed. All right. And you can see we have old value, new value. All right. So you can directly get, if I put certain alert here. So now it's not required you can to use any get value because we have already set the field here, right?
Yeah.
For old value, new value, it will automatically take the value from category field only. All right, so let me alert both the values, new value and old value. Right.
Yeah.
So you will see how this will work. Let me reload this form. Now, where we have written our client script, can you tell me?
Category.
Okay, so what, how it will execute? What I
Like
have to
when
do?
if we change, for instance, network to any other thing, it will
Okay,
display the two things, network and the other category value alert.
okay. So now I will select software,
Yeah.
and you can see our old value is network
Yep.
and new value is software,
Yep.
right? So this is executed correctly, right?
Mm.
So this way we can utilize our on change client script
These
and
things will say, like, if you change some urgency, impact of that
yeah, yeah,
urgency, it will
definitely.
populate some information like, are you sure?
Yeah,
Are you doing the right way? Some sort of,
yeah.
that's why on change.
Yeah, yeah. So we can utilize in any field. So it's just category. I
Mm.
have used category. You can use on suppose impact, urgency, priority,
Mm.
assignment group, service offering, on change of configuration item, on change of problem statement, on change of description, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
on change of any information which is there in
Mm-hmm.
any of the field. You can use and select that field here
Mm-hmm.
and then you can play around with old value, new value. You don't have to do gform dot get value.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
First thing, you don't have to do that thing anymore.
Okay.
All right. You
Yeah.
either you can execute directly or you can set the old value to certain field or you can set some new value or you can do some alert. Here also you will be able to use set value. Okay, you can use get value, get control, get decimal value, get option, get sections, get table name. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and as soon as you will see what this method does. As soon
Mm-hmm.
as we will click on dot and we will hover to this. Suppose we will select error message display and error message at the top of the form, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can click on info message. You will see what it does exactly.
Yeah.
Clear message, remove message that were previously added with error message, info message. Clear options, what it does. Clear value, what it does. Enable, disable, attachment, flash, action name, boolean value, get control. This way you can get all the method details for what purpose those methods are used. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is really interesting one. Okay, so you can, so there would be something you have to do after this session. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to create four type of client script. Okay, and you have
Mm-hmm.
to use glide form and glide user on
Mm-hmm.
each type of client script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we will start our next session, so you can ask me any doubt or like what problem you have faced and how you have to overcome. So at that point of time, it will be very good next
Mm-hmm.
session,
Yeah.
right? You will be on much clear mode, like okay,
But
what I
we
have to do.
haven't done anything for answer edit.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. That's just I was
Okay.
just explaining you like what you have to do after this session today.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Okay, so here, so this on change client script is very much useful.
So
If I
when
tell you,
when we use like a multiple conditions, so we will use if else in the client script, right?
yeah, yeah, that is always an option. You can use if block, else block, anything.
Mm.
All right, you can execute condition if suppose uh, our field name is changing is category. So we are changing this category field, but we have to make change only when our priority is P1,
Mm-hmm.
right? So our P1. So at that point of time, we can check here. Suppose G underscore form, or you can do one thing. You can declare an object for priority. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
priority equal to G underscore form dot get value. Okay, so you can see we are getting parameters here. We can define field name, right? It will return as a string. So I will select priority because I remember backend value name. So I don't want to get into that. Okay. I equal to 1. So this integer will check always and this way only. If it would be string, we would be using double quotes or single quotes, right?
Mm-hmm.
If suppose priority is P1, so here we can define some alert, uh, or we can perform any action here. Your priority at 2 1. This is just a message that doesn't indicate any proper requirement. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That is just for understanding purpose. So let me first, okay, let me first save this record. All right, we have saved our record and this priority is P1. Now we will try to change our category. We will select suppose database. So that message will always be coming first because previous value is software and new value would be database. All right. And now your priority is set to 1. Okay, this is just a message because this priority condition we have checked, right? You will see we have checked our priority as 1 here, right? Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
So now I will show if suppose this condition is not fulfilled, suppose there is a priority 2, so it will not show an error. Priority 2 or 3, whatever it is, it will not show an error. So I will try to save this again and execute. So you will not get that priority P1 message, you will not get an error.
Yeah.
Let me click on hardware. So new value, old value, new value, and that's it. It will not be executing this part
Yeah.
because this is checking the priority P1.
Yeah.
So you can execute this way. And this condition you can write everywhere. Like you can use this condition in onload client script. Okay, on submit client script also you can check the condition same way. All
Mm-hmm.
right. This is the best way you can check the you declare an object for particular value and then you can check the value on if block and you can just alert. That's it.
Yeah.
So there is like a very easy script. So we will not go much deeper dive because initial script you will go to some complex thing, then
Mm-hmm.
it will be good because from basic to like complex it is good to use, right?
Yeah.
You can just try and use it. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So let us proceed further on our topic that is UI policy. So you know about UI policy, what UI policy is?
Form behavior. We can, I know, hide the fields or
Okay.
show the fields. We just want to change the form behavior. So
Okay.
we use UI policies.
All right. So let's proceed further on this. So what is UI policy? Like you mentioned, so that was right. We generally maintains or defines behavior and visibility of fields on a form, like mandatory, visible, or read only. For this, we don't require any certain scripts to be written, and we can use conditions directly as available. Like we can provide some filter conditions without writing any script, and as well as it executes after client scripts, right? So this is the feature actually what it executes after client script. But most of the time, suppose we want to do field mandatory visible read only, so it's not required to use client script. We can create UI policy instantly, because scripting definitely will consume your execution time or while the form loads. All right, so that may impact your performance also, because already we have a direct configuration which can be done using UI policy. So generally, without scripting, we can use UI policy. It's the better thing. And as well as it's not like that we cannot use scripts under UI policy. We can also use scripts under UI policy. All right. So there might be some case where you might have to use scripting inside UI policy as well, right? So like this is like baseline incident form, and here you will see the UI policy is executed for number, configuration item, and priority. So you will see this one is the baseline form. All right. So we have number as editable mode. So we have done here read only. Configuration item here is non-mandatory, but here we have done it mandatory. And in this baseline, we have priority as displaying here, but here we have hidden our priority. So all those things has been done using this UI policy, right? We can do it directly. And same thing, we can write script as well on client script, but mostly people used to do UI policy only for this kind of things, because this comes under best practice as well. So whenever we are required to do mandatory visible read only, so UI policy is generally used. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So like I mentioned, like there is a UI policy scripting also. We can write some script under UI policy as well. So we have ability to write some script and execute advanced behavior. Like we can do like show or hide sections or tabs, like which we see in our form. In a normal form, we see there is section, so we can show or hide those sections based on those UI policy scripting. And under this scripting section, we can utilize whatever JavaScript that can be executed on client side. We can use it in UI policy. And UI policy, I will tell you why it is require some time to use JavaScript under UI policy as well. So I will tell you why it is required. All right. So
Yeah.
yeah. So let's move further. So now here we will see how UI policy execution happens. So trigger specifies when to execute. Trigger in the sense when to apply condition. If you see there is a condition category is software, right? So here what happens is like this is the trigger. Like as soon as the category is software, right? So this UI policy will get executed. Whenever category is software, this UI policy will get executed. And this will be running on load of the form itself, or while changing the value also, it will work. And UI policy, after writing this trigger condition, we can provide UI policy actions or scripts, like what has to be executed based on this condition. So here they have written UI policy actions. So they are doing a subcategory as mandatory here. Whenever category is software, they are doing a subcategory as mandatory, right? So this way we have seen like UI policy action is like what action we have to perform based on this UI policy. So that is called UI policy actions, right? And here we can see we have related list actions. Those related list can also be hidden based on those UI policies, right? So this is also a very good thing to use, where we don't have to do any scripting to hide any related list. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And as well as we can write our script while clicking on this advanced view, and we can get run scripts checkbox. As soon as we will click on that, then scripting section will get appeared and we can write the scripting as well. So every field in the record can be evaluated even when it is not visible on the form. All right. So those field also will be get evaluated, the field which is not available on the form. So that is quite simple also. So generally people use UI policy on existing fields generally because it is executing on client side scripts generally. And UI policies, we don't have any name field. So we use short description field to just define what this UI policy is all about, what this UI policy does. So we can define everything on this short description. Like they have already defined, subcategory is mandatory if category is software. So we this will be understandable to each other person who would be working whenever you are not available. So it will be easy for him to debug like for what purpose this UI policy is written, right? And they mentioned not all UI policies require scripting. So I have already mentioned this, like UI policy generally don't require scripting. So there is very less chance where some scripting is required, where so much of backend validations are there. So there might be a case UI policy require scripting. All right.
Yeah.
So any questions here or
No,
query?
no, all good.
Okay. So here we will see more details like when to apply. So a UI policies generally execute on evaluation of these conditions, right? So here they have mentioned assignment group is network, state is one of new or in progress. And then here we have UI policy applies to all form views. Otherwise, the UI policy is view specific,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we have already selected it to apply to all form views, right? And we can execute this UI policy view specific as well. All right. And here you can see we can apply UI policy actions when the form is loaded and when the user changes values on the form. I have told you on just before, like UI policy will be executing when the form is loaded or when user changes any values on the form. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the important feature, or we can call it as a feature, because if you see, it reverses the effect of UI policy actions when the condition evaluates to false. If suppose assignment group is network and we are doing some state field as mandatory, right? And
Mm-hmm.
condition is assignment group is network. Then what happens is like if assignment group is network, then only that state field will be mandatory. And if any other assignment group is selected, then that state field will not be mandatory, because this UI policy will also execute when this condition will return false. So this checkbox is for that. And this is the good feature actually. We don't have to write conditions on reverse condition. So we can directly use reverse if false, and this condition will work either true or false. All right.
Yeah.
And this checkbox tables that extend the table inherits this UI policy. This is the thing, like if suppose we have to inherit some UI policy from parent table. So for that purpose, this inherit checkbox is there. Uh, this is, I think, this will not be used. Like, if I frankly tell you, I never used it in my projects till date. All right, so this will
Mm-hmm.
not be used. They will. It is generally created. A table is specific for most of the projects. Yeah. So I think that is UI policy trigger, when we can define certain conditions or we can see what extra configurations we can do using the checkboxes which is visible below. All right.
Yeah.
Right. So let's move further and see UI policy trigger with client side script. Like I have shown like when you move to this script section, you can see the run script checkbox is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we will click check mark this box, then in this two field will be appearing: execute if true, execute if false. Suppose we have written any condition on when to apply, so here we can check like what execution is required when it returns true, and what execution it requires when it returns false. So here if our condition is true, so they have executed these all things, like they are adding some comments, and they are doing it mandatory. While rejecting an approval, they want comments to be added on approval form. All right. And here what they are doing is like, if suppose they have already provided the comment, so they are hiding the field message, like this comments is already added, so they don't require to provide any message to the user. All right. So
Mm.
this is executing when condition returns false. Okay.
Yep.
Now we will see like what data you can see or use in a UI policy. So we can like generally declare local variables in a script, and we can use how we want to use it. And we can use predefined client-side global variables like glide form and glide user. I have already mentioned those glide form, glide user on client script session, right?
Yep.
So you are aware like how we can use glide form, how we can use glide user,
Mm.
and
Yep.
there is g underscore scratchpad. So this I will explain you when we will discuss about business rule. So I will tell you how this g underscore scratchpad will be used. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So any we don't have any questions here, right?
No.
All right. So here we will check what are the difference between client script and UI policy, because both runs on client side, right? So we have to see what would be the difference between both kind of client side execution configurations, right? So if we will see both client script and UI policy will execute when the form loads, right?
Mm-hmm.
And client script execute on form save, submit, update. All right, but UI policy doesn't work that way. UI policy work when the form is loaded or some value is changed on the form. All right, so that's why this UI policy will not execute on save, submit, or update. And execute on form field value change. Yeah, so field value change, client script will also work and UI policy will also work. And client script can access old value of the field where the value is changed, but in UI policy we cannot do that. And execute on list field value changes. So this works with the help of client script, but in UI policy it doesn't works. Execute after client script. So clients after client script UI policy will get executed. First, if suppose there are the case on same case, client script will also there and UI policy. So both the case, some script is there which will be executed. So on that case, our UI policy will get executed after the client script. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And scripting, client script generally require scripting. Without scripting, we cannot use client script at all. But in UI policy, we cannot, it's not
We don't
required to
require,
use,
yeah.
yeah, it doesn't require to use any scripting there. Because without scripting also, we can do multiple activities like visible, mandatory, and read only, right?
Yeah.
And we will see what are the best practice of using UI policy. So here we can see we have to use as few UI policy as we can use, because there might be a case we have written multiple UI policies for particular field. So we have to avoid that kind of thing, because what happens is like sometimes, because same thing we will execute using multiple UI policies, which will take our form to be loaded very slowly, right? So load time will be less. So we have to use very less UI policies. It's not like that we just creating UI policies again and again for same kind of executions on particular form. All right. And if suppose we have to define what our UI policy does, so we have to use short description. So short description, we can define what is the purpose of this current UI policy. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And if suppose if we have to document that UI policy for with more details, so we can use description field as well. Though description field is generally not added on the UI policy configuration form, we have to add it using our form layout. And we have to set on load to false if you do not need to execute on page load. If suppose we don't want to execute our UI policy while the form is loading, so you can just select on load to false so that UI policy will not get executed on load of a form. All right.
Yep.
And it is recommended whenever we are applying any conditions, so we should generally use condition builder whenever it is required to use conditions, so it's better to use condition builder. All right.
Yeah.
And last one is like evergreen. So we have to comment our script wherever we are doing any script anywhere. So comment, we have to write like for what purpose that particular line or particular area is working for what kind of activities. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's all about this UI policy. And now I will show you like how we can use it on our forms, how we can utilize this UI policy features. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let us move to our ServiceNow instance. Give me a minute. Let me have some water. So far you have understood all, right?
Yep.
Everything like as part of UI policy,
Yep.
what it does. Yeah. So let's proceed. And I think I will use problem form here because incident is having so much of scripts on backend. So there are two ways of creating UI policies. Either you can search here directly UI policies. So you can see system UI, and under system UI we have UI policies, right?
Yep.
So
From
we
the
will,
configure.
yeah, so we can use this way. And other way we have other way we have right click here, configure, and then UI policies. Where is it? Yeah. So as soon as we have clicked on that, so we can see we have our UI policies loaded here. All right. So let us try to execute some of the UI policies for those fields, and we will see how it works. So I have clicked on new button, and you can see our UI policy configuration form is displayed here. All right. So you can see we have short description here where we can define what is the purpose of this particular UI policy. All right. And we can see we can write when to apply. So this is the condition builder, which I was mentioning. We can, whenever we are using any condition, we can use this condition builder. All right. And here we have onload checkbox, global, reverse if false, and inherit. Right. So see, uh, we can click here and we can write UI policy view specific as well. All right.
Yep.
So it's global. So it will be executing on all the views. and we can check this reverse if false. And if suppose we don't want to use this UI policy on load, so we can just uncheck it. But mostly UI policy will be executed on load and on some field value change. Most of the time it will be running same way. All right, so yeah, so let me, and here we have a scripting section where we can write our scripts as well. So here you can see we have run script, UI type, mobile service portal, desktop, all. So we generally use all for most of the scripting which we use. All right. And here we have when to apply. So let us try to execute something here. If suppose, let
Can
me first,
you hide the other information from here, the tab? Yeah,
this one.
other information. Can you hide the tab based on the UI policy?
Yeah, so this tab will be hidden. For this, we have to write a script like we have used in client script, right?
Mm-hmm. The other
So
day we tried,
yeah,
we
yeah,
use something here again.
yeah. So that we can use, and why that will be very much useful in terms of UI policy, because same script can be executed on true and false. It's not like that you have to write conditions separately. So
Yeah.
here you can define the conditions if it is executing true. So you can display this other information. And if it is returning false, so it will display the other information. But in terms of client script, what happens is like we have to write one more like for if it returns false. So what you have to do? So we have to write some extra lines of code there, right?
Yeah.
So let me try to execute basic is a basic UI policy without any conditions. So let me do set fields mandatory, read only, and visible. So this is just sample short description for this script, and I will save it.
Mm-hmm.
Without saving this UI policy, you cannot add UI policy action. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see we have two tabs enabled here, right? So here for using this UI policy actions, I will show you how we can use it. So we have to select some field. So suppose we will take this category. So suppose I am taking this category field and I am setting it as mandatory. All right. And I will submit it. Now we can see our UI policy action is written for this category field and it is setting mandatory. So let me try to reload this form and see whether our category is going to mandatory or not. See, category is mandatory now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is happening using this UI policy. And now let me try to use another one where we can do visibility. If suppose we will hide which field, yeah. So suppose I will hide this code field. I will hide this code field, yeah. And now I will do read only for which field. Suppose I will do read only for configuration item. So yeah, let us try to create one more configuration item. Yeah, read only. And here we can do one more thing. We can clear the field value as well. So I will show you that as well. New. and I will clear description field, clear the field value. So this also we can do using our UI policy. All right, we can clear
Mm.
the field value on some conditions. So this will also be much useful for some of the requirement where you don't have to do any script. And here I will show, I have written all four actions: mandatory, visible, read only, and a clear value. Right. So I will show you this UI policy related list actions as well. So I will create one UI policy related list action as well. So suppose we have these all related lists, so we can hide one of them. So suppose I will try to hide attached knowledge. So you can see we will be having attached knowledge related list, and we will do visible false, and I will do it submit. All right, so we have done five things here. So let us see whether it is executed or not. So let me try to reload this form. All right, we can see category is mandatory and configuration item is read only. All right, and this is the code.
Description clear.
Yeah, description is cleared here, and we have this code field.
Related
Yeah,
list.
code field I have written visible true, so it is visible. But let me try to change this visibility.
False.
So I will add this false, and we will reload it again. So we will see this code field is hidden, and configuration item is read only. Report and category is mandatory. Description value field value is cleared off, and we can see attached knowledge related list is also not visible. Right.
Yeah.
So there was one related list, right? This attached knowledge here, right?
Mm.
So that also got disappeared. So we can hide those related lists based on certain conditions here on the form, right?
Can
So
we
this,
hide the sections in UI policy?
yeah, we can hide this section. We have to use same script which we have used.
Oh, okay. We have to use the script again. Same script, the
Yeah,
client
yeah,
script we used.
yeah. So we can use that under scripting section, or I will show you. There is already one UI policy here that is created for my sample purpose. All right. So you can see priority is too high, and we are hiding section display analysis information. All right.
Mm, mm.
So whenever it is executing true, I am doing this section display as false. I will show you how.
No,
Let me
I know, that's fine.
end this. Okay. So now this is just sample alert. Okay. And now you see analysis information is hidden.
Yeah.
All right. If we change the,
But which one is better? Is it UI policy or client script? But if you have
yeah,
any certain
line script.
condition, you can
Yeah,
go with
UI.
the script,
Yeah,
UI
UI
policy.
policy is like we can define what we can do when it is executing true, and here we can just type. Suppose I will give you example. Here we can do both way. Just I will enter here and I will mark it as a true. I will save it. I will show you. Let me reload this form again. And now you can see other information is displaying. All right. And
Mhm.
now I will do priority as 2. So this is hidden. But as soon as I change this priority as 4, this other information will be displaying instantly.
Yeah.
Okay, that can also be done that place also, but we have to write if else condition. But here we don't have to do any if else. We just
Mm.
added condition priority is 2, and here we are defining what to execute when it is returning true and what to execute when it is returning false. All right.
Yeah.
So you are clear on this part?
Yep.
All right. So I think our UI policy part is over, and
I
now
think we didn't check on the view
okay.
view
So you
based on
want
the
me
when
to
to
check?
apply. Yeah.
So you want me to check that way?
Yeah.
Let me check what all view we have. Hmm. Let me check first what this view does. Okay, so this view is not having much of the things. So we will try on this mobile view. Okay.
Mm.
We will do assignment group as mandatory. Yeah, so we will do this field as mandatory. So, okay, so let me use this it only. I will remove this all actions, delete. Here also I will change. We don't have attached knowledge, so we will use outage. So we will use outage here, outage. And now is it not changed? Yeah, it is changed. And now UI policy action. I will do assignment group as mandatory. Assignment group as mandatory. And I will do submit. So we have to set view now for this. If suppose we have unchecked this global, and now I will select view, mobile view, right? We are using this mobile view, right?
Yep.
So let me save this. And now we will load that form and see whether assignment group is going mandatory or not. So let me try to reload this.
Yep.
So you can see assignment group is mandatory and outage related list is gone. And now let us try to switch back to default view and we will see. Okay, let me first reload it. Okay, for changing view, we require some value addition here. So let me add something. All right.
Yep.
Because without filling mandatory field, we cannot move anywhere. So let me click on default view. Anyway, we can check. See, assignment group is not mandatory here. An
Mm.
outage related list is not hidden. And now again, I will switch back to mobile view and we will see assignment group as mandatory. See, star is there and we don't have outage related list here, right?
Yeah.
So these are very much useful things so as to like eliminate any performance issue within the form because whatever if suppose your form is loading very slowly so that means there are a lot of client script or UI policy which is impacting the form load, right? So this is generally the case which happens whenever our form is loading very slowly,
Yep.
right? And if you see, we have one of the concept like data policy as well.
Yep.
So I will show you what. So it is similar to UI policy, but I will, if you see, these are the data policies and data policies, if we will click on new.
Oh Lord, 528.
And now I will show you
Oh
about
my
data.
first and the last one.
So for data policy, I didn't create such document, but because it is same kind of thing. All right.
Yep.
So data policy will enable to check the data consistency by setting mandatory and read only. So we are generally doing mandatory and read only for fields using our data policy. So why this data policy is there? Because same mandatory and read only can be done using UI policy. Because if suppose we want to load some data into the system using our Excel or any data sheet, right? So using that, if suppose there is some mandatory thing we have to fill, so we can apply data policies. So you can apply all the rules whenever the data is entered into the system. So data policy generally maintain the data consistency for all the records. And if you see, we have data policy here, but it can be executed on UI policy as well. So there is a checkbox. If suppose we are writing this data policy, and we can use this as part of UI policy as well. So data policy is the thing which can be executed for mandatory even with the list layout as well. So sometimes if suppose any field we have to enter, so this thing we can use a UI policy, data policy for maintaining data consistency. So I will show you how this will be executed. So let me write make
Oh,
field read only, suppose, because this is used for read only and mandatory. So let me try to save this record. And here it is not like that this will be executing on load or on load or on change of some value. It will just do the validation for read only and mandatory to maintain data consistency. And it can be executed on condition returning as false as well in reverse. And now here we can see there is a related list data policy rules. So we can define new rules here. And you can see we have only two options here, read only, mandatory, right? So let me use which field I can use. Suppose I will use configuration item. All right. So there is a configuration item.
Why we have a UI policies there, and why we need to use data policy again?
Because see, I will tell you, because UI policy is executing whenever we are doing any work on form level, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the UI policy will not work on list layout.
Okay, okay, yep.
Okay, whenever we are updating something or doing anything, so those data policy will maintain the consistency of the data, and data policy rule will be applied when we are loading any data from some Excel, right? So at that point of time, we can apply those data policy rule. So suppose I am doing this configuration item as read only. All right, so let me try to reload this. What happened here? Okay, CMDB you will see this configuration item is read only. So this will work on form as well because we are using this UI policy on client. So we have already marked it as checked. And if you see, it is applying to import set, it is applying to SOAP also. whenever we are integrating any data. So at that point of time also this data policy will get executed, but UI policy will not get executed at that point of time. So we can call it as a partial execution for server side, because it does lot of things while loading the data or while using any updation or insertion on this table. So this configuration is read only. Now let me reload this form again. So there is this list, and we can see. Suppose let me add something here. See, data policy exception, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I would have written UI policy for this configuration item as read only, so it will allow to edit this configuration item if this was part of UI policy.
Yep.
So this is the data consistency, because this is the exception. This should not be done, but that we can use using our data policy. So that's also used for not much time, but sometime it will use, not all the time. So this concept should be known to everyone, because we can maintain data consistency for some of the records wherever it is required, because there might be some case or scenario where you might have to use this data policy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So for that purpose, like we generally take a use of data policy. So I have used it once on while loading our data. So I have used this data policy, and as well as where client tells, okay, we want this field to be mandatory whenever people are editing from from this list. So at that point of time, they want some field to be mandatory, right? So they we can do that way, but generally that requirements doesn't comes. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so this was all about like UI policy and data policy. So if you have any questions, you can tell me related to UI policy and data policy.
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't. That should be fine.
So you understood both the concept, UI
Yep.
policy and data policy.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's all about these both things. So you can do one thing. You can create some of the UI policy and data policy on your personal developer instance, and you can tell me like if you have any questions, doubts, or queries related to these topics. All right. All right. So today we are going to start on catalog client script and catalog UI policies. So before this session, like yesterday, there was one session we have done related to UI policies and data policies. So have you tried some of the scripting or configuration related to UI policies?
Not really.
Okay, so you didn't start, no problem. So I think this with this session also you will be having two things to do, like normal UI policies and catalog UI policies. So you can try both the things whenever this session ends. All right,
Mm.
because what will happen after this session? There it will be some more big topic and important one also, because generally those configurations will be used generally for all the validations and customization in future projects.
Yeah.
All right. So because of that, only like till today, whatever I have given you the sessions, you have to complete it till today, like in 2 days or one day, because if you will clear this first part of client side scripts. Then we will move to server side, which will be a huge one. All right.
Yeah.
So do practice for one or two scenarios for all type of things which I have mentioned you in last session and today's session whenever it will complete. After that, try one or two examples. That's it. Not much big example. You can just try one example from all type of configurations and customization.
Yeah.
So it will be clear for future learnings as well.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So we will start on today's session. So you are aware about catalog items.
Yeah.
All right. So you have created any catalog items till now?
Record producer.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is similar kind of thing. So those client script, catalog client script and catalog UI policies works on record producer as well. All right. So that's no problem if you haven't created. It's not a big problem at all. So we will start on this part. So, what is a catalog client script? So, like, suppose we have mentioned about client script on normal forms. So, we are checking the behavior, we are just managing the behavior of forms, and that is presenting to the users. It is similar kind of thing here, but this catalog client script will be executing on particular catalog items whichever the user is seeing on generally in portal or end user portal. So most of the catalog item will be presented to the end user people. So for that kind of thing, we are creating record producer or catalog items. For that, we have separate scripting and UI policies for individual catalog items, and we can use a single UI policy or catalog item for multiple items as well. So there will be an variable set where they can use it in multiple catalog client script or multiple UI policies they can use in multiple catalog items, right? So we will see step by step how this will work. So currently in this picture, it is shown like a department or group catalog client script manage the display of certain fields on the form based on value selected in this multiple choice field. If you see here the like those are radio button. So here they can select department and group. So currently the group is selected here. That's why we have mandatory fields for group mandatory category name, category manager. But if you would have selected department, so you might have getting field department instead of group field. All right.
Yeah.
And here you can see this is just an example of catalog client script like they just mentioned here, and similar kind of thing here. They are populating the value using catalog client script. All right.
Yeah.
Similar way, they are executing some scripts as well on backend side. That's why these values are populated as soon as this group field is marked, a radio button is marked. All right. So
Yeah.
let's move further and see how we can create a catalog client script. So here the thing how it was displaying on earlier screen. So this is the configuration how it was happening. So they have provided some name here, department or group. So here where this catalog client script will get applied. So it is applying to a catalog item. And if it is applying to a catalog item, there is a catalog item name which will be displayed here. So if you see this catalog item is there selected and then catalog item. So this particular catalog client script will work on this particular catalog item only. So this script will not work for other catalog item. All right.
Yeah.
But in normal client script, how it is used to be like we are applying on complete form. So whenever anything will happen, and if that client script is written on load, so it will be executing for all the form load. But here it is different. So we are creating a script for particular catalog items. All right.
Yeah.
And here they have selected type on change. This is similar kind of thing. On change, on load, on submit. Those are similar kind of client script which will be used in catalog items. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be variable name because they have selected type on change. So we have to define on what field value change you have to execute this catalog client script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And here there is an UI type. For most of the time we have to select all because those catalog items are generally visible to the end users. So there would be 90, 80, 90% of the time where this catalog item will be accessed from the end user side. All right. So here UI type will be all for all the time generally. And here there is a field applies on catalog item view, applies on target record. So catalog item view is like when we are displaying the form to the user for entering some input data. So they will enter some data and this client script will get applied. And this is applies on target record. So how this will work is like suppose after providing some data from end user side and catalog item is submitted, so you will see this client script will be working on that record as well after we have checked on this thing. If we are not checking it, so it will be executed on while entering the data. So a end user will fill the data and at that point of time, client script will get executed. And here you can see they are checking if new value equal to department, they are setting some value. And if new value is other than department, so they are clearing out the department name manager field. All right.
Yeah.
Now comes here catalog UI policy. So it is also similar kind of thing how we used to create in form. We have UI policies. So in catalog terms, we are talking it like catalog UI policy. And this catalog UI policy will be executing for this particular catalog item. All right, because this catalog UI policy will be created for this item only.
Okay.
So whenever we are creating any item, so we will create separate catalog client script and separate catalog UI policy.
Yeah.
All right, because it will be separated from all the items because there might be a case there would be 100 catalog items, 50. So that's why they will create separate catalog UI policy client scripts to all the different catalog items. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And we have create a catalog UI policy. So this configuration is form is same as like we are seeing for normal
Joy policy.
forms. Yeah. So here you
Mm.
can see there is only one difference. On catalog UI policy, you will see applies to catalog item. These two fields will be there. If we are selected on applies to a catalog item, here catalog item will be there particular. All right.
Yeah.
And here there would be one more thing applies to variable set. So that I will tell you what is that. Another check, another drop down here. So I will tell you. So here they have
Mm.
written replacement is yes, and they are making original number as mandatory. So you will see this as soon as this yes is marked, this original phone number is getting mandatory. So
Yeah.
this is happening because of this configuration. How I'm displaying in this current tab. So you can see this is the execution which is happening. And now here comes the variable set. So do you know what is variable set?
Mm, I know, but I don't know how I can explain. Like, if the variable set is like a group of variables. And we can use same thing for multiple items.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. We can use this catalog variable set for all, for many catalog items, not all. Wherever it is required, you can use this variable set.
Yeah.
And whatever variable set we are creating, and if we have any catalog client script UI policy inside variable set, that will be applied to all the catalog item wherever this variable set is
Yeah.
added.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the concept for variable set. So here you can see they are applying to a catalog item, and here they are selecting variable name, catalog item variable. And if you see, they have selected variable set variables. So it will be displaying this way. If we are applying this variables like catalog client script or UI policy for that particular variable set. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so this is, and now we can see what data we can display in catalog client script and catalog UI policies. So we can declare local variables in this script and use, if suppose we want more execution in terms of scripting side using our catalog forms. So we can create our script and use how we have to display the things, or how we can hide or make the validations on the catalog forms. All right.
Yeah.
And we are using client side global variables here again, g underscore form, g underscore user, that is glide form and glide user. So this is common to most of the scripting in client side scripts. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have we can locate our catalog item elements. So it's like, if suppose there is a catalog item created, so we will scroll down and we can see our catalog EI policies and catalog client script section displaying under each catalog items. All right.
Yeah.
So if you open any catalog item and if you scroll down, you will get variables, variable set, catalog EI policy, catalog client script. So these are the four main things which will be generally displayed in all the catalog items. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Because here you can see how many client script and how many UI policies you have created for this catalog item. All right.
Yeah.
Now we can see what are the good practice if we talk about catalog UI policy and catalog client script. So we have to use a catalog UI policy instead of catalog client script if you can, for faster load times and easier maintenance. This is same as we are using in general forms. So this best practice is same for both the place, whether we are talking about catalog item or normal forms or tables. All right.
Yeah.
And here we can use our debugging techniques, client-side debugging techniques, how we are using in normal forms. So here also we can debug our client script and UI policies for catalog items. All right.
Yeah.
And last one, it is common to all the scripting things. Whenever you are writing any script, you have to comment out what script is doing what, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody has to understand for what purpose this scripting is written, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I think this, yeah. So this is done with respect to catalog client script and catalog UI policies. So do you have any questions on this session
No. We
so
just
far?
do the demo. Yeah.
All right. So we will just move to our demo and see how we can execute our catalog client script and catalog UI policies. All right.
Yeah.
All right, then let's move. Let's move to our PDI. All right, so we will start. Let me open some of the catalog items. Existing items, there will be already there. So suppose we will just try to open this access request.
You there?
So if you see, this is the catalog item, right?
Yeah.
So you can see we are having variables, variable set, catalog UI policy, catalog client script, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this catalog UI policy and this catalog client script will be executed only for this catalog item.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let us try to see what client you make fields mandatory, read only, visible, and get values, set values. All right. So now let me try it. And now we will see what catalog UI policy they have written. So they have mentioned make fields mandatory, read only, and visible. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now we will see how this is executing any condition. Yeah. So what type of access is required? That is right. So on this condition, more information, business justification will be visible and mandatory. So let us see. Let us try to see when we click on write what happens. You can see this business justification is mandatory, right?
Mm.
Business justification is mandatory and more information is visible. Okay. If you click on read again, so those more information will go and business justification will be non-mandatory. All right.
Yeah.
Why it is happening? Because read access generally doesn't impact anything. But if someone has requested write access, so business justification will be mandatory and you can add, you can also add more information, right?
Yeah.
And now let us see what client script is doing here. More information should not be empty. So this is on submit client script, but it is not active. So let me try to active and see what happens. So this will work uh, when we will see more information is empty. All right. So let me refresh this again. And now I will add some ability to write access. And we will try to order now. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you will see more information should not be empty. This message is coming from this catalog client script.
Yep.
Right. Here we are getting gform dot get value. More information is empty. So here we are displaying an alert. More information should not be empty. And here we are returning it as a false. Right.
Yeah.
So what this return false will do? Return false will just cancel the form submission in client side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is very much useful tag or useful thing which will be used for many scripts in client script.
Yep.
All right.
Void item, right?
What?
Void.
Yeah. And yeah, so this is for catalog item, and let me show one example. Uh, okay. Suppose let me try to add some of the existing variable set. If we have any, we will just do a testing. That's it. So this is common comments. So this is the variable set. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we will click on save. And now we will see if there is any. Yeah, so there is not any catalog UI policy or client script under that variable set, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so there is nothing on this one. And it is included in 4 items.
Mm-hmm.
And I will reload once this form and see why anything is not displayed with this variable set, because this variable set itself is empty. We don't have any variables under this variable set. All
Yeah.
right. So I will just try a demo variable here just for understanding purpose. Demo field, and you will click outside. It will be auto populated with some backend name. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I will not do anything. I will just submit this. Now you will see this demo field is visible because of
Yep.
this variable set is already added, right?
Yeah. Variable created in variable set. Yep.
Yeah. And now we will try to create some script under that variable set.
But this catalog item doesn't display the variables under this form. Can you go to the variables tab?
This one? Yeah, here
Yeah.
it will not show because it is variable set. It will show here.
No, no, no. This variables is
No,
appearing in
no.
the actual item form.
Yeah, it will be visible in actual item form. You see this.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
This field will be visible, but in if we talk about forms, you will see only variable set here. So there could be 10 variables under this variable set, but
Yeah. Yeah.
all those will not display, but only variable set name will display here. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah. Because that what will happen, why that is not provided, because there might be some accidental changes people might be doing one place and it might impact many items. That's why they have not added that here.
Yeah.
So that is like because of best practice they didn't add here, so people should follow that. So if suppose I will write one UI policy here, new, set mandatory. Now I will not write any condition here. I will just make it as a mandatory all the time. You will get only one field here because we are
Only
creating
we
this.
created only one.
Yeah, because we have created one and we are using variable set. You see, applies to variable set,
Mm.
right? Will not be applies to catalog item. Catalog wherever we will add this variable set, that will automatically get applied on that item. Now you see there is one catalog UI policy,
Mm-hmm.
but but now also you will only see one because one of them will be under this variable set. You see.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is all about like how we can create UI policy under this variable set, and we can create catalog client script also here, and that will be executing as part of variable set only. All right.
Can you try it in the actual item form?
What do you want to try there?
Item form, the access request item form. Yeah. Try it. Yep, that's fine. I want to check that demo field is mandate.
Yeah, it will be mandatory, and now it will be mandatory for all other forms as well. If
Yeah,
you see,
wherever this used.
if you will see this field and mandatory will be applied to all the forms.
Yeah, because of the variable set.
See this field.
Yep.
Here also there is a demo field mandatory,
Mm.
and here as well because those variable set is applied to multiple places.
Yeah.
So this is how it will work in terms of catalog UI policies. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So any questions from your side related
No,
to this session?
no, that's fine.
Yeah. So what you have to do is like you have to execute once all those clients catalog client script, catalog UI policy, and UI policies, and you catalog client script, right?
Yeah.
And you should be able to identify both the things, right?
Yeah.
I think you have already understood it. Just there you have to do some practice.
Mm.
All right.
Yep.
So after this, most probably, I think if I get time today or tomorrow, so I will send you two assignments. All right,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
where you will use catalog client script UI policy in normal forms, and
Mm-hmm.
one requirement will be there as part of catalog client script and catalog UI policies. All right.
Yep. Yep.
So based on that assignment, definitely you will complete it. I'm sure about that,
Mm-hmm.
but I will give you for just practicing it. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And then after we can start our server side scripting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there we
Start
have
with
to,
business rules or what?
yeah, it will be business rules.
Okay.
So today we will start on business rules overview. And then after overview, we can start on our business rule lab session as well.
Mm-hmm.
But let us start from overview part. So like what is a business rule? So now have you heard about business rule or have you read about it, what it is, what exactly it does?
Getting the data from server side to perform, I think, yeah, the operations displayed, inserted, updated, deleted.
Okay. So like business rule, like one of the most important scripts we generally use in our ServiceNow projects or in ServiceNow system. So many times this business rule will be utilized for our requirement fulfillment or some customization scripts, right? So this is one of the major scripting side where generally it is used much, like mostly 50 to 60% times people are using business rules, right? So what business rule is? So generally it is a type of JavaScript which runs on server side, and it is executed when a table is queried or a record is displayed, inserted, updated, or deleted. So whenever we perform any query to a table or when any record is inserted, updated, deleted, or retrieved from the database, at that point of time, what we have to execute as part of our script. At that point of time, whatever execution we are doing, such as changing values in fields, or we are executing or processing some scripts and getting some data from backend tables. So this is called business rules. All right. And every execution as part of business rule happens through server side only, because it is querying the database, whatever database can be like a table, suppose incident, problem, change, or any table in the system. All right. And it executes faster generally in terms of server side, and it returns the result as soon as possible. If suppose a script is very less lines of codes are written, it will execute your script very fast. All right. And many times, like business rules, generally we don't have so much big lines of code executing on business rule side, although we can write that much of codes. But so there is something here, like many times it's a good practice we use, or we follow some good practice while writing our server side scripts. So there is another example, that is glide ajax or script include, which I will explain you in future session. But for now we will keep it aside. But in terms of business rule, we generally try to write very small lines of codes, right? Because if suppose we are querying some querying some table, and it is taking huge amount of time because our lines of codes are huge, like there we are calling 4 5 glide records, or we are fetching the records from multiple tables. So there can be a chance your business rule might be running very slow, or there might be a case also it's not required to use business rules, because business rules will be executing when a record is inserted or updated. So each time the record is updated and your business rule is running with no purpose, and those huge lines of code will be executing, and the performance will be slow, right? So yeah, so did you get like what
Yeah.
business is?
Yep.
Okay, so you can see here our database, we have like here two records are displayed, like number, incident number, and incident number again here. So there are
Sysadmin.
two, yeah, there are two records here. They just mentioned just example here. Okay, so my database might be containing huge amount of records for particular incident table. Okay, and together we have collection of tables, so which have their like sysdb object, right? So those are the database which contains all the tables. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move further and see like how business rule run, or when business rule run. So if you see the example here, so there is a table, we have to select problem. Like for this scenario, we have selected a problem table, and name they have provided problem reopen. So they would be writing some conditions and then executing our business rule. So here, if you see, watches the database for record access. So first of all, we have to select the table from which table we have to execute this business rule, or we have to execute our server side script. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now if you see, trigger specifies when to run. So trigger means at what point of time this business rule will run. So here there is a when means before update. So how it will execute? Before any update on this problem table, this business rule will run. Okay, but if you see, there are more conditions they have specified apart from when to run. We have filter condition as well. On specific filtered records, we have to execute this business rule. Problem state is one of resolved or closed, and active is false. At that point of time, this business rule will execute. All right.
Yeah.
So we have when to run here, and then next slide. If you see they have mentioned about filter conditions here, and if you see there is one more condition as role condition. So like it will check whether the user is having this particular role or not while this business rule is executing. All right. So this is the complete explanation of when to run filter condition, which I have already mentioned you. Okay. Now you will see what all activities or events this business rule will run. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a flow of business rules. At what point of time which type of business rule will be executed, and this is the sequence of our business rule execution which you are seeing on the screen. And this is one of the important flow which you have to remember related to our business rule execution. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if you see there are two colors of boxes. One is this green and one is this light blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you see these are the executions like backend executions, but these are the type of business rule. If you see before query rule, display rule, before rule, after rule, async rule. So these are the business rule types. Like this way, the business rule types or business rules can be written in ServiceNow system. All right.
Yeah.
So first of all, what will happen? First of all, we will be having one of the database where we will just query the system. Like we will query that database. Suppose I will take an example of incident table. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So suppose we are having our incident table, and now we have to query our table. So suppose here we are performing such an event, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as we are doing a database query from here to here, if suppose we have to come from this point to this point, now what we have to do before database query, our script should be running. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose we are, I will give you an example. Suppose first of all, what will happen when we click on incident, we will get all incident, right?
Yep.
If you see there is in filter navigator in incident, I will show you right now. So suppose this is incident, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm clicking on this all incident. I will click on this all. So now what is happened? I have clicked here.
Fetching
That
records.
that means I have clicked system query here, user
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
system query, and I have performed certain event. Just clicked on all. That is the performing an event from my side. But what happened? As soon as I have clicked here, it has retrieved me the list of incident. So this place, what has happened? This our before query rule is executed. All
Yep.
right.
Yeah.
So as soon as we have clicked on certain event or action and we are getting something from the query, so that is before query rules.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have any
Yeah.
questions
Yeah.
here?
No, no, fine.
Because when I will give you demo, you will also understand more at that point of time as well. Because we can restrict those query records based on roles or based on certain conditions, or if suppose I am from the location Australia, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can make a query business rule that way, so that I will only see the Australian incidents.
Yeah. Assigned to me, like.
Yeah, that kind of thing only. But
Yeah.
what will happen? You will click on all, you will see only Australia incident. That's it.
Mm.
If suppose
Mm-hmm.
there are 20 incident for me for Australian location, so I will see only 20. Whether I will click on all, then also I will see 20 only.
Yeah. Condition. Yeah.
Yeah, because I am doing certain, I am restricting the query. I am
Mm.
restricting the database query. Like I should view only this amount of records. That's it, based on certain conditions. Okay.
Yeah.
So this part you have understand. Like first, what we have done, we have performed certain event, and then we have queried the database query, and we have fetched the and we are fetching the records. Suppose we have already fetched the list of records. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now after database query, what happens? Our display business rule runs. Display means as soon as we click on certain records. Suppose I have clicked this way and opened this record. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now what this the activity right now I have performed it as a display business rule will be executing here. That's it. As soon as suppose this form is loaded, at this form load only our this display business rule will be running.
Yep.
Okay. So how this executes? Suppose display business rule. Suppose we have to get some value. Suppose we have already created this incident. All right. And this display business rule will be utilized with the help of client script.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so using our client script, we can use this display business rule to be executed. And this display business rule, what it will return, suppose like I have opened this incident, this 21. Okay. And now suppose I have to get callers manager or callers department or callers location. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Only one field. Suppose I have to pick from caller. Okay. So now what will happen? I will just get the display. I will get the value of this caller in our display business rule. Okay. I will fetch this value. Okay.
Yeah.
This dynamic value I will fetch and I will do the dot walking and I will get the callers department there. And
Mm.
that department, whatever department I will get after dot walking, that we will store in our variable. There is a separate variable with which we use with display business rule g underscore scratchpad.
Mm-mm.
So
Yep.
I will show you in lab session how we can utilize that. Okay, and then we can call this display business rule in our onload client script.
Mm.
Okay, so it is another way of calling our server side script from client side.
Yep.
Okay, so that is one of the way from which we can call our server side script using client side script.
Yep.
Okay, because you know that client script is executed on browser level, right? It will not be fetching the records from server side, right?
Mm.
That's why there is a concept for display business rule. Okay, if
Yep.
suppose we have to fetch any value from database just after the database query, like as soon as the record is presented to us, at that point of time, whatever the display value will be there, we can fetch it using our display business rule and we
Yep.
can utilize it on other place such as client script. All right.
Yep.
Or we can display some message also. Suppose on the form we have to display some message, so we can display some message as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can set the value also based on our database, based on our display values. All right.
Yep.
So this will be also used, but not much because generally people use glide ajax or script include for calling server side script using client side.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
So important one is this one, which I have mentioned you before query one, but we should have knowledge for all of them. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So our display business rule is completed. So do you have any question in these two types of business rule?
Fine. Yeah.
If you have, you can ask me because you this is like some confusion also, confused topics also.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
No, I'm
when I,
okay.
yeah, because in lab you will understand very good.
Mm-mm.
Okay, this is just a pictorial representation so you understand in a single view all types of business rules. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now as soon as we have executed our display business rule, now what happens? Now we have a form submit after whatever is values and all we have updated on our form. Okay. Now we have form submit. Now, sorry. Now what will happen here? Form submission. So there is two types of thing forms of after form submission. So there is before rule and after rule. Before rule is what? When as soon as the form is submitted. Okay, but it is not some but the value the change is not committed to database.
Mm-hmm.
Before that only we have to execute our script.
Mm-hmm.
Form is submitted, but before database commit, we are executing one of the rule that is called before business rule.
Yeah.
Okay, because we are submitting the form and suppose we have entered some of the values in some of the fields. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now based on those new values, we have to make some change before applying to the database commit.
Yeah.
So we can execute those all execution in this business rules before business rules. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as necessary changes is completed, then this changes will be committed to database.
Yeah.
Okay, after that only database commit will happen. All right, and
Mm-hmm.
now there comes after business rule. Now what this after business rule will do? After business rule will execute when we have submitted the form and database commit has also completed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After that, our this after business rule will run. After the value is committed to database, after that our rules will be executing. Okay.
Yeah.
So how you might be thinking like after form submission and database is committed now, why we are executing this after business rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
There might be a question, right? So I will tell you here some of the case one of the case. Suppose we have incident table.
VIP
Okay,
color.
not that. I will
Uh-huh.
tell you one that can also be an example,
Uh-huh.
but because based on caller, suppose we have to update user table, but that case cannot be a good case because user table is updated by the system already generally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is some not one of the good case, but I will tell you how it will execute. Suppose we have incident record. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and we have suppose we have 5 incident tasks created for that incident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now what we have to do, suppose our parent incident is resolved. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and in parent incident suppose we have added some of the comments like the incident is no longer required, we have fixed the issue. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
now at that point of time we will just do the database commit, and in backend it will update all the incident tasks with comments whatever we have posted in our incident form. So
Mm-hmm.
incident we can close it instantly, but on backend we can execute our rule so that all the incident task is updated one by one.
Mm-hmm.
So why that is required? Because it will not take time to complete the incident, right? We will just complete the incident instantly, and after rule will execute those comments in all the incident tasks so that it will just reduce the time for incident resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can tell, suppose we have to update other tables. using the current table rule. So we can use this after business rule here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it will be executed just after the database update. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
as soon as we have committed something on database, this after business rule will run instantly.
Yeah.
Okay, and now if you see, there is one more rule, that is asynchronous rule, right? And
Mm-hmm.
after business rule can also be called synchronous rule because it is executed just after the database commit. Okay,
Yeah.
but asynchronous business rule will run, but not just after the database update. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it will be running on our queue. Some job will be generated on backend and things will be happening in a queue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and why there is more chance or more possibility people are using async business rule rather than after business rules? Why? Because after business rule, just after the database commit, this after business rule will be running. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
it will take some time, and you will be holded for some time for running this rule, right? But in async business rule, you don't have to wait for anything. You just have to update your records and just go away from that record. All the rules which will be executing after database commit, that will be running in a job. So there will be 4 5 jobs that will be triggered on backend and it will be executing without impacting your current work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So you have any doubt on before, after, and async rules?
Fine. Probably after demo, I will be more.
Yeah. So there might be confusing here
Yeah.
after and async, right?
Yep.
So I will show you the difference. All right. So I think this pictorial representation is good
Mm-hmm.
to understand in like all types of business rule.
Mm-hmm.
And now we will proceed further and see each of the business rule, how it will be executed and what exactly it does, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you will see one of the business rule type is before query rules.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now here you will see that is same representation is here also.
Mm-hmm.
So we are in this place right now. Before query rule, as soon as we are querying the system, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and we are retrieving the records from query rules, or we are querying to the database. So if you see executing before a query is sent to the database, okay, and they have mentioned example also. Suppose prevent user from one location seeing CIs from another. So this can also be one of the example. And I have also told you example how we are viewing the incident for particular location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is same thing they have mentioned. Prevent users from one location seeing CIs from another. So here they are restricting, like they should see only the those CI which is related to their location. Okay. So here they are telling, suppose I am from India. So I will see only those CIs which is present in India. I will not see the CIs which is present in Australia or any other locations. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So same kind of example I have also given. We are restricting the number of incident. Suppose I am from Australia and I should see only the Australian incident. So it is same kind of example here. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So this is like before query rule. So we will get a query when we are sending something to the database, some action or event.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we are retrieving the list of data. So there we are seeing how this query before query BR is executed. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So let's move further after database query. Now you see we have passed this before query and now we are on display business rule. Okay. Now you see this business rule execute after the database is returning the data. Okay, you will see after the data is read from the database and before the form is presented to the user. Okay, so this display business rule will run at that point of time. And if you see, I have already mentioned like it is primary purpose is to populate the G underscore scratchpad global object. Okay. And you see the example they have given client script with access to data from other records. So they will be executing or utilizing this display business rule with this G underscore scratchpad object and then passing those values to these client script. Okay.
Yep.
So display business rule executes and populates G underscore scratchpad object. And this object is passed to this client script to get the data from other records. Okay.
Yep.
So this is the main purpose for this display business rule. All right. And now we can proceed further after form submission. So we have after form submission before we have before rule, after rule async rule. So let's move to our before business rule. So before business rule, how this will be executed after the form is submitted and before it is committed to the database. So it is called before business rule. Okay. Suppose we have to execute after form submission and before record is updated in the database. I told you the same thing, right? And now you will see they have provided an example populate closed by with the name of currently logged in user. So you have noticed this thing like there is a closed by field in many of the forms, right? You might have seen in your other place also like in GRC module you might have seen some closure whenever certain things are closed or ticket is closed, right? So there is a closed by field. Generally it is populated as soon as we are closing any task, right? So this closed by will be populated before the database is committed, before any database commit is performed, right? So why this is why we are doing this? Because we don't have to commit our database record 2 times. Just before database update, they will send one more field closed by. Update this closed by field as well while you are updating another other fields. Okay. So that's why we are using this before query business. Sorry, before business rules. Okay. Now we have after business rule. After business rule is executed after the form submission and the record is updated in the database. Okay. And now if you see they have provided an example cascade changes made to the approval field of a service catalog request to the requested item attached to that request. So suppose we have made some changes on approval field of a request form and now same kind of update is sent to the requested item attached to that request. So at that point of time we would be executing after business rule. So after business rule will make changes to related tables, whichever tables are related for your current record. Okay. So at that point of time, it will send the data from one table to another for updation. So at that point of time, we are using after business rule. Okay.
Yeah.
And now last we have async business rule. So I have already told you it is running asynchronously as like jobs. So you see run asynchronously as scheduled jobs. So job will be generated as soon as our asynchronous business rule is executed. So our the script is running as a scheduled job. Okay, it will be running as a job.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And this asynchronous jobs would be like SLA calculation or notify subscribers when CI are affected by an incident. So this is just two example they have just mentioned SLA calculations. Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because this should be asynchronous. It should not be like it will depend on some executions, right?
Yep.
So it should be done in some time so that it doesn't impact any work happening on the system. Because there might be a case some user will do something and they try to execute something and it executes for longer time and now he will sit idle for a couple of minutes, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he will wait for certain things to happen. But in terms of async rules, you will be executing things how you are doing it in a faster way.
Yep.
Okay. Now after async business rule, so now we will see what business rule execute or what business rule actions, business rule trigger actions do. So if you see, we have actions here, like we can perform certain actions. So we have to move in actions tab. Initially, we have seen on when to run, we have to define conditions and roles or when to run business rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now in actions, we can define or we can set the value based on certain conditions. So if you see active is setting to true. And now I will show you. Initially, I have shown you this. Here they have written when to run, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here they are, what they are doing is like they will just open the problem record, reopen the problem record. And now what the condition they have used before update, problem state is one of resolved closed, active is false. Okay, active is false. And at that point of time, what they have to do in action, they are just setting the active to true so that problem will get reopened. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And here scripting is not required to set a value or add a message. So the time we most of the time it will come like you have to just set the value or just add the message on the form. So it's not required to write a script. You can directly configure the set field value and messages here only. Okay.
Yep.
You don't have to move to this advanced part. Advanced part is for writing the script
Mm-hmm.
or updating something bigger or multiple field value changes. So we can define in this advanced section. All right.
Yeah.
And now you can see this advanced section. We can write certain script here and we have access to this current or previous sorry parameters. So you can use this current previous method to get the current value or previous value for that particular field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can see more complex conditions and actions can be scripted here. So suppose when to run also we can define some conditions and in advanced part also we can define some conditions here.
Mm-hmm.
So they have defined previous state is less than equal to 3 or greater than equal to 6. Okay.
Yeah.
So as to reduce the scripting logics, they have added the condition under this field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if you see the execute rule function template is automatically inserted into the script with two arguments. One is the current and previous. Okay. So current means you will get the current value of that field or any field of that form, and previous dot state, it will get the old value. Okay.
Yeah.
Suppose for a state, we current value is new state value. Okay. And somehow we have changed it to in progress. And now here we will see the current state will be in progress and previous state would be new for a state field. Okay. Similarly, it can be for other field also, same way. All right.
Yeah.
So these three things we have to do here, like when to run, and we have to put actions. And this advanced part will be activated when you mark checkbox on this advanced checkbox. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you uncheck it, this advanced part will be removed from here. It will be executing based on when to run and actions tab only. All right.
Yep.
All right. So let's move further. So now we will see server side global variables, like what kind of data can be viewed in our business rule. So like local variables declared in a script. Suppose we are declaring some variables, like we are getting some value and we have stored in our local variables. Okay. So that variables can be used, and now they have predefined server side global variables. One is current, one is previous, one is g underscore scratchpad. Okay, and this g underscore scratchpad will be used only for display business rules. Okay, and it will be used with a client script. Here you are seeing it will be used with the client script only. So this scratchpad will only be used for display business rule. Current previous will be utilized in other business rules. Okay. Now you see here they are executing display business rule, and they have fetched the created by and caller. Okay.
Yep.
And now you will see we are getting direct access to field for related records. So suppose we are getting color current dot caller ID. So they will get the sys ID. Okay. They will get the sys ID for that. And now suppose they are getting current dot caller ID dot department, then also they will get the sys ID. But they have used current dot caller ID dot department dot name. So they will get the display value like sales. Okay. If you might have used current dot caller ID dot department, you will only get the sys ID.
Yep.
But we have selected dot walking for that particular name field. So we will get this sales current caller department name. Okay. This is just an example of showing how dot walking works in server side scripts.
Yep.
And now we can see how dot walking usually works here. If you see here, we have an advanced part. Suppose we are writing current dot assign to dot building dot contact dot city. Now you will see here they have defined, they have breaked into assign to dot building, and inside building they have contact, and inside this contact they have city, and they are fetching this city here. You have seen this tree structure. So you will see whether you are executing it correctly or not using this tree structure in right side of the script. Okay. So this thing will happen and this syntax will be automatically inserted as soon as you click on this city place. This script will be auto created for you. Okay. You don't have to glide record. You can get the values from multiple tables. So if you see assigned to we are dot working building, then dot working contact, then dot working to city. Right? We don't in a single line we have executed multiple things. Right? So this way you can utilize the dot walking for any for reference field, not for any field. Only for reference field this dot walking will work. All right. And now you will see how we are debugging the business tool. So we have multiple debugging tools for server side debugging. Like we have glide system logging methods. Like we can display the messages like whatever script we are executing, we use the logging methods. Like we just log the things or the executions, whether they are executing the right thing or not. And we have debug business rule module also, where we can see our business rule executions while we are executing our script. Okay. And we do have a script debugger, which is like the script debugging which we do in our scripting itself only, where we have a scripting that place only we can debug our script and we can see what all errors we are getting. Okay. And this script tracer is also the same like a script debugger. You can debug the script on your scripting area wherever you're writing your script. And console debugger. So you can see, you can debug business rule using our browser console debugger. Okay, we do right click and inspect element, right? At that point of time also we can check the script debugging. And this red and violet thing generally happens like this at this section. This kind of debugging happens. Okay. You will see some error, then you will get some error here on some lines of code. You will see red. So that would be like you have to correct your script. Okay, so that is like a script debugging. All right, and we have multiple rules in ServiceNow, but try catch is also JavaScript debugger, but that will not be used much in our ServiceNow scripting. Try catch is definitely good, but these things are used when we use purely programming languages like Java or .NET, right? At that point of time, try catch is the important thing, but not for ServiceNow JavaScripting. Okay, they can use it, but it is not used much. People are not using to debug their script using try catch thing. Okay. And now you can see various debugging or glide system logging methods. So you can see we sends debugging information to the system log. So these are the methods which we use to send our information log to the system logs. Okay. gs.info, gs.log, gs.error, gs.warning, gs.debug. So this thing we can send message in our system log, and we can check in our system log whatever information we are sending through these methods. Okay. And now these are the methods. Those information are displayed on the form. You will see sends debugging information to the top of the form. So these add info message, add error message we are sending, we are getting information on form level itself. Okay. So sometime there might be a case like it is required to send the log to the system, or some of the time we can use debugging methods or debugging error messages or info messages in form itself. Okay. So it depends on condition to condition how we have to utilize these methods. All right.
Yep.
And now you can see we have a script debugger here. One of the script debugger here they have. You can select here and then you can open in separate browser window with a script tracer and the session log. So I mentioned you also like a script debugger or a script tracer we are using under this scripting section only,
Mm.
right? So
Yeah.
you can see, so this will open a new tab and you can try some more things and then you can write back the original script here. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we would be seeing our demo on next session for business rules
Mm-hmm.
because that will also take a good amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next session, I think it will be stretched somewhat because I will show you 5 examples for each
Mm-hmm.
type of business rules. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So one of the one of the business rule might take 15-20 minutes while we are executing as part of while we are running our labs. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it might take 1.5 hours to complete our demonstration for business rule. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. So last session we already discussed about this business rules, types of business rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So so today I think we will start with demo of those type of business rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I will start from like initial one before query rule, and
Mm-hmm.
then we will move accordingly, and
Mm-hmm.
let's see how much we can complete it today.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so we will start with before query business rule. Okay. So like before query business rule, like I have explained like uh, when where it is used, like the time of database query. We are performing any event like suppose we are clicking on all incidents and you are getting the list of records. So that is the query rule which is running for that particular database table. Okay.
Yeah.
So all right. So let's start with the business rules initially. So let us click on all and we have location field here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we will see. So I will take a scenario like suppose this we have look number of incidents 10 for San Diego location. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see like what is my profile set.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check my profile, what location it is set.
America, Los Angeles,
Here what we have our location.
San Diego.
Okay. So now, yes, you are already seeing that my profile location is set as San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
So I should see only these 10 incident. If I click on all, I will see all the incident, right? All the 80 incident it is shown. Now, what we will do is like we will create a query business rule here. All right. So
Mm-hmm.
we will click on right click and then configure and then business rule. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see this is a business rule which was created. So you can click on new, but I will show you because it is already created on my system. I will explain you this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, you are seeing like our business rule name is display incident based on user location.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We can provide certain names here so that people will understand for what purpose this business rule is written.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the best way, like we should define what is the name for this business rule so that new person will understand what this rule is doing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see we are using a query business rule here
Mm-hmm.
before query business rule. So before as soon as the incident table is queried, so this rule will execute. Currently, if you see, this is inactive. All right, so let me just check it's inactive. And then you see we don't have any condition because no condition is required. We just has to execute it every time
Mm-hmm.
whenever we are querying incident records. All right. In action also you will see we didn't define anything. So we will go to advanced part of this business rule. So you see we have some lines of code written here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So what this line number 4 is doing, like we are getting a current logged in user ID,
Yep.
sys ID. Okay. This will return the sys ID for the current logged in user.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here we have got current logged in user ID, and
Mm-hmm.
then uh, we have fetch sys ID. Now we will query the sys user record, sys
Mm-hmm.
user table record. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever sys ID we will get from this variable, so we will call this, we will compare, we will check the condition with this current logged in user with the user table of sys ID.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that it will return the exact user record. What is my exact user record? All right,
Mm-hmm.
and then it will display me. It will we can get the location for this particular user. All right.
Yeah.
And now we have written, like we have queried this incident table here. This is the condition which we have defined. This is the querying to incident table. And here we are writing a tag, and then we are again writing a current dot add query. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now what this current dot add query will do, it will run a query for incident table.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And now what it will run? It will run location equal to user dot location, USR
Mm-hmm.
dot location. This means that we are getting this user, this particular user location. So
Mm-hmm.
this particular user location is San Diego because this is mine user because I am the logged in person, right?
But my location is San Diego, but I want to see some other location
Yes. So
data.
currently you are already seeing all the incident.
Yeah.
Currently you are already seeing all location incidents. You can see
Mm-hmm.
you have all the incident right now.
Mm-hmm.
But if suppose we have to restrict more
Mm-hmm.
on a record side, suppose I there is a case when this hardware people has to see only hardware incident, software incident should be available to software in group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Similar way, I'm talking about location. Suppose there is India location and there is Australia location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the ticket we are raising, suppose I am raising the ticket. So it will go to service desk who is available in India, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And whenever you will raise the incident, it will go to your place service desk people because my location service desk people will help me and your location service desk people will help you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the incident it is raised in India and support person is from Australia, so that will not work because there is some timing gap as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's why
But
there might be.
can we make that condition like that? Like for I'm from India, but I want to see the Australia records.
So you are
Or
already seeing
Australia
all
or
the
one or
records.
two records, like Australia maybe in another location. It's
You
only
are
restricted to user location, right? We are restricting to user
right now.
location.
Right now, you are able to see all the location incident.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now I am restricting based on user's location.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want to restrict only London and San Diego.
So you can manually define that part
Okay.
here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I
You
mean.
have to manually define that. You don't have to write this glide record also,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can directly call the location from
With the names.
location. Yeah, location table, and you can just add query there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You don't have to do this all things.
Yeah.
This all script will be removed. Just one line you will use this one.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Apart from this, you don't have to do use any line more.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just an example for this demo, for this type of business rule.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have made it as active. Now I will save it. All right, now it is saved, and now you will see how it will work. Currently, you are seeing 80 incident, right?
Yeah.
Now I will click again. So you will see only 10. 70 are gone. You will click on all, then also you will see only 10 incident because all those incident belongs to San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the query business rule. Like when we have executed at the time of querying this record from database.
Mm-hmm.
You are getting me?
Yeah.
Because this is the action. Suppose I clicked on all. So this is the action happening for
Mm-hmm.
database. And
Yeah.
at that point of time, we have added some script or rule to be executed.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, we have written a query business rule. Whenever we are querying record to this particular incident table,
Mm-hmm.
at that point of time, this script will be executed.
Yep.
Got it?
Yep.
So any questions on this query business rule?
No, no, all good.
And even you can do more things here, not just restricted to location.
Yeah.
I just
Assigned
I
to or
yeah I just
configuration item.
yeah I just used this location, but it's not restricted to location or anything. You can do based on category, you can do based on location, you can do based on assignment group, and uh, and you can do from other field also, which is like uh, where grouping happens generally,
Yeah.
right?
K category, especially these
Most,
things.
yeah, mostly I think it happens only for location only,
Mm.
and location and department, not
Mm.
other than that. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is like about this query business rule. So this will be used multiple times because this can be used for restricting data for suppose there is change request management. There you might see this logic we have to apply.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me just inactive this query business rule, and now we will proceed further for another type of business rule. So what is next one? So next one is display business rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what display business rule do is like suppose we are opening any record, any incident record or any record in ServiceNow system. Okay. So at that point of time, if if suppose we have to set some value or get some value from that particular record, then we can use display business rule. And as well as suppose if we want to call certain field values on load of form,
Mm-hmm.
right? So business rule only will be running just before the form loads or presented to the user, right? But our client script will be executed after the form is loaded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before form loading, it will get all the value in a display business rule, and in client script we will use those values. Okay,
Yeah.
so I will show you how we can do this. So I have already deactivated that business rule. So I will click all again. So you will see all the 80 incidents here again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have those incident records here. So this is currently opened here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now what we will do, we will just go for all, because we have to see for business rule and we have to write client script as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So where is our yeah, so this is the display business rule, and in client script also we have this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so one we have wrote our business rule, so that is inactive. All right.
Yeah, this scratch pad. Yep.
Okay, so this is currently inactive, just doing testing and all.
Mm-hmm.
So I will show you how, and this will work for incident table because it is written for it this to use.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we will go to our incident, and now you will see it is inactive. So let me do active first. And now let us reload this incident form again and see what is happening here. Okay, now we will see what we are doing here. We are setting those value string 3, string 4 from callers manager and callers department. Okay, so currently it is showing undefined. Why it is showing undefined? Because this Joe will not be having any manager or anyone, right? So
Mm-hmm.
let me just get the correct record. Is there any record under system administrator? Yeah. So this is the one. Okay, here also it is showing undefined because we don't have department set, I think. Callers department current dot caller ID dot department. Caller ID and record. So we have department and
Location.
another one is manager.
Manager. Caller ID manager.
Okay, so G scratchpad callers manager callers department. Okay, so now you will see there is some conditions I have written for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so short description contains testing the data. So let me add this because you see I have already added manager and
Mm-hmm.
department. Now we will go to our incident again and we will use this condition here. Short description, I will add this. Now you see
Mm-hmm.
callers manager is populated with Eileen and callers department is finance. Right? I will show you again with this user. See? Caller's department is finance and manager is Aline, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you
Is
can see
there? It's already the field is there, right? But the information is
no
not
this
populating.
yeah. So this field is custom field which I have created.
But you created just now, but
No, it was already created. This
yeah,
is my
yeah,
ADI actually.
yep.
Okay, so this field you can use any field. It's not restricted to this field particular.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose if you want to use, suppose we have assignment group and we have to use suppose assignment group manager kind of thing or assignment group email. So we can fetch all those detail with other field as well. This is
Okay,
just
you
a demo.
created custom field, then you write in the code. That's yeah, my doubt.
Yeah, yeah. Currently that is only happening. I just utilize those field.
Okay,
Okay, just for giving a demo purpose. That's it.
okay, yep.
And I have added this condition and you can see I have added display business rule here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so display business rule, what I have done on display business rule, just I have set display, I have written some conditions and now actions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see there might be two things happening. This field is also populated. See,
Yeah.
because I am setting these values truncate field to execute display business rule. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so now you see this set value is also running and this client script is also running.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can do these two things from this particular business rule, display business rule.
Yep.
Okay, now here is the part where we have to see. Now we have used this G underscore scratchpad.
Mm-hmm.
So what this do is like it stores the value whatever we are getting before the record is displayed to the user. This scratchpad will store the value whatever value we want to store on this scratchpad variable. So this is the scratchpad and this is the variable which I have declared. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
which we can define directly. We don't have to initialize our object directly. We can call g underscore scratchpad dot callers manager equal to current dot caller id dot manager dot get display value. Okay,
Yeah.
you can get the value of any field. I just fetch the value for manager of the caller and department of the caller. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you can fetch many more details also instead of this.
Yep.
And now this value will be stored to this scratchpad.
Mm-hmm.
Scratchpad dot callers manager, scratchpad dot callers
Mm-hmm.
department. Now this is stored. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After this, if we have to utilize those in our client script. So
Yep.
this is our onload client script. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now what we are doing here is like we are setting the value on two fields.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one is callers manager, one is callers department. So you see, we have directly used G scratchpad dot callers manager,
Yep.
G scratchpad dot callers department, right?
Yeah.
Same thing I have used, whatever these two objects, where we have fetched the value of a manager and departments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this way we can utilize this display business rule.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So any question here
No, all good.
on this and previous business rule?
Yep. Before and the display. Yep.
Today we are going to start on before business rule.
Mm-hmm.
So like on overview session also I have explained you about before business rule.
Mm-hmm.
So it is like executed after the form submission and before record is updated in the database. So as soon as like you click on submit button or save button or update button, so at that point of time, this business rule execute and before database committed is happened, at that point of time, this business rule is running. All right.
Yep.
So they have given an example like you can populate closed by with the name of currently logged in user when we are trying to close the incident. Right. So there is already this thing implemented out of the box where as soon as we are as soon as the incident is closed, so closed by and closed date is populated. So at that point of time, what is executed? This before business rule is only executed at that point of time because anyway we are going to update the record in database. So just before updation in the database, they will send one or two fields more to update that record in the database at a single time. So it just saves the multiple update on particular record. All right.
Yeah.
So I will show you how this will work. Let's see what example I have added in the system. Okay, so we have this business rule, execute before business rules. So now here, if you see, we have like before business rule and we have selected here when as before.
Mhm.
So here there are like before, after, async, display. So we have already seen display business rule earlier, right?
Mhm.
Yesterday. And now we will see this before, insert or update. So I have selected before and insert and update. So before insert and update, and we are checking, we are checking state changes to resolved. We have added the condition. Whenever the state is changing to resolved, so what we will do in advanced section. Okay, so in advanced section, I am just adding the display name here on this field. So let us check what is that field here. Yeah, so this is the field name, incident resolved by. So here we will populate the logged in user, just like example which was on our document, right?
Mhm.
So this field will be populated as soon as we are changing state to resolved. Okay, but right now it will not execute because it is inactive. So let me do active and let me save this record. And now we will try to execute based on this condition, state changes to resolved, and we will see that our value is populated on this field, this one, incident resolved by. So as soon as we have click on resolved, and then we will try to save, and you will see this.
Yep. Yep.
This is populated because current logged in user is system administrator. Okay.
Yeah.
So based on that, it is populated. And if we reload the form, value will not go. Why? At, because at the time of database commit, we are sending this field update as well. So
Mhm.
it together update this state, this field, and other field which we have added some values, right? Together it will update the value in the database. Otherwise, what will happen? First, this state will save, then after we will save this one. So that will happen two times update on particular database record, right?
Yeah.
But that is not right way, because it will do a multiple updates. So that is not recommended, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can do anything here. It's just resolved by, but we can do multiple things. Like if we can, suppose we have to update 4 or 5 fields, also we can do that as well. All right.
Yeah.
And most of the business rule you will see, like you will be writing before business rule only for
Mm-hmm.
most of the requirement. If you in future, if you will work in business rule, so most of the business rule will be written before business rule, and then second you will be using query, and then third async one. But this is the most frequently used with any for anyone. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is evergreen business rule, which mostly it is used.
Mm-hmm.
And here we don't have to write current dot update. It will auto update because before committing to database, we are sending the value, right? So
Mm-hmm.
before update or insert. All right.
Yeah.
So you have got it. So you have
Mm.
any questions here?
No, no, no. Fine.
Okay. So let me just deactivate this one.
After we don't use a lot.
After it is like after we use, but very like it depends on requirement. So sometimes requirement comes, so client will tell, okay, we have to update instantly certain values. So at that point of time, after business rule will utilized. But most of the time, if suppose you have a habit of writing some code, so you will just ignore of writing after business rule. Because what happens is like after business rule we cannot update the value after that, because we have to write current dot update. So if it will make it as a loop, like we will use current dot update and it will trigger multiple times same value, and you will get some violation error, unique key violation error you will get for some of the records.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I will show you how that after business rule will get executed. So here, where is our after that should be. Mhm. This is also before. This is async. This is also before. I didn't use after business rule. Okay, so I have used it on other table. So I will tell you why it is written on a requested item table. See, execute after business rule.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you why I have written it on a requested item. Because under requested item, we have multiple uh, catalog task, right? If you have seen catalog item, you have seen it.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have multiple catalog tasks. Suppose RITM request is raised, under that RITM is raised. Under that, we have 4, 5, 6, 7 tasks under requested item, right?
Yeah.
So what we have to do? So we cannot update current record on this after business rules. If you see, our business rule is written for requested item, but we are updating the data for another table. So we are updating SC task table here. Okay. And now what we are doing exactly? We are doing after update business rule. Okay. After update business rule, what we are doing? Work notes changes. As soon as we are adding any work notes to this particular requested item form, so it will be reflected on all the child task, whatever update I have provided as part of requested item. All right. So I will show you how it executes. Suppose I will take this RITM. Okay, currently I have one SC task here. No problem. So that's fine. Here also it will execute. So suppose I am writing here. I have to first activate it. Okay. So now I will add test from RITM to tasks. If suppose we will be having 5 tasks, it will be updated to all the 5 tasks. All right. Right now I have updated this test from RITM to task. So you see we have got the update here as well. This is SC task and this was RITM and we got update here. Okay. And now I will show you like why it will update all the SC tasks, because I am using a while loop here. So suppose any number of task is there, so it will get all the task updated there. Okay. Let me check if I have 2 tasks RITM. Yeah. So this is task 1, task 2. And now we will check here if anything is updated. You see, we don't have anything updated right now in both the tasks. Now I will update here. Test 2 task 1 and 2. Okay. Now I will update, save it. And now you will see at both tasks you will get the update, this and this. See. Right, you have seen the update here. Both the task is updated. Okay.
Yeah.
So mostly after business rule is used when we have to update other table from current table. You got it?
Yeah.
So that is the main cause we will use after business rule. And that's why I told you it will be not much used. It will be used, but not much.
Yeah.
So that's why, because we are updating other tables from this current table. So there will be a very rare case where we will use after business rule for current table itself for updating for particular for same record. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the after business rule. So any doubt on this?
No. Probably I need to know some sort of scenarios.
Scenario I will give you. So you can, for each type of business rule, I will give one scenario. So you implement that. Okay.
Yeah.
I will give you scenario for each type of business rule. Like I will give you 5 questions or 5 requirement to implement using business rules. Okay. Then you will get to know like what we can use, which type of business rule is best to use. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have our async business rule. Async business rule also we are using it for other table because it is just like after business rule, but only difference is like async business rule will run in a job, like it will be queue, it will be running in a queue. It will not hold to update. It will not stop you to work on other things. But in after business rule, till the code is executed, you cannot do anything in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it will execute its code first, then only you can work on other part of the system.
Yep.
But here it's not like that. Here you will work, you will just execute this rule and then you can work on other things. This rule will be executed on backend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have a condition like state is on hold. On hold reason is awaiting problem. And now here what we are doing is like we are creating a problem using incident. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so we are creating a problem using this incident. At that point of time, we are creating async business rule. Okay,
Yep.
so let me activate this rule first. Let me open some incident. Okay, so this is the incident. And now what we will execute these conditions. So we don't have anything right now here. We don't have any problem record. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now we will make state change to on hold. On hold is awaiting problem. Right? So this is the condition, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I will save it. Now you will see it is updated instantly. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And after some time that problem will be created. Okay, now I will, now you see problem is not added, but let me reload. It might have created. Let me check. Okay, so let me show you on backend. Why it is not shown there? Because we have to populate our parent ID as well. That's why it is not displaying under incident. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you see this problem is created right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me add that created updated field. Did it. Okay. Now you see it is created today,
Yep.
1 minute ago,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even though, all right. So this
Mm-hmm.
is created, and if you see there are not much values added because I didn't add much information. I just populated this short description here. Okay. So short description is populated and our problem is created.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So here parent is not populated. There is a parent field. That's why it is not showing under that incident. This is empty. So this field value also we have to set here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then at that point of time, this problem will also link to this incident table.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Mm-hmm.
this way you can use async business rules. All right. And same async business rule, you can use it like on after business rule example also. You can use that place also.
Yeah.
And in after business rule, you can execute this thing also.
Mm-hmm.
But it
Why
depends.
then? Why? What is the difference then after if we can create?
Yeah, there is a difference because I mentioned like after business rule, what it will do. Suppose if you are updating like 100 record, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So your screen will be hold for some time, for
Mm-hmm.
5 to 10 seconds. Your screen will be in on hold. You cannot do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have written async business rule, so as soon as you click on save or update, you can work on other things. Those execution will happen on backend.
Mm-hmm.
This will happen on backend, background.
Yeah.
But after business rule will execute instantly.
Mm-hmm.
First that script will be executed, then you can work on the system again.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. And this difference you will not find for small executions. But if suppose there is a requirement for hundreds of records, at that
Mm-hmm.
point of time only you will know the difference.
Yep.
Otherwise you will say, okay, it is not showing any difference. It is working same way. Right now it is working same way. I am telling
Mm-hmm.
you that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
in general overview, I am telling you. So that's how async and after business rule works.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So do you have questions on this?
I think I'm okay. Yep.
If you see here also async business rule, this will run asynchronously like schedule job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it will execute on backend. You can work on other things for that particular time,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this is mostly like if people are writing after business rules, they generally use query business rules. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, not query, async business rule.
Yeah.
Okay, so most of the time people uses async, but sometimes the requirement comes that way, so you have to use after business rule also.
Mm.
Okay,
Yep.
but there is one cache also, so there is some best practice of business rules. I will show you business rules. Okay, here is the. So here we have like a business rule technical best practices if you see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here also they have mentioned display before after async, uh, and here some of the best practice like is like they will we have to think like when to run business rule.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we have to run the business rule, first we have to think that as part of that requirement. Okay, there can be another way like you can use it, but we have to think if we are writing business rule whether it is really required to use business rule. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and if you see here also they have written you can use an async business rule in place of after business rule. Async business rules are similar to that of after rules in that they run after the database commits a change. So async rule run in the background simultaneously with other process. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I have told you the same thing, right?
Yep.
And now it is like recommended we have to use conditions in business rules. Why it is recommended? Because if suppose you don't write any condition, so those business rule will be running every time whenever you are doing any execution on your record, those business rule will run. It will not do anything, but it will still run because we didn't used any conditions, right?
Yep.
So we should use conditions in business rules. And another best practice is like we should keep our code in functions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this. There is a function, and inside that function, we have to write our code. So it is a
Mm-hmm.
best practice. We should write our script under functions only. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that your code will execute in a proper way. All
Yep.
right. And now we have to prevent recursive business rules. I have told you that in after business rule, if suppose we are using current dot update, so we will get a violation error, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or sometime it goes in a loop because update business rule is already updating the database, and we will use current dot update. So what will happen? It will update uh, unlimited times. It will update system again and again, 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 and it will make system hold and work very slow. So we have to prevent using those type of things to use in our business rules. Okay. So current dot update we should not use generally in any business rule, as per my view. Okay. Never try to use current dot update in business rule because at some requirement it will break the system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it will go into the loop and infinity
Yeah.
times it will continues.
And it will make the system performance issues,
Yep.
and you will never know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Yep.
now
I
we
understood
should
you.
use business rule to double check critical input. Yeah, that's fine. That is, people will already take care about it. Okay. And
Yep.
use script include instead of global business rule. So there is one type of business rule also because there is a global table, right? In ServiceNow system, there is a
Mm-hmm.
table called global. So on that table, we should
Mm-hmm.
not create a business rule. Okay. Let me show you
Yep.
which table they are talking about. Suppose this is an incident selected, and now let me click here. So, so see, you are seeing a global table here, right?
No, your screen is not. Yeah, I can see now.
Okay, so this is the global table. This table we
Mm-hmm.
should never write a business rule.
Yeah.
What it will do because business rule will run for every task in the
Mm.
system.
Yep.
Okay, so that is never recommended to use global business rule or call global business rule. Better to use script includes. Okay,
Mm. Mm. Mm.
script include I will show you how we can execute in further sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep.
so these are the best practice which we need to know while writing our
Mm-hmm.
business rule. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so you can find best practice on ServiceNow developer document itself also. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
so this is our today's topic, glide system.
Mm-hmm.
So I will give you a glide system overview also.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be used much in the system. So glide system, what is glide system? So glide system, it is a collection of methods like which we execute in our server side scripting. Generally, we get some system level information using a glide system API. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose there is a system level information. Suppose there is a logged in user, right? And there is a date time thing. So we have to fetch current date or current date time, a logged in user, or what is the system defined dates. All right, so we can get system level information using Glide System API. And those Glide System API will only be executed on server side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So for client side, we already discussed earlier. We have discussed two type of API there, Glide user and Glide form. Do you
Mm-hmm.
remember
Yep, yep,
that we use for client side? But
yep.
for server side, we have different API that is Glide system. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move further. So those we talk about user method. So we have user methods which return currently logged in user information. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose, for example, you can see we have get user name, get user ID, get user display name, has role in group. So how we will use this? gs dot get user, gs dot get username, gs dot get user ID, gs dot get user display name, or gs dot has role. What it will do is like it will check whether the current logged in user has this role or not. Just typing gs dot has role. All right.
Yep.
And if you see, they have written some code here, and they have fetched this get user or username. So get user, they have already checked whether the current logged in user has admin role or not. So they have fetched in the using those methods. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I will show you, for example, in the system how we can utilize or how we can use these things, these user methods. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this methods we can use in any server side script like a business rule script include ACL or workflow, anywhere wherever server side execution is there, you can use these user methods frequently.
Yep.
Okay. And now, for example, if you see user method examples are provided here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now they are checking condition if current logged in user has role ITIL. If suppose current logged in user has ITIL role, so they will get these information. gs.add info message. It will return gs.get user. So what it will return? It will return this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So generally this will not be much used. First one, that
Mm-hmm.
is just an example. And second one, add info message returns gs.get username. This is used
Mm-hmm.
many times because it will return the user ID for logged in user admin. We have user ID field, right? For
Mm-hmm.
user table. So that will come here. And now they are getting gs.get user display name. So
Mm-hmm.
system administrator is the display name, first name and full name. It came everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And gs.get user ID will return the sys ID of the logged in user.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you have question? Any question here?
No, we can get these things with G form underscore get user
Yeah,
ID also, right? So what is the
yeah,
point
that's yeah. Go ahead.
using from here like a G glide system?
See, now what if suppose we are writing server side script, we
Mm-hmm.
cannot use glide form, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we will utilize this gs dot get user ID username, right?
Mm-hmm.
We cannot use those client side API and server side API. You cannot use it.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, that's why we have for server side we have different API. For client side we have different API.
Yep.
Okay, and now we will see some system methods. Also, we have lot of system methods are there. Those are just examples. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
So we have primary work with form objects, tables, fields, and logging.
Mhm.
Okay. So form
Mhm.
objects, we would be having form objects like current and previous for server side. Okay.
Mhm.
And for tables also, for tables we are using glide record. For fields we will use current dot field name. For logging we use gs dot print, gs dot log, gs dot get message, gs dot get info message, right?
Mhm.
gs dot event queue. Okay, this event queue we are triggering an event using our gs dot event queue. Okay,
Mhm.
and we can get the property also, gs dot get property, gs dot get preference. We can use it in our server side script as per the requirement. Suppose there would be a requirement like we have to use system property to be used in our scripting on server side, so we can utilize gs dot get property also.
Mhm.
All right, so so there are much methods in server side than client side, because
Mhm.
most of the execution generally happens for server side scripts.
Mhm.
That's why we have much more methods than client side.
Mhm.
All right,
Yeah.
so we have some system method examples here. So there is, first we can see if location is empty, we are using the caller's location. So suppose if location is not present, suppose we are seeing it on incident or any form, so we are not having any location, so we will add the caller id location. So caller, who would be the caller of that incident, that location will be populated in the location. All
Mhm.
right,
Mhm.
if current location is empty, so they are checking that if condition and they are setting the value.
Mhm.
So see how they are setting the value, current dot location dot set value, current dot caller id dot location.
Mhm.
Okay. And this setting value can also be done that way. Current dot location equal to current dot caller ID dot location. They can set the value that way also. Okay.
Mhm.
And now if you see we are having a log, we are generating a log for a system property. So you just see they have declared one variable from gs dot get property glide dot email dot username.
Mhm.
Okay, so they have got the property and now they are adding this property and getting the information and logging this property details in the log system logs. If you see gs.info, it will save the information in the log table. All
Mhm.
right.
Mhm.
You will see that below email recipients will see IT service desk in their mail inbox from column.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
From means like whatever from we are setting in that property.
Mhm.
Right. So this would be interesting for like everywhere you can utilize these kind of things.
Mhm.
Now we have date time method as well here. So this is one of the interesting part here, because here we can get current time, current date time, right? And we have multiple methods like minutes ago, quarters ago, months ago, years ago,
Mhm.
beginning of next month, end of next month, end of last week, beginning of last week, or date difference, gs dot date difference, and we will pass parameters here. So we have parameters, so which will calculate the difference between two date times. Okay,
Mhm.
so this will also be utilized more. If you see, we have examples of this. First day, suppose they are getting the value current dot get display value higher date. Last day, current dot get display value last date.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
And now they have got both the dates. Now what they are doing is like they are calculating the difference between both. See, if first day and last day, okay,
Mhm.
there is some value. They are checking whether first day and last day has some value. And inside that they are checking the difference. whether they are having the first day and last day is true and returning less than 0. So what that error message will show, the last day worked must be after the higher date.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
So they are just calculating the difference and they are telling, okay, so last day should be after the higher date. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if it would be greater than 0, so definitely it will be checking like last date is greater than higher date. Okay.
Mm.
And if this is returning as this is not correct, so they will make the last date as empty and they will abort the action in server
Mm-hmm.
side. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here if you see, they are ensuring whether the last day should not be before the first day. They are ensuring this with the help of this script. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Same way you can use for multiple plays or you can calculate the difference. So difference will be coming on integer form. So suppose today date is 20 higher date and next year same day we are having last day. So that will return 365 if we
Mm-hmm.
calculate the difference between today and next 1 year. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now we will see more glide date and glide date time examples. So this is very good. You will see they are getting a glide date, new glide date, set value, and they are getting the info here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see, they are getting the date info here. And glide date time, they are getting the glide date and time for current. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to define one object for glide date or glide date time, and then they can just add an info or just log it. Okay.
Yep.
And now you will see there is some restriction. Function log is not allowed in scoped applications. So we have to use gs.debug or gs.info. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For custom applications like which do not have global scope. All right.
Yep.
So it is same thing is written. You must use scoped APIs when developing a script for a scoped application. So the scoped glide system API provides method for accessing system level information in scoped application. So there is some API which will be executed, but not all of them. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So already they have mentioned what will not work. So function log is not allowed in scoped applications. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So rest we can use it in glide system, scoped glide system. So we have some logging methods in private application scope. So you can see we can use debug, error, info, warning, or debugging. So this you can use for custom applications. All right.
Mm-hmm.
This system logs gs dot. We cannot use gs dot log here. Okay.
Yep.
And now you will see some example for logging. So you can see they are checking. They have written a business rule here and they are checking a condition current.city.nil. If current city field is nil, then they are setting the value for that city. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And as well as they are setting the error if there is any error here. If you see spelling error is there in function. So this will show an error. This error occurred at runtime. Type error cannot find function set val in object. Okay.
Yep.
You can see in system log we have got like this is not the right method which we are using, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is all about glide system. So I hope you have understand much of the glide system usage,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
So let me go through the system and I will show you some more things. So you see, I will show you something.
Sorry, can you go back and show me how you get this?
So this is the
Okay,
script,
background. Yep.
background script. Yeah, here you can use GS because why I am using in background script, because this will show the information for logged in things, right? GS dot get user ID. What it will return?
User ID.
No, it will return sys ID of the logged in user. See,
Yep.
right?
Mm.
And now it's suppose
Username.
maybe this would be yeah. See, user ID. We have got the user ID for logged in user, right?
Mm.
And now suppose
User role.
no, that will be this way. Has role. Uh, I have clicked caps. Okay. Now I will check here. GS dot has role admin. Okay. So what it will return? It will return true.
Yes or no? Okay.
Okay. So I have admin role here. That's why it is returning true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And suppose
User display name.
okay. So yes dot get user.
User display.
And now you will see system administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now suppose more things. GS dot okay, because I also forgot sometime exact.
Glide.
Here we have to create an object and then you will get it. Oh, why it is coming these things. GS dot now date time it is. But I have written GS now.
Date only. Get now date. GS dot now date time. Now
We
date,
can use
yes.
now date also. Okay, not coming.
Date time. Yep.
Okay, for date it is not working. Date also it should work. GS dot. So here we can see glide date time we can use. We can add number of days also in those after getting those date time. So suppose if you declare those variable, okay, and you can add those just like this. So suppose we are getting this now date time ABC and ABC dot add days. Suppose I will add 4 and now GS dot info. Wow.
What happened?
Nothing. I just see.
XYZ.
Maybe I have to check that also. I got you. So there we have to add days. I will show you how. Method I have used, correct? I'm using it correctly only. Then what went wrong? Okay, I have to convert it to glide date time. So how what I am telling is like I will tell you. I will tell you what happened here. Actually, you have to convert the object
Mm-hmm.
to now date time because there can be some format change also. Sometime the date might get from your system time zone or time format. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, after 5 days it is showing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Why it is showing 5 days? Because it is taking the system time zone. For system it is 29.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why 3 is coming. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So this way we can use these date time things and we can add number of days. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And gs.info I am already showing how it worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can just add some message also here. Okay, it will. Okay, same you can use in your business rules. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And in other places of server side script, you can execute these gs.log and all things.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So how you find this interesting or like because this will be used many times
Mm-hmm.
because I will show you there is huge number of glide system APIs in ServiceNow. Now you will see here, see how much method we have for
Mm-hmm.
glide system. See there is add message, beginning of last month, which I was mentioning you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they have all the example here, all examples one by one,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
All example you will get, and there are not 110, there might be huge amount of lists. See,
Mm-hmm.
get property, get message, lot of things you can utilize. Get a script error, get session, you will get the current session object. Okay, you will
Mm-hmm.
get the session id, you can get the styles, you can get the time format. See,
Mm-hmm.
so you can get anything, and if you want to execute you can just try on your background script, all those script,
Mm-hmm.
and then it will execute. See,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it returns same thing. Get user, it will show the current user. Get user display name, I have shown you. Get user ID, I have shown you which ID of current user, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get username by user ID, that also you can do there. User display name also you can do. Get XML text also you can try. As role I have shown you, right?
Yeah.
As role in group you can check that as well. You can define role name and group.
Mm-hmm.
Hours ago also you can find.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there are huge amount of list to utilize these methods, glide system methods, which you will not get in client side APIs. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
see this is the list, glide system.
Yeah.
See how big is the list.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
Maybe 100.
Now date time, now glide date time. See they have.
Yeah.
Okay, see this is yeah. So gs dot now is the right one. See now I got it. Only for date also we have to just do gs dot now. You will get the current date. See 30.
Mm. Mm-mm.
So now date time we have to do now date time.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So let's see what is glide record. So what is a glide record? So like previously like we have written some of the script we have used directly objects of client side and in server side, like we in client side we have some of glide form API which we have used directly use to access our form fields, and in server side we have used current or previous object to fetch the value of fields in current form, right? but
Mm-hmm.
but what is a glide record? So glide record is used for database operations. Generally, if suppose we have to query any table, suppose in this screen we have they are using incident table and some description they are setting. Okay, so how is this happening? Because there might be some case when you are in some other form from suppose you are in service request form and you have to create incident using some condition execution. So you can create it using our business rule, and there you can write a glide record and you can query the incident table and you can create an incident using service request form. This can be done from any of the form. You can query any of the table in the system wherever the requirement comes, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
can query any table in ServiceNow to get the data of that table. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it is used for database operation instead of writing SQL queries. So this glide record will work just like SQL queries, but in ServiceNow we will use it as a glide record, but it will be executing on backend as an SQL queries. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you can see it will contains records or fields and it will execute on server side. Yeah, so one of the most important thing like glide record is is used to be it is better to use glide record in server side mostly, because it is server side is script which has to be executed, but lot of people uses glide record in client side also. It works there, but it is not recommended. It is not recommended to use glide record in client side as part of a best practice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep.
so you can see here the incident. They are querying an incident table and they are doing a add query short description is equal to cassette player.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have written a condition, now they are using a while loop. In while loop, they might get like multiple records. Those short description is cassette player. So suppose there are two incident where we have two cassette player incident. You can see those incident are there, which is
Mm-hmm.
returning to incident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now what they are doing after returning this incident, they are setting a description. What is this? The 1970s. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
this from here it will send the incident and those incident description will set and it will update in the database. Okay. So this description of these two incident based on short description will be updated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I will show you how you can create a glide record and what are the steps and what are the things you have to perform while you create a glide record for any table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Suppose you can see there are some steps. You can create a glide record query. So first step is there like you can create a glide record object for the table of interest. So table of interest means you can glide record to any table in ServiceNow. Okay, whether it is incident, problem, change, anyone, ABC, XYZ, any table you can query. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then second step is building the query condition. So you
Mm-hmm.
can query condition means like suppose you have to write some condition. Okay, uh, if suppose you have glide record the incident table, now you are adding a condition like I want only those incident which are having P1 priority one for that incident. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so we will add the condition. Okay, we want to retrieve the incident those are P1.
Mm-hmm.
So we will write a condition. So we will build the query condition there.
Mm-hmm.
And that third step will be executing the query. So we have to write a tag to execute the query.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will process return records with the script logic. So
Mm-hmm.
just like here, if you see, first step they are querying here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Second step, they are doing a condition. They have written a condition here. You can see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Third step is query. They are doing a query for this table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And fourth step is they are executing the script, whatever we want to execute. Okay. As per the requirements.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all four steps are added in this script. One, two, three, and four.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the steps which were returned. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we will know about each step, like what each step will do if we will create a glide record. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can see we have generated a object for a glide record. So
Mm-hmm.
general syntax is where my object new glide record table name. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now they have generated my object new glide record. They have selected a table change request for for an example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Change
Now
request is a record, right?
no, it is a table change request, change management.
Okay, okay.
So this is a table in ServiceNow, just like incident problem. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now what this glide record is doing, you can see some SQL query is running here. Select star from change request.
Mm-hmm.
This one word means this thing on backend of ServiceNow.
Yeah.
This just glide record, this one word is select star from change request.
Mm-hmm.
So it is very simplified in ServiceNow to use a SQL query. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the syntax. This is the example how you will utilize in your table. All right.
Yeah.
Now let's move to our step two where we will write some conditions, query conditions. So now step two is build the query condition. Now in previous step we have created an object where my object new glide record change request. Right. We have seen it in our first step. Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, second step, we will add some conditions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we will just take this object dot add query category equal to hardware and priority equal to priority not equal to 1,
Mm-hmm.
right? So how query will generate? Select star from change request where category
Condition.
equal to hardware and priority equal to 1, not equal to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it will return all those incident which category is hardware and priority is not equal to 1. So we will fetch all those change requests. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and now this is just working like a where clause. Where clause means we are building some conditions. All right.
Yep.
So these are the step two where we are generating a query condition. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now third step will be our query execution. So query execution is like we will take my object and dot query. So writing this line will query that particular table with this condition for this
Mm-hmm.
table. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is queried in database. Suppose this is our database and we have written my object dot query.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now suppose they have written two records using these conditions.
Yep.
So whatever we are getting any value, so that is the glide record object, whatever value we are getting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now in step 4, what we will do, we will process our script logic. If suppose we have added the condition and now we have got the change request. Now based on requirement, we can write our script logic. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So script logic generally you can use while, you can use if, okay, you can use these all logics. All
Yep.
right. So if you use while, so what while will do? It will check each record. If suppose it has written 4 records, okay, so it
Mm-hmm.
will execute 4 times. Okay.
Yep.
And if you are using if, then you will get only 1 record. Like first record will be returned and you will be utilizing this first record for your script execution. Okay.
Yep.
And has next, there is has next as well, which will return the record and check if there are more records in that object, glide record object. Okay.
Yep.
So these three things you can use when we are processing our return record using glide record. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have kept all steps together. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are creating a glide record object. Here we are adding a query condition. Here we are executing our query. And here we are writing our scripting logic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Scripting logic in the sense, suppose there would be some requirement from client or project, right? So that script logic you can apply here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all steps for executing our glide record. Okay.
Yep.
Now we will see how we can add or condition. So previously, like we have added the query and like we have just added two conditions. So that will work in and condition, these two query. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My object dot add query, field name operator value. If these two lines are written, then it will check in and condition. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose we have some of the requirement where we need to use or condition.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have to take category hardware and or priority not equal to 1. So what you
Mm-hmm.
have to do, you have to create the object of that query and then you can add the or condition on same
Okay.
object
Okay.
and then you can query the record.
Mm.
Okay.
Yep.
And you can execute or condition this way as well, how it is written below. My
Mm-hmm.
object dot add query category equal to hardware
Add
dot
yep.
add or condition priority not equal to 1. All
Mm.
right.
Yep.
So this way you can run or condition as well in glide record.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Next we have get method. So this get method is generally used for querying a single record. All right. If
Mm-hmm.
suppose we have to return only particular record, like we are working to execute a script for a single record, then you can use this get method. So what this get method will do, it will fetch the single record. It will provide you the single record. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So suppose they are getting the sys ID of particular record,
Yep.
right? Here they are getting the sys ID, right?
Mm-hmm.
Using get method. So here they are not doing any query, right? They are directly getting the sys ID, right?
Yep.
So here we didn't use add query, right?
Mm-hmm.
We directly use my object dot get current dot parent incident. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Unique value, that means sys ID of the record. All right.
Yep.
So this way you can use get method. And now we have an encoded query. So
Mm-hmm.
how encoded query is generated? So you might have known we have our list. Whenever we open any list layout of any record, suppose we have opened incident list. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have added multiple conditions there, like
Mm-hmm.
it is not P1, it is active. From there you can copy the query directly, and you can use the method glide record object dot add encoded query, and under you can define that complete query. You don't have
Mm-hmm.
to write or check anything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will show you how this encoded query works. An example. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move. Yeah. So this is one of the good thing. I think this is not used that much as well, but
Mm-hmm.
this was also the thing. I just want you to know, that's it. This is
Mm-hmm.
not used generally. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what is glide record secure? So glide record secure is just like a glide record, but difference is like it will function as a glide record, and this this extra thing it happens, it enforces ACLs to be executed with this glide record. So that's why it is called glide record secure. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It will execute and check ACL as well for that particular table.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. That's it. Rest everything is same. Everything query condition, everything is same. Just you will use glide record secure instead of glide record. That's it. All right.
Yep.
So this will not be used any time. Okay. I have also not used any time in any project. Glide record
Mm-hmm.
secure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just want you to know, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So any questions here?
No. Good.
I will show you how we can generate this glide record.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we have only these three or four methods, or do we have many?
Methods like,
Like this add encode query get method,
yeah,
add or
these are
condition.
only, yeah, three, four things. Yes. For
Mm.
doing any query. That's it.
Mm.
Not much thing you have to remember here.
Yeah.
And there is one good thing. While you will write any code in ServiceNow, you will get the suggestions, what all you
Yeah.
can utilize,
Yeah.
right?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, so you can utilize most of them. But generally, Generally, what is used, I have shown you the same thing. Okay.
Mm.
Rest, there are many things you can use, right?
Okay.
You have
Okay.
already seen there are a lot of things which you can utilize.
Mm.
Okay. So let's move. I will show you this in background script. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me open incident list as well. So I will show you what is happening. Suppose I will pick in progress ones. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So we will start. Create one of the object. INC object. New glide record. So we will use the braces here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Incident. So this is our object creation. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we have created an object. Okay. And now what we will do? We will add a condition, right?
Yep. Dot
Dot
add query.
add query.
Spelling.
Okay. Now
Mm.
here what I will do? I will
Condition.
add how much condition should I add? Open this open incident. Yeah. Active true and state is
In
suppose I
progress.
will take in progress. Yes.
Yeah.
So these two condition I will check. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check what is the value of in progress.
I think 2 or 3.
Yeah, something would be there. So I have to check. 2.
2. Oh, they don't start with 0, 1, 2, 3 like that in
No, they
service.
start. There would be 0, 1, 2.
Okay.
But these are coming from task table, right?
Mm.
So here also I could have find it is 2.
Mm.
And now we will check active is true.
Mm.
Okay. So two conditions we will apply here.
Yep.
Okay. Let me copy this object first 2 times. Okay.
Active equal to true.
Here we will check. We just have to write this thing. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Active is true and
State is 1.
it is
1.
1. Okay. So now this is the condition which is added.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm.
Now I will do the what I will do next.
Execute.
Yeah, query the table. Okay.
Mm.
Now what I will do, I will use while loop here.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
Dot next. And now we will use gs.info just for displaying the message. Okay.
Yep. Mm.
So what I will display here, incident object dot number.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
Now see how many we have 23. Okay.
Mm.
Now let me display the count as well.
Count.
Get row count. That is method direct. What we have got? 16.
16. How come we have 23?
Yeah, wait. Let me check.
Maybe those are duplicates.
No, I have checked the correct wrong state. See?
State is 2. 2.
Yeah. So now I will run, it will return 23.
Yep.
Okay, with all the incident number. Okay.
Yep.
You can see all the incident displayed here, 23. So these are this way you can execute your glide record. Okay, now I will show you how encoded query works. Okay,
Yep.
it will work same way. Nothing we have to do much. We just have to add encoded query. We will remove above query. Okay, this will use encoded query. Now I will show how encoded query works. So this is the filter which we have applied. Okay.
Yep.
We can right click here and copy the query. Okay. And now you will see how this will generate. See,
Yep.
in single line you have generated the encoded query. Okay. Now you will run the script. You will get same result.
Yep.
Right. So this is good, right?
Yeah.
And you have to
Instead
remember.
of taking the condition manually,
Yeah.
we just copy the query directly from the.
Yeah. So not all the time this works. Sometime you have to write separately. Okay. This will not work all the time. Okay. That's why I showed you both the methods. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it is easy, right?
Yeah.
You can fetch the record from server side using a glide record, right? So uh, it is easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah. So this is just only 4 things you have to remember. Execution, you can do anything. You can write anything here. You can execute anything inside this while loop or if loop. If you are applying a single record loop.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So it is interesting for you right now.
Yeah. It's good.
Okay. So I think that's all about glide record. So I think this session was good for you.
Yep.
Okay. So try to practice it. It is not that difficult. You can just, for checking whether you're doing correct or not, you can just verify this way, how I have done right now. Okay. And this you can execute in server side. Why I haven't executed? Because I didn't write any business rule. You can apply this in any business rule. Okay. In the next session, like we have a script include, there I will show you how you can use these values. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is all about glide record. So if you have any question, you can ask.
I think good. So far, so good. But for the methods, we need to check for the documentation. But
Yeah,
what are the
like
frequently we use for the glide record?
will show you. I will not create it, but I will show you how it will happen. Okay. Let me try to generate some dummy. Now here you will get to know.
Incident. Why it's giving here? Okay.
Now, okay. Now if you see here, add query, you don't have to write manually. You will get it. Like suppose INCOBJ. I will do just dot. You will get all the thing. Get display name, get row count, which I have used here. Right? You will get all those method. And it will show by name. Only you will understand for what we are using it.
Yep.
right?
Mm.
Same way you can utilize it here as well, whatever you want to do. Obj dot state, you can check any field also using dot forking. Get row
Mm.
count, get table name, right?
Mm.
Okay. So this way you can use it. You don't have to remember also. That's what
Mm.
I was telling. It will be easy. You will see everything you can utilize here.
Mm.
And description is written here. If you see, can create, can delete, can read, write. Okay. Get row
Yep.
count, delete multiple, delete record, display name, display value. Okay.
Yep.
This way you can retrieve anything as part
Mm.
of particular field.
Mm.
Have
Yeah.
you got it? How you can
Yep.
use those methods. You don't have to remember actually.
Yep.
As
Yep.
simple.
Yeah.
And you will not use this more frequently. More frequently, which you will use, I already showed you.
Row count.
People, what people will do, they will execute something inside this while loop. They will write if condition, and they will calculate something based on the requirement.
Mm. Yep.
So clear now?
Yeah.
And from here, you can just debug your code as well.
Mm.
Okay, you can check the syntax from
Yep.
here. If something is wrong, it will show you the error just like
Yep.
this.
Yep.
See, missing semicolon.
Yep.
Okay. If I will miss something here, it will show an error, unexpected token. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
So you will, it is very easy in ServiceNow to write a script. All right.
Mm.
So I think that is all about glide record.
Okay. For today. Mm.
Yeah, that's all for today. So today, we will discuss about workflow. So this workflow topic is like one of the important topic because whenever we are working on any project, suppose we are having like some process build in, suppose I will take example of ITSM application. So we have catalog items, and in incident we have SLA. So in SLA, all the calculations or notifications which are triggered, those are triggered using our workflow.
Mm.
Because what workflow does is it is a automating steps, because it generally automates the process. If suppose, for an example, suppose we are having a catalog item for some access request, and it has to be fulfilled automatically, like automatic approval should go, and the person should do the approval, and after approving those access request, the automatic catalog task or some task gets generated, so that relevant team starts working on that particular task, and then automation works as soon as the task is completed, so their complete process completed. So for this kind of purpose, our workflow is used. So what workflow is? So it is an interface where we have multiple activities that can be added as per the requirement, uh, such as approvals, notification, tasks, right? So we have multiple activities. So we will get to know what all those activities, because those are not just one or two. So there are many activities in work which can be utilized, and it will look like a flowchart. Like we used to create or study about flowchart in very earlier stage of our education. We have learned what is flowchart algorithm. So flowchart generally we draw some step-by-step procedure to a certain coding algorithm, right? So same way workflow is running here. So it has multiple activities and we can label it as per the information whatever we provide to those activities and transitions from one activity to another. Okay. So those are workflows. So for just an example, I will show, I will just take this change request. Suppose this is an example of flow workflow. So you are able to see my screen here.
Yeah, I can see.
So these are the flowchart representation of this particular automation process. Okay, here you can see as soon as we click on new, this begin and end will come by default, and rest of the activities you have to get it from these core activities, right? So you can see here we have multiple core activities: approval, notifications, and on condition we have if condition, switch, wait for condition, right? And in notification we have create event, generate notification. On call we have certain features to be utilized. And in service catalog side we have a scriptable order guide. Subflows we can run. We can add other flow within this particular flow. So for that purpose we can use subflow also. And task side we can create any task or catalog task. And in timer we can define certain timer. This timer is generally used whenever we want some calculations to be done, like in SLA workflow. So in SLA we have to calculate the SLA time, like it is completed 25%, 50%, 100%, right? So based on that this timer is used. And in utilities side, we have multiple things in utilities like set value, run script, right? Return value, join, branch. So these all activities can be done within this core activities. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the core activities when you create any workflow. So you have to use all those activities according to the requirement. Suppose if they are asking to provide approval or notification or some task generation as part of catalog item. So you can utilize these all activities here from here. All right. And then next, I will tell you some things. So getting started with workflows. So how you will navigate to your workflow editor. You have to type here workflow editor and you will get this under workflow, you will get workflow editor. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
As soon as you click on this workflow editor, you will redirect to this welcome screen. Okay, and all the existing workflow can be visible here and here as well. Okay, but here you will see all the workflows, and here you can see like published workflows or checked out workflows. Okay, and now you can see workflow consists of multiple parts like properties, activities, transition, exit conditions, contexts, versions, right? So properties will generally have the properties of that particular workflow, like workflow name or the table where this workflow is running. So we will see what this property is all. So this is the property. Suppose this is the workflow and this is the property. Okay. And as soon as I have clicked on this workflow properties, you will see some basic basic things of this workflow that would be added here. You can see name table is added here, right? And now we have activities. So activities are those ones, core activities. Okay. So those activities are sequence of operations the workflow performs, such as generating record, notify approvals, or running a script, right? So those all activities are performed to generate the automation for catalog item or SLA or change request or any table wherever we are trying to automate the things. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the transition? Specify the condition under which to run an activity. So these are the transitions like happening. Suppose this is executed and now they have written some condition here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it is yes, it will go here. If it is no, it will run this,
Mm-hmm.
right? So same way, these are the transitions, like on what base you have to run your next activity, okay?
Yeah.
Or what actions you have to perform first, and then after that you have to perform that, and then after that you have to perform certain things step by step, okay?
Yep.
Now here is the exit condition. That is like transition exit conditions are almost the same. They are talking about these transitions running, this transition from this activity to this activity to this. So these are the transitions happening from one activity to another, right?
Yep.
And we have this end activity where the workflow gets end as soon as the workflow is finished here.
Mm-hmm.
So suppose then this automation is completed for that particular process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And yeah, so these all I have already shown. See, this is the transition we are showing from this activity to this, right?
Yep.
And here simple exit condition. Exit condition means if suppose our approval is approved, what we have to do, and suppose our approval is rejected, what we have to do. So these are the exit condition from this activity. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see they have shown the example of a standard change workflow. Like I'm showing you the example for item designer approvals. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see here we have begin activity, then approval action, wait for condition. And here, suppose wait for condition is also one of the important activity because you can wait for certain conditions to be happened. Suppose a state is new and now you want like next activity to be performed when a state is in progress. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this will wait until that particular record is set to in progress. As soon as it is set to in progress, it will execute the next condition. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And now we will talk about this workflow activities. So core activities, I have mentioned you, right? Those are the core activities: approval, rollback, condition, notification, subflow, task workflow activities, timer workflow activities, utility workflow activities. So those are all the activities. See, utility activities are those, right?
Mm-hmm.
So far, any question here? Like for what purpose this workflow is used? Can you tell me for what purpose this workflow is used?
Automation of activities.
Automation for the process.
Yep.
Suppose any process, you can just think about catalog item. So catalog item
Approvals.
generally have approvals, notifications, task generation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if suppose there are more complex requirement for catalog ones, so they will have lot of activities based on conditions. They will trigger certain tasks, or they can generate 5 tasks, 6 tasks, 10 tasks, any number of tasks they can generate here step by step.
Yep.
Okay, so workflow is used for the automation of particular process, like whichever wherever we are defining this workflow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now let me try to create one. Suppose let me open one of the suppose we have a standard laptop. Okay. Let me open and see if any workflow is added for this one. See, this is a catalog item. Okay. And for any catalog item, you have to select the table as SC request item on that workflow.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have to add that workflow here.
There is a workflow.
Yeah, there is existing workflow. I can create new one also. So I will just remove this. So whatever workflow you create there for catalog item, you have to define that workflow here. Okay, otherwise nothing will get executed.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me try to create new one and I will add here that new flow. Okay, and it is telling at least one of the workflow or execution plan should be filled when order is placed. Okay. Then only you can define, okay, this process is running perfectly fine because no any automation will happen and that support person has to close this ticket manually, right? Which would be frustrating for any organization because they will get huge number of requests as a complete organization, right?
Yeah.
So they cannot close it one by one. So that's why we have some automation process defined for every process. Okay. So now let's try to create a workflow. So let me click on new. You can give name, any name. I will write standard laptop workflow. Okay.
C, just put C because customized.
Yeah, we will remember and next time the person will know. And here we will select SC request item.
Yep.
Okay. For requested item, we are generating the flow. Okay. And now we will click on submit. After clicking on submit, two activity will get auto generated. One is begin and one is end.
Yeah.
You can see here, right? And now what I will do is like I will drag and drop here. I will just delete this line, this transitions. And now what I will do, I will add an approval. Here you can define to whom the approval should go. Okay.
We do the same thing in Flow Designer as well, right?
Yeah, Flow Designer also we do the same thing, but UI is completely different. And Flow Designer, that is the new thing which ServiceNow has introduced like 2 years back, I think, 2-3 years or more, because Flow Designer, I think it is started from 2016 or 17, but still it is not replaced till now.
Yeah, workflow.
Yeah, because what happens is like it work very efficiently, this workflow. And they have introduced new Flow Designer. Flow Designer is very good for some integration, third-party integration. It is very good.
Okay.
Okay. But this workflow works very efficiently. So that's why people are still using this workflow. Okay. So now I will add like
Approval, user approval
approval
for user
approval
laptop.
to some user. I will add same way. Okay. And here you can define the stage as well. Suppose we will send the approval. So what will happen? The state should request waiting for approval, right?
First, we will request approval, right? Then it
Yeah,
will
that
be wait.
it will request and it will be set as requested only, right? So it will be waiting for approval, right? As soon as it will request, it will be waiting for approval only, right? For a stage. And now we can define like a script as well here for approval, or we can define user particular, or we can add particular group as well for whole approval. So suppose let me add one of the user, Abel Twitter. Okay, and I will add one group as well, App Engine Studio user. So this approval will go to user and group users. Whatever group user will be there in this group. And here you can see anyone to approve. Okay. So here you can select everyone to approve, anyone to approve.
Yeah,
So if you
everyone
select,
to approve.
yeah, because mostly this will be selected because everyone to approve means if suppose there are 10 people, so everybody should do the approval, then only workflow will proceed. So that's why generally it is anyone to approve. Okay. Let me submit this approval activity. And you can see I have generated one transition from here to here. And now we have to provide exit transitions from here. Like what happens when approver has approved and what happens when approver has rejected. Okay.
Yeah.
And now suppose approval is approved. So we will create a catalog task. Assign a laptop to the user. Okay. Now, what will be the stage? Stage will be fulfillment here because request is already approved, right? So it is under fulfillment stage. Okay.
Yeah.
And we can define some short description. Assign a laptop to the user. Okay.
Yeah.
And now, after approving, it will generate a catalog task. Okay.
Yeah.
And now what we will do on, we will set some value when it is rejected. Okay. We will cancel the request. Okay. Request cancelled. Okay. And setting stage cancelled will do our job. So let's submit it. And let's, after rejection, request cancelled and our workflow is end. Okay. And here also, after our catalog task is completed,
Fulfillment.
flow can be end. Okay. But we can set the value. We can set value for completed. Like our flow is completed, so that correct value is set in record. Okay. And now after this transition will be on end. Okay. Now this workflow will not be triggered until we will do this workflow as published. So you can see this workflow is published now, a standard laptop workflow. Now we will see, we will add our workflow here. Okay, and we will save this. Okay. Now we will try to execute this catalog item, standard laptop. Okay. Now we will select user. Now we will click on order now. and now we can click on the record request. So this request is generated, and under this request RITM is generated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you can see stage is waiting for approval.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see the approval. See, the approval is
From
gone.
the group.
Okay, so there is one more part. Okay, service catalog approval is also triggered. Okay, so that this we can just approve it. This is the out of the box flow for request.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be creating for our requested item. Okay, it depends like how client wants it to be executed. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so generally request workflow is stopped for all the customers. So you can see our RITM two user this workflow is generated, approval is generated.
Mm-hmm.
This one of them, this is the user part of that particular group, enable Twitter we have selected it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you see, we have able Twitter and this group. This group
Mm-hmm.
has only one user, that is creator user. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
both of them have got the approval. Now they would have got the email as well for this
Mm-hmm.
approval. If I click on this, the approval is also triggered to them for approving, and they can approve this request using system also, logging in ServiceNow, and they can just click on approve
Mm-hmm.
like this. And you will see as soon as approval is done, our next approval goes to no longer required, right?
Because we chose anyone can approve.
Yeah, and you can see our stage is set to fulfillment after the approval is completed. And
Mm-hmm.
we can check our workflow also, where our workflow is there right now. You can see approval is completed and it is stuck in catalog task.
Mm-hmm.
So it will not move further until this catalog task is completed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let us try to complete this task. Suppose I have clicked on close task. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you can see
Close
what happened.
complete. Yep.
RITM is close completed, and if you refresh this, you see
Mm.
this activity is completed. Our RITM is also completed, right?
Mm.
You can see our parent request is also completed, close complete.
Yep.
So everything is done automatically, right? This approval is generated automatically. The user just has to approve, the authority who has to approve, right?
Yep.
And then it is assigned automatically to the support person.
Yep.
Okay, and that person is completing the task and it is automatically getting completed,
Mm-hmm.
everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this way, the workflow is used and utilized for multiple. You can utilize it for incident also, change also, problem also. Any table you can apply this particular workflow. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but you have to select the correct table and conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose if I click on new, okay, now I will type test incident flow.
Yep.
Now here you have to select incident, then only it will run for incident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can see I have added incident table. Now you can add the condition here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what you have to do for what condition you can define here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose like what can I? Suppose short description contains testing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
what we can do here. Suppose I will just give you an example. As soon as short description is testing, so I will set incident pose or resolve as it is testing request. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And now I have submitted it, and very basic flow. Nothing, just trying to show you how it will work for other table as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now let us go to our incident list. Now let me save it. What happened here? Properties. Okay, I got to know why it didn't change, because we cannot move from new to close. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so let me just, because some another rule is running here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's why undefined it is returning. So I will change what we have to set. Let us check out. As soon as you have to modify any changes, you have to do checkout first.
Mm-hmm.
Then only you can modify the workflow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just add in progress
Yeah.
instead of resolve, because state transition is running there. That's why it didn't get changed. Why it didn't change again? Is there anything I'm missing here? Same thing, it is executing.
Maybe another script running.
Yeah, so let me do one thing. What table I can take? Check for problem, because there would be some thing running backside of those flow, That's why it doesn't get changed. Mm,
Urgency, you can set urgency value. If short description is something VIP.
let me remove the condition from problem. Okay. Active is true, and we will execute this flow. Okay. What do you have to set?
No, if the short description is
Set problem.
short description is VIP contains, sorry,
I will.
description.
We don't have here. We have problem statement. Yeah. Publish. And now I will create a new problem. Okay.
We have a description. Okay, that's a mandatory field.
Yeah. So we will see whether it is working or not. Why this is not working?
No, problem statement you mentioned testing, right? Testing workflow.
Yeah. That's why I'm seeing it. Why it's not running.
What is this diagram or view? Okay,
That
diagram or view
is
is like, yeah, got it.
if it's true, rest all is fine. Testing the workflow. Workflow versions. What is the flow name? Test incident workflow. Okay. Wow, it is running, but what happened with this? Workflow context we have to. This request. Why? You'll see how many table it is executing. Requested item, change request. Why
Yeah.
it is not generated for incident and problem? Something wrong or what? Hmm. I don't know what to say here. Straightforward things I have provided then also. Category should be publish. Let me try to create new problem. It should generate. I don't know why.
Why?
Not generating. Maybe some work, a business rule might have doing some impact because we generally don't write flow. Very wrong thing. It should be executing. See in change request also. If I click on properties, you will see change request here. Okay.
Yep.
And they have defined. Okay. Let me try to do this. What I am setting category is software. Let me create problem again. Category is not set anything. Okay. Now see category is set to software. It's working now. Okay.
Yep.
So what we have to do while creating, this is new thing. I think it should be auto selected there. Okay. This should be auto selected. I will tell you why it was not running. So general was fine. In condition, I have, if suppose I have added any condition, so I have to check here, run the workflow always. Okay. If we are writing some condition, we have to just check if condition matches, run the workflow always. Okay, active true. That's why our you will see category is set to software, right? And now let me show you testing the flow. Once more, I will show you how it worked. Okay, I will create a new problem again. I will save this. You will see the category and description will get set. Okay. See, the description and category is set. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the way you can like write a workflow for any table. And if suppose we don't have show workflow button here, so you can go to workflow context. Okay. Right now I have shown some time before. See, problem 0000040005. This is the 0005, right? And it executed. And you can see the execution here. See, all was executed. Okay. So you can check on backend also whether your workflow is stuck or running or stuck to some specific conditions. Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're clear about it.
Yeah.
Workflow. So what is the reason for using workflow?
Automating the process activities like approvals,
Yeah.
conditions, yeah, but automation of process activities.
Yeah. All right. So you are clear like how
Yeah.
you can utilize workflow and create workflow.
Yeah.
Okay. What all place you can use it?
Catalogs, approvals, events.
No, what all place you can utilize it? Those are the activities which you can use. But where you can utilize it? These are the activities which you just mentioned. Okay. But how you will utilize those?
I do not understand the question. How you create
Like
the
where you will create the workflow?
workflow editor?
No, like for what purpose you will create it? What is the reason you will select to create workflow?
For the change request approvals, catalog the task activities, catalog task approvals. Is that the one?
Yeah, and we can create it for other process like incident, problem, change, requested item,
Yeah,
task.
any approval process approvals like even I can use in GRC as well, right? GRC
Yeah, you
task
can
approvals.
yeah, you can use it anywhere and you can perform any action also. Like suppose right now I have shown how it worked for problem, right? You can set the values and why we are not using most frequently for tables because we are not making it the process execution based on workflow, right? Because it can take any time. Like suppose if it is waiting for some vendor user, so we cannot just make a workflow hold for long time for certain things.
Yeah.
That's why, and we generally only set values on some conditions. Not always we will execute some flow in all the tables. Okay. That's why people generally use business rule client script for independent tables. About this data load, how we can load the data, and what is the process we can load the data. Uh, so we have multiple data source through which we can load the data in ServiceNow. So like external data source can be JDBC, HTTP, Excel, CSV, or XML. So these are the data source which we can use to create and upload the data in ServiceNow, right? So there can be any number of any table like we can import the data just like CMDB, user, incident, group, location, or any table like any custom table or some mapping tables. So we can map our fields according to the external data. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And for this, we are using import set table to map the data from external data source to the target table using our transformation. Okay. So one of the important thing between this data source and target table is like import set table and transformation of tables. So what import set table does? Import set table generally create a staging table. So like it will be some you can call it as a bridge table where you will get all the data from this external data source. Okay,
Yeah.
and it will add all the data in this staging table that is called import set table, and then using this transformation we will map those fields to the target tables. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so that our data will just look like when we load look like just as a data source. Suppose any user information is there in some data source and we will get the same information in target tables using our import set table or transformation. Okay, same way LDAP integration is happening. They are having some import set table and then they are updating or creating a user in user table. Okay,
Yeah.
so import set table will be acting as a staging table. Transformation will be acting as a bridge between import set table and the target table. All
Yep.
right. So we have to create a data source first. What kind of data source is required? And then they are having some data source fields. I will tell you other way, not just a theoretical way. I will just tell you how we can create and do based on our Excel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there only I will explain what is this import set and then transformation and this uploading the data in target tables. Okay.
Yep.
So suppose we are having this data source as an Excel format. Okay. Hello.
Yeah. Yep.
So we are having this data, suppose sample data. Okay. This we don't, it is not present in the system right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can check also, or I can make you check. It's not present right now. You will see this data is not present in ServiceNow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this also. And you can see these are some users which are already created, 622 users. And these are our template. And now what we have to do is like we have to load this user data in ServiceNow. Okay.
Yep.
Now what we will do is like we will
Import
just
data.
not import data. First we will use this data load.
Okay.
Sorry, it will be load data. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the load data and I will click on this load data. So you will see what will happen. Now we have to create import set table, right? It is not created already. We will create it for first time. Okay. But from next time, whenever you will load the data, it's not required to create import set table every time. You will just use existing table. Okay.
Yeah.
For now, I am creating
User.
user import set table. I have defined my user import set table name. Okay. And now there are two
Data source
options:
Excel.
data source and file. Data source will be like Okta, Google, or some CSV files or HTTP, JDBC. These all data source where we can write the SQL query or JDBC query to fetch the record from external system. Okay. And those query will be running frequently. Okay. And we will select right now file. Okay. Because we have our external file, right? And you can see we have sheet number, header, row also.
Yep.
Okay. This is for like if suppose we are having 5 tabs in Excel, so we can define which tab you want to upload data. All right. So let us select our, this is our file. Okay. I will click on submit. Now you can see our 2 records has been inserted and 2 is processed.
Yep.
Okay. Now you can see our import set table is created. I will show you on backend. See, our import set table is created, user import set table, and 2 records is created here. Now let us see what is there in these records. You can see this field are automatically created.
Yeah.
And import set table, you see custom fields. Those are custom fields. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are 2 records created because there was 2 records in our Excel, and import set table is also created, right? So you can see there is import set. Import set I have already shown you. This is the import set. You can see the state. Our data is loaded, right?
Yep.
This is the status. Whatever our file is loaded. And now you can see we can go to the newly imported data inside the table in this import set table. If I click here, you will see the data. 2 records are there, right?
Yep.
And now other part is transform map, which I was mentioning, like when we have to map the data from external data source or file to the target table. So we have to generate a transform map. Okay.
Yep.
So from after that, like a data load, import set table creation, this screen will come, and if you have to click on create transform. Okay, now you can see source table will be automatically selected here. Okay.
Yeah.
And here we have to select our target table. Our target table is
User. _user.
that will not come easily.
_user. If you enter _user.
It will not come because we have this user a lot of things. See. So I have selected this target table as user. I'm giving some name, upload user data for transform map. And now I will save this record. So this is saved now. Okay. And we have 2 related link, auto map and mapping assist. Mapping assist, we can manually map the field. Auto map will auto map the field according to the matching columns. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will click on auto map. It will generate 4 field maps.
Mm-hmm.
See, because we
Yeah.
were having 4 field: email, username, mobile, and name.
Yep.
Right now, this is created. Okay, transform map is created and mapping is also created. Now we have to load this data, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So for loading this data, we will transform, we will run this transform map. So for running this, we will click on transform. Okay.
Yeah.
So now you can see our transform map is already selected here
Mm-hmm.
for user table. Okay, and we will click on transform. See, our transformation is complete. And now we will check our import set. You will see our complete import set run is completed.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
These are the 2 rows which is inserted in the system. And now we will see 622 are there, but we have inserted 2 new. So the count will be 624. See.
Yep.
And now we will see how that is looking. Created field. And now you can see these are the 2 records, right?
Yep.
User ID, name, email, and mobile phone,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So the data is loaded. So these all thing we have to proceed if we are loading data using Excel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I will talk about some data source also. So you can see system import set, we have data source also.
Yep.
Now I will show you some example. They have already some JDBC examples. You can see they have see they have some username, password, they have some server, and they are returning all rows from particular table. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They have selected type as JDBC, form as Oracle, Oracle SID, Oracle port, and then they have selected the table name and Oracle,
Mm-hmm.
and they will fetch all the records and they will transform it. If you want to write a specific SQL statement, you can write here. Select star from table name where name, right? You can write your SQL statement here. If we are connecting it from some servers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the same way there is CSV file here. They can select CSV file or they can provide the path as well. See, if it is stored in a relevant path for particular servers. Okay.
Yep.
So you can just configure this data source, whatever details it is asking, username, password, or whatever. So there is one example for Azure AD as well. So they have selected this OIDC type. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have REST also, custom load by script, JDBC. So currently I don't have server, otherwise I could have shown you this example as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the example for our data source which is created automatically. So using data load, this data source generates automatically. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can see whatever we have done that is configured here. Imports a table name, type. Sorry. This is the format of our Excel file, and file retrievable method is attachment. Okay, we can use FTP also. For that, you have to provide the location and server name and username password, and you can access the file from there. Okay,
Yep.
and this is the transformation which we have done and uploaded our data. Okay, so this is the data source. Inside this, we are having transform map. Inside that, we have field mapping. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and if suppose we are selecting a college, so what will happen with college? Suppose my name is populated. Suppose this user is populated Prashant.Kumar. And now I have selected college on this user ID field. Okay.
Only the updated updates will be recorded.
So yeah, only updates for this record will happen. It will not reinsert the data
Yeah.
for this user ID.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Got it?
If it is not there, then only it will create the new entry.
Yeah. So if it is not present, then only it will create. And if it is present, it will update the record.
Yeah.
So
Only
this is the
update
law.
will, otherwise it
Yeah.
doesn't like duplicate it.
So it behaves like a primary key.
Yeah, it doesn't allow the duplication.
Yeah. So it is just like a primary key which we use in our SQL query,
Yeah.
right? So have you understood about data load?
Yeah.
So I think it might be the simplest thing in ServiceNow
Yeah.
you have seen, right?
Yeah.
And now these things can be done other way also. One new method I will show you because that was my favorite topic also in last to last version. So let me delete this data. So that is also quite simple. This is the old view and now I will show how you can create. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that you will like it. It's not like flow design. That you will like it because this is also new thing. So here we
Okay.
have integration hub import,
Mm.
right? So I will click here and it will open completely a new UI.
Mm-hmm.
Here also same thing happens. Difference is nothing on backend.
Yeah.
All right, but we have a good view here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and now we will click on new and we will just type a name user data load. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you because whenever no scripting is required, you should use this one while data load. Because what happens is like sometime some people don't want developer to be uploading data,
Mm-hmm.
right? They can do it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like if suppose there is some team not team lead, suppose there is scrum master or business analyst, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if there is such thing like client told okay you can do the data load, it is very easy, right? So that's why this thing has been introduced so that some less technical people can also upload the data.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I will select Excel here. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
I will select this user table. See, I have selected. And now you can see you have find instantly you are able to view 4 columns here,
Yeah.
right? And I have did nothing. It just loaded here.
Mm.
We will type one, we will type one. And now we will save it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we will go to map to target.
Mm.
Now target table will be
Sys underscore user.
this one. Okay.
Mm.
So this is the target table which I have added. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can see I have clicked on this record. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can see we have auto map option, right?
Yeah.
I will click here. So auto map is generated here. See, for 4 fields, right?
Yeah.
For email is populated. These are the field which is there in user table. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But not all fields are mapped. We have 4 fields: email, mobile phone, name, and
Username and
yeah,
email ID. Yep.
mobile phone it has populated 2 times because there is business phone and mobile phone. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
we can remove this business phone from here. Okay. We will map only 4 field. So this mapping we have to map correct one. User ID is for user ID, not name. Okay.
Yeah.
And now we are done with mapping. Now we are saving this. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is done. And now we will come to our schedule imports. And now I will run the import. That's it. So this schedule job is created automatically.
Mm-hmm.
And now we will see this is generated.
Okay, we can schedule it if
See,
you want this run import.
see 624. It is created again right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can see just now it is created.
Yeah.
Right. So this is just a process. This is a data load using integration hub.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
But schedule, okay, can
schedule
you?
schedule we can do. Yeah, schedule we can do. Suppose generally people load data on weekends, or they schedule their data on weekends,
Mm-hmm.
right? But for here we have schedule imports which is created automatically,
Mm-hmm.
and we can schedule it when you have to run monthly, daily, periodically. Monthly, daily,
Mm-hmm.
periodically it will
But
come.
if they are doing like a monthly, how they map all these things? They need to put the Excel file, right?
Yeah, so that file will be yeah, they have to add that file. That's it. And it will run automatically.
But it's not automatic again. I mean, we need
For
to add the
automatic,
table.
you have to create that automatic thing, because the
Do we have like any condition like record producer? They will get the data and they will put the
no,
file.
see, that's why I'm telling the person who is responsible for data thing. So he will provide data directly. He will not upload data somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
right? He will not submit some request to upload the data.
Mm-hmm.
He will just provide you the data, whoever is the responsible person for data load,
Okay. Yeah.
right? And if you have to like create some file type of thing that I have already mentioned on that transform map, you can create a data source and you can provide the username and password, and it will fetch the file automatically, and it will run every week or month.
Yep.
So that way you can do. This is just like a one time data load is done, or you're doing every month, right? This is very simple one. You just have to replace this file. That's it.
Yeah.
You have to come here, you have to remove this, and you can re-upload new file here. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to do any other thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this access is provided to general non-technical people also,
Yeah.
right? So this is very
Like
easy
this is like
for
same
them.
like how we are
If
uploading
if
documents in normal.
Yeah, if they will go to submit request, instead of that, he will come and upload the data here. That's it.
Yeah.
And the things will be executed automatically.
Yep.
Right. So, did you find it easy? easier than data load transform map?
Easiest.
Yeah. So this thing, whatever we have done, everything is created on backend also. Same way how it is created using transform map or import set table.
Yep.
Okay, same thing is happening, but that is created on backend. But UI you will not find such problem uh, to be more hectic. Okay, and you can map and write some manual also here. You can type some manual things and you can map the things. Okay,
Yep.
so you can do it however you want it to be, and you can go to the mapping properties. All right.
Yep.
So now you can see our one of the why it is loaded as integration, because we can like upload the file or time to time. Here if you can see we have a spoke as well,
Mm-hmm.
so we can create our data stream action, or some plugin will be installed and then you can do the integrations here
Yeah.
also. It's written go to store, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can fetch those files from other servers or some locations. So we can configure those things under spokes. Okay.
Yeah.
Because those are paid things. That's why it is showing no data stream actions. Okay.
Yeah.
So here you can, it's not required to upload the data again and again. You can create the integration here itself.
Mm-hmm.
That is quite easy, right?
Yeah.
And schedule is like simple thing. You can schedule it on any days or whenever you want it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, most of the time people will either load instantly, but periodically generally happens when some integration is going on with some third party uh, locations or servers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Did you do imports in your real time?
Yeah, I have done many times. Huge amount of data.
How what did you take? Excel or JDBC, some sort of data source management?
Excel. Generally, I have used Excel only for all the places, because people generally provide the data in Excel only. They can
Mm-hmm.
provide in they can provide JDBC also, but that is more easy,
Mm-hmm.
because you just have to add server name, username, password, and the query which they will provide. That's it,
Mm-hmm.
and your work is over.
Yeah.
So that is also same thing. It's not much difficult also, because you
Mm-hmm.
will get the columns. You just have to map the details. That's it.
Yeah.
That is no problem in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
We can show it, but we don't have such database or something so that I can showcase.
Mm-hmm.
We can do it. That is even more easy. So as to upload data and do the things,
Mm-hmm.
right? And now we were having this schedule job also on this topic. So this is the schedule for this data load, but we can create a schedule job for many things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me search here schedule. See, you can schedule the report. Wait. See, there is a schedule job. These are the schedule jobs which is running daily repeat interval, right?
Yep.
So we can also create schedule here. Okay, and we can select our trigger. We are not generating this thing. Schedule jobs. So now we have multiple types of schedule job. See, you are seeing the options.
Yeah.
So automate the generation and distribution of report. So this we can like schedule our report. Suppose like on every Monday, some manager wants to get the report for anything like
Incident report.
change, incident change, roles, anything. Just like a compliance report, you might have
Yep.
seen in your project as well.
Yeah.
There might be some reports generated and which is sending to your manager or something else, some other people, stakeholders,
Yeah.
right? So here we can create three ways. One is distribution of report. Another is we can generate a record from template. And third is we can run some script every week or every day or every weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will show you one by one. So automate the generation and distribution of report. So you will see very simple thing here. See, you just have to define name. You can define some report here. Any report, you can create your report as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I will see, click on report, my group work. Okay, I have created this report. Not created, it is existing one. You can create your own. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now what we have to do, we have to schedule this report. Like every Monday, it has to be sent to some stakeholders. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can select weekly and Monday, and you can select the time. Suppose it will be 9 a.m. when people when everybody logins. Okay. So this is the schedule, and here we can define to whom we have to send this report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can define some user. Suppose I will select my name, and I can select group also, and I can type random email also, and then I can provide subject test report, and we can write some message also. Please have a look into this report. Hello.
Yeah.
So this way you can select the type, whether you want to send as PDF or Excel. You can select PDF landscape also. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this way you can configure, and these all things will be sending as a subject. This will be introductory message, and these all will be the receiver of this report every Monday at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you can generate a schedule for report, any report on any day. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, clear with
Yeah.
this?
Yep.
It was quite easy, right?
Yeah.
So I will explain you second one. First one
Mm-hmm.
I have told you. Second one automatically generate something from template. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we can generate, suppose uh, these are the templates which is created already. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose I will select incident call type. Okay. And this is something like which generally is not done or it is not happening. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have this thing to be created for certain clients. because this purpose is completely different, which client generally don't require to do it.
Why?
Okay, because this is the data creation, and we have some conditional also, but it's not generally used because we don't know what could be the criteria for creating this, because no end user will be contacting, it will just create the record, that's it.
Okay.
It's not solving some purpose, uh, some client purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because here the user is not interacted much.
Yep.
Okay, so this is generally sample. This will generate some record. Like you can create incident record also, or you can create some type of record which template is already present here,
Mm-hmm.
and you can schedule it for data creation. Same way you can create at any day or any time. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you can use this. It will work for you whenever you will create. It will work. It's not like that this will not work.
Mm-hmm.
This will definitely work and some data will be created. But this requires some genuine user case, right?
Yeah.
If certain case will come, definitely we will create. But I don't see such case coming, and I never created this type of schedule job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now third is run a script as some schedule. So you can see schedule we can define any time or day or time any. Here we can define our script. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's like template.
Yeah, here we can just type or do anything. Like we can run this script every weekend. Suppose there are some some
I
data
think
which
this
which
one will work for incidents, we will say, right, the incident
yeah, we can do it for
approval,
any table.
some emails will go to them, like you need to submit your approval for this record. So they will write a code, see
That will
this is the
that will
record.
go automatically already. That will go automatically. This
Mm,
schedule script execution will be for, suppose there are some records, those has to be closed, multiple records.
mm, mm,
Okay, or we have to generally delete some record, or we have to update some record. Okay,
mm.
so we can do it on every weekend or every day. So you can write the script and execute those script based on some schedule. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
suppose like there is some user which you have to do inactive,
Mm,
right? The system which is not having AD integration, they are managing the users manually. So for them, they can use schedule script. And for many things, not only just this scenario, for many scenarios, this schedule script will work.
mm, mm,
Okay, because there was some scenario in my project also. There people, the requirement come like we have to remove ITIL users, those who have not logged in from past 3 months.
mm, mm,
So we have to remove the ITIL access for those users. So this schedule job I have created to run on every weekend.
mm,
Okay, and this will remove the ITIL access for those users who have not logged in from past 60 days or 90 days.
mhm.
Okay, so this is one scenario which I come across right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so this way you can generate your schedule jobs for all these three things. Okay,
Mhm.
and you can redirect under system definition. You have to redirect to schedule jobs. Okay,
Yeah.
so have you got the concept of data load and schedule job?
Yeah, I did.
So try to upload something on yourself. on any table or try to create the schedule job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this will help you because this requirement will definitely come in future to
Yeah.
use
Yeah.
for other project
Yeah.
because these are the common things which will be
For the
utilized.
data to be to
Yeah,
move.
for data one and this schedule job also. This will be also used some of the time when the client asks, okay, we want this script only to be executed on weekend or some specific time.
Mm.
So at that point, we have to use this schedule job only. Okay. So today, we will be talking about this UI actions. So this is also important one, and on frequent basis, like we are utilizing those UI actions while we are performing any type of action, we are saving the record, updating the record. So we are utilizing UI actions for that. We are performing some actions from our side, or we are performing some event saving the form, updating the form, and doing some manipulation using some links or buttons. Okay. So UI actions generally include buttons, links, context menu items on forms and list, and we can configure those UI actions to make more interactive, customized, and specific to user activities. Like we can provide some conditions on those UI actions to be visible based on certain things or criteria. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see, we can see UI actions on a button, on a context menu, on a related link, and in top of a list banner, and bottom of a list context menu item on a list, related link. You can see just like these buttons, delete button, this is form button, this is a context menu, this is form link. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
these are the list bottom button, this is list choice. I will show you in the system how it looks.
Yeah, I know the approval in review, those buttons.
Yeah, approve reject buttons also is an example, but
Mm.
let me show you on form based first. If you see these buttons, these update, resolve, delete. So these
Mm.
are the buttons. We call it as a button, but those like backend or in technical function, we can call it as UI actions. Okay,
Yeah.
and these are buttons, and these buttons are visible here as well, right?
Yeah.
So these are UI action, and this related link which is visible here, repair SLAs. This is also a UI action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is also a UI action. So this we call as a form link. The
Mm-hmm.
name of this is a form link. All right.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep.
And if we right click here, if you see this is a context menu, right?
Yeah.
You know this, it is coming, say when these all
Mm-hmm.
actions to be done, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are all UI actions. This create incident task, outage, problem, request. This is also a context menu, and this
Mm-hmm.
comes under uh, form context menu in UI
Mm-hmm.
action. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is all form level things, form level UI actions, and now list level UI action. So this button is also a UI action.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we right click here. So this is also a UI action. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if we click here, like we have this is also a UI action which is displaying here, list choice. All
Mm-hmm.
right. And let me open you a new one. We click here, configure UI actions. So
Mm-hmm.
these are the UI actions. Those UI actions will be coming here, list of UI actions related to incident or incident task. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
all those UI action will be displayed here. Create request, create outage, create problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one more thing I can tell you, UI action can be used as a server side and as well as client side. Okay, you can use both kind of code inside this UI action. You can use server side, you can use it as client side, you can use it as client and server both. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
this is having very good benefit because we can utilize it as a client and server side executions. All right,
Yeah.
and let me open one of the existing one. Create problem, suppose. So this is displaying on incident, and it is displaying as a form context menu, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you will see this form context menu is checked, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and these are all types of UI actions: form button, form context menu, form link. This they have introduced new form style and list style. So these are just a style, not a UI action type. Form
Mm-hmm.
button, form context menu, form link, list banner button, list bottom button, list context menu, list choice, list link. So
Mm-hmm.
list, we have link here. We can generate our link here below. Okay.
Yeah.
Using this type of UI action, this one. And here you can execute our code. You can see, right? Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can define certain conditions on what condition this action can be displayed here. So they have already written some conditions here, right?
Yeah.
And now let me create one all type of links, those UI actions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me create a new. So suppose condition, what happened? Okay, no problem. So suppose we will just try to create some action here. Okay, so we will start with form button. Testing UI action. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So first I will show you how this extra button will show in incident form. Let me open. Currently you see we don't have any extra button, right?
Mm.
Now let me save it and let me reload this incident. You will see this testing UI action is created,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And now we will test form context menu. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now we will see where
But
it will.
we will maintain the conditions, right? This form button is only appear only.
Yeah. We can maintain condition based on logged in user,
Mm.
role, or some other conditions like inform level conditions. We can write lot of condition here in this field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any type of condition. And this UI action generally will be executing on some condition. Most of the time, will get any chance to create it, you will definitely write some condition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So currently I have used form context menu. So I have disabled this form button. So let me reload. And now this button will be coming on context menu.
Yeah.
See?
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
Now I will show you form link.
Related links.
So it will come as a link. Currently we will be having only one link. Now we will reload. And you can see we have testing UI action.
Mm-hmm.
right? So let me list banner button. Now we will talk, we will see in our list. Now you will see this button here. See?
Mm.
Okay, in this list layout of incident. And now list bottom button. Now I will save it. Here you will see there is no button in bottom, right?
Yeah.
See this button. Okay.
Mm.
And now list context menu. Why I am telling you one by one? Because it will make you clear where it will show for what
Mm.
options. Currently it is not visible here. So let me reload the form. Refresh. And now you can see where is that. List context menu.
Maybe here, the three dots
Yeah, I'm
in the
loading,
list.
reloading it.
No, the top one. Context menu is the left one, that the filter in next to the filter. Mm.
No, no, that it should be coming like this. Okay, no problem. I think this is my instance is upgraded also. So I will get back why it is not working. Testing, testing.
You unchecked it.
It is checked only, active also. It should be coming like this, like in form I showed you.
Mm.
It should be coming like this only, but I'm not sure what could be the issue here. Okay, no problem. That is not an issue. It will work for you. You will try in your one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that would be problem for my instance actually. So let's check for this list choice. Okay,
Yeah.
let me reload this list choice. So list choice will be coming here.
Yeah. Yeah. You got it.
This one.
Testing UI action. Yep.
Okay, and now we will change it to list link. So link will come here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
see,
Yep.
and now you will see why this links, how it can be used in this complete list. So there is something like some modules are there where this functionality is implemented, like you can select this button and then you can select number of records which you want to close, or which you want to like execute some code, so you can do that. For that purpose those links or UI actions are utilized under list layout.
Mm.
Mostly you will use it in a form. List layout, generally you will not have any requirement.
Mm-hmm.
You will have when some critical requirement will be there. That time it will be required. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So any questions on UI actions part?
No. No.
What all types of UI actions are there?
No. No. The only, I think, conditions and code we need to write.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Let me check once more this context menu. List context menu. Okay. I think that would be some issue with upgrade thing. I will check it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe it is elevated or what. We are not sure. So I will check it after. So here you can see you can apply some messages, comments, hint, Okay, for what purpose this UI action we are using it. Okay. So let me reload this form. You were asking we can use some conditions. Yeah, we can use. See, I can give you an example condition also. Current dot contact type. Okay, now I have added this condition. Okay, walk-in condition. So it will work for this condition for this channel. And if I change this self-service, this button will be hidden. See,
Yeah.
right? We can see the condition is also working. See, all right. And if we want to be executing this UI action in client side, you have to make this checkbox checked. Okay.
Yeah.
The rest script you can write here, any kind of a script, it will work. All right. So you can execute a script and you can work. And here you can provide role specific. See, role condition you can provide directly here. Okay. And here these are the configuration for workspace. Okay. If suppose you want to be seeing this button on workspace as well, so you can mark these as checked.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
And here you can define UI action visibility also. If suppose I will click on edit button, you will see the view. These are all the view. Okay. Where you want to see this button. Okay. What all place you want to see, you can define this UI action. Okay. Generally, we will use the condition one because those condition will be related to this form values generally. Okay. Just like approval reject, we have feature, right? And here also like we have some actions which we performs. All right.
Yeah.
So these are all UI actions like which can be utilized, and this is used in all the forms in ServiceNow. Okay, you might have seen also in your previous project. Okay, so you have any questions here in
No.
UI action? Any kind of questions?
No, I think it's the easiest one.
Yeah, it's configuration wise it is easy, but when we are executing script,
Yeah.
so that point of time there would be some good thing to use.
Yeah. Script, you need to make it clear, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah. So this is like a UI action concept where we can utilize our server side or client side script to be executing such kind of feature or validation or some like code change or automation. You can do anything from this button. Okay.
Yeah.
So now here I will be talking about list control also. So you know about list control. What is list control? Hello.
List control.
Yeah, if you have heard by any chance or you have utilized it, you have seen it already, but I'm asking you whether you remember or not, or you have seen or heard.
List control is a field type, right?
No. Okay, so let me tell you about list control. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so as the name list control is generally we are controlling the list of records under a form.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose this is an incident form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and these are the list of records which will be related to these records or related to this incident, right?
Mm-hmm.
So suppose there would be affected CIs, there can be a 10 affected CI or 20 services can be 10, 20, SLA can be 4, 5, 6, right? Child
Mm-hmm.
incident can be 10 to 50, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for managing those controls, like what all records will be displayed here, so you can configure the list control. See
Mm-hmm.
here, right click here, and you will get the option list control.
Yep.
And if I open the list control for child incident, you can see here also we can write omit new condition, edit button, new button. So you
Mm-hmm.
can see currently new edit button is visible here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if suppose we want to remove this button,
Mm-hmm.
okay, we can use this list control
Mm-hmm.
and we can omit new condition, edit button,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we have many omit if empty, if we don't have any record empty at that time,
Mm-hmm.
empty omit columns if empty, omit filters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So suppose let me update this new button, edit button, and you can see
Mm.
our new edit button is gone.
Yeah. But the other buttons also unchecked, right? But why it's not appearing here?
No, those are not buttons. Those are the features. I will show you. Let me open. Let me open this record also. Now you will see this is omit if empty. Do not display list header if there are no entries.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all other things which are executing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see this new edit button is gone. Now this is a filter. Suppose I want to hide this also. So we can omit the filter. We can just
Mm.
save it. Okay, now we will reload, refresh this. Let me refresh. See, this filter is hidden for this
Mm.
child incident, right?
Mm.
So this is controlling the various things which we want, which we were controlling earlier using custom script. Previously, we were not having this remove pagination count. We were not having such kind of thing, but right now we are having, and we can omit new condition edit button based on some condition also. We can define some condition here. Based on condition also we can omit or add this new edit button.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now we can utilize these all things. Suppose I have to omit columns if empty. I will save it. Currently you will see these are all empty.
Mm-hmm.
See, everything is gone now. No records to display. We don't
Yeah.
have even columns, and we can hide these filters as well. So we will remove, see, this filter is also gone. Filter records, right?
Yeah.
So this is the way how you can control the list of records under a form. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the controlling of a list of records which are displaying under some form. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have this drill down link right now. Otherwise, we could have. I would have shown you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just remove this all and you will see everything visible. And here you can define new button visibility according to roles, edit button visibility according to roles. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can provide directly roles also. And if you want to provide any other conditions, you can define new button condition here. Okay.
Yeah.
And now if I save it, you will see everything coming back. You see everything is displayed, this filter, this column, empty columns. Okay, new edit button, everything is visible, right.
Yeah.
So this is all about this list control. So do you have any questions on this list control thing?
No, no, all good.
This list control will be individually available for all the things. Suppose here we are having task SLA, affected CI, impacted services, child incident. So there
Mm-hmm.
would be different list control for all these four.
Each related list. Yep.
Yeah. If you configure from here, you will get this particular list control. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can control individually for all of them.
Yeah.
And we have one more topic on same kind of thing. We have relationship. So
Mm-hmm.
what do you know about relationship?
Mm.
What do
Parent
you think
child.
relationship could be? This
Parent
is on same
child.
what?
Parent child task.
Yeah.
Or
So parent-child relationship. Yes, you got it. So generally, whatever records are displaying here, you can see there is some relationship between these two. Currently, we don't have such record here. Let me create one. Okay, just for telling you, testing child incident. Okay, submit. Mhm. Okay, so now you can see we have one child incident, right?
mm-hmm.
And now why it is displaying here? We have some relationship, right, between these two incidents,
Yeah.
right? What could be that part we are making a relationship between these two? Can you tell me
Mm.
what is that field which is creating the relationship between these two incidents?
Can you go?
This is the parent and this is child.
Uh,
Okay, I will tell
Based
you.
on the color?
No, no, not on color. See, color is different already. See,
Mm-hmm.
so I will tell you how it is. So here you are seeing parent incident equal to this.
Mm.
So this is the thing which is generating a relationship between these two incidents.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go here and see in a XML format, we will see parent field populating parent incident,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on this parent incident, we are generating a relationship between these two incidents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if I show you how relationship, I am just explaining you that why it is okay. Relationship. So you can see we have relationship here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we will go under system definition relationship. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can see we have all types of relationship which is created in the system. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we can find it here. So let me try to find a ours one. Do we have Okay, so these are so here I am giving you an example. You can see they have added current dot add query caller ID example. Okay. So these are incident by same caller relationship, but for this relationship, this is generated automatically. Okay. So I'm showing you how this might have been done in parent incident equal to this. So for that relationship, this code will be this kind of code and dot add query and have parent incident parent dot parent dot sysid. Okay. So this will be the relationship code which is generated for this. Okay. So this will be the code and this will generate a relationship. Okay. And how this will be added? Because if you have created this relationship, okay, now you can add it on form. Okay. Related list, configure related list. Okay. So these are the related list, right? Incident, parent incident. Okay. Name was different. That's why I was not able to find. Okay. So this is the one which is displaying there. Okay.
Yeah.
So this relationship is executing the way I told you. Okay. And there will be very less chance for creating relationship you will need to create when you are creating some custom applications. At that point of time there will be a more chance like you will be creating relationship. Okay. But for existing things it is not required to create any relationships. Okay. So that is all about like relationship between form and the related records, child records. Okay. So do you have any questions on these three things? UI actions, relationship, and what more? List control.
No.
So do you have any questions here?
No.
Okay. So all right. So you can create all these on your PDI or test it once. How you can execute those UI actions as well. Okay, and go through all the topics once. Okay, so these are like the flow designer thing where we have to navigate using, we will type here flow designer and then we will navigate to flow designer. Okay, so you can see we have like flow, subflow, actions, executions. Okay. And these are the connections, like you can see those connections, so these are not configured. So these are related to spoke kind of thing, like when you can see this is a docker spoke. When we have connection with this docker and we are getting some information from those thing. Okay. So at that point of time there is spokes available in ServiceNow system wherein it integrates with this Docker and we will get some information configured directly without suppose without hitting their endpoint URL, because we already have some plugins through which we will get the spoke, individual spoke for all of them. This Docker spoke will be different, for this spoke will be different, and for this as well. So for every integration, spoke will be behaving as a separate one. Okay.
Yeah.
So there, for example, there is a ITSM spoke as well, where they are where the incident and problem records is managed. Okay.
Yeah.
And an action step. Action step is nothing. Those are the steps. Like suppose we create sequence of actions, right? We used to create in workflow, like right. The
Mm-hmm.
sequence of actions we are creating, like first
Charging
the
light.
approval is generated, and then after approval we are creating a task, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in a workflow also we have seen. So those are just steps, like one step by sequence of actions is called steps. So let me open one of the existing one. I will create also new, but
Yeah,
let
sure
me
thing.
open new. So you can see this is one of our existing form, existing flow. Okay. So you can see how this looks. So this is completely different from workflow, right? So here we are having trigger. Here we are having action. As I mentioned, like action is required in all the flow. Whichever flow we will create action as well for all kind of flows.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see, we have all the steps are displaying here as well, right?
Yeah.
So these are also steps, like first step, what they are doing, updating the record, which record they have mentioned, request record, and what they are updating action status. Okay. They are setting flow variable. They are looking up the record and doing things. So here they can just open it and see what we have configured or what we can configure as part of our requirement, right? So this way they have written actions, all the actions, update request record, set flow variables. Okay. And those flow we can execute in any tables or any catalog items. Okay.
Yep.
So, so there is one difference while creating flow and workflow. So for workflow, we have to navigate to other workflow editor. For flow designer, we have to navigate to flow designer. Okay. And you can see in this flow designer, we have multiple options. Here we are having test button and we can deactivate our flow. And we once deactivated, we can again activate, update and save this flow. And we can see we have our okay, so this is the flow view diagram view, which I will show when I will create a new flow, because this is the existing flow that is not displaying the thing, but I will show you. Okay, so let's try to create new one. All right.
Yeah.
So from here we can click on new button and then we will click on flow. We will type flow name. So suppose so I have just added something like incident update. So, okay. And now we can see when we have to execute it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So see, we have option like suppose I have added the tree, like just name I have added, but now I have to select when the record is created. At that point of time we have to execute or update it, or both the time, or we can create a schedule as well using our flow. Okay. And we can created updated. So suppose I'm adding as created or updated, and now I will add incident table. Okay. Now here we can add our filter as well, like filter conditions. Okay. So incident table we have already selected. Whose state is new. Okay. So we have added this condition and now we have run trigger. So for each unique change, so once is fine. Okay. Because this is the default selection. So this is the trigger action which is created. Now we have to add any action or flow logic or subflow we can attach here. Okay, if we will click on subflow, we will get options to add workflow, existing flow. And if we are clicking on flow logic, so you can just add if condition, or we can add decision box like yes or no. And we can add do the following things in parallel. For each we can add, if else we can add. Okay. And we have action. So action we can do any kind of thing like you can see these are existing spokes which is already present in system. You can see huge number of spokes are there, right? Now what we will do is like we will use update details. That's it. We are not going to do other things. Okay. So we can see here the option has come like what you have to set. So we have incident records, change fields, incident table. So we can click here. I have selected active, but I will select suppose short description. Okay. Why it is coming this way? Let me create another. Not this one. Suppose what I can do. Suppose I will select send notification itself. So we can see we have notification to be, we can add here. Currently we have 2 notification here. Okay. So we can create new from here and then we can add here. But I will not do such kind of thing. I'm going to show you something. So this is our ServiceNow core thing. Okay. So here you can see we have multiple things. Yeah, this one only. So ServiceNow core, we have to select this ServiceNow core whenever we have to modify record or we have to send something for approval. Okay. Or we have to create record task, or we have to update record, or we have to update multiple records, or you can create a catalog task using our ServiceNow core spoke. Okay.
Yeah.
So suppose you can update here. You can select update record as well. So that's what I have selected, update global, I think. So here we have, now you can see here something is added like data pill picker. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now what you can do is like you can directly drag and drop here. Is it working? Okay. This trigger is removed. Why? I have added the filter previously, right?
Yeah.
Why it gone? It is new and it is done. Now I will add this data pill. You will see this incident record, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we will update this current record. So you can directly drag and drop this record here. That's it. Okay. And you can update the field value. So you can see, I will add short description. Okay. I will click on done. I will save it. Now you can see this is the diagram view which I was showing. It was not working there. Now you can see it will be displaying this way. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
So it will just look like an algorithm which we used to study, like in flowchart, right? So we can change the view and we can see how whether it is looking fine or not. And you can just view this, and we can add another node as well using this flowchart view. Okay. So now I will activate this. Now you can see our flow is activated. Okay.
Yeah.
And now what I will do is
Publish.
no, publish is not required. Here activation is the publish thing.
Yeah, test. Sorry, test.
So now you can see we have test button here,
Mm.
and we can select ours, or we can select existing one, or we can create new as well. See, this new
Mm-hmm.
record came here for
Mm-hmm.
testing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to go on incident form. You just clicked on test and we got the things here. Right? It is looking good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to redirect. And now I will submit it. Okay. These are all validations. What is there in this file?
You can take the existing one, right?
Yeah, I think I took big file. Okay, it is 12 MB. Okay, it is attached. Why it is working slow? What is the problem here?
Is network slow? Your instance is slow.
Yes. Microsoft Edge. It's not working also. I will submit it.
Yeah.
Okay, it is submitted. So you can see our test is finished running and we can see the flow execution details. So here you can see how much time it took, which we were discussing earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how much time it triggered and how much time this action is performed. You can see 3 milliseconds. And
Mm-hmm.
when flow started, it took 4 milliseconds, right?
Yeah.
And you can see more detail as well. You can see update record, right? And you can see every information will be displayed here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you will see. This is a flow test. This short description was updated here. You can see,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you will click on this record. You will see short description set.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is also good thing. That's why some client like this kind of things performing in the system, because in workflow we generally don't get these kind of details in very quick duration of time. We can find it how much time activities took to work, but again we cannot get details in a single view, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see what how much time it took and what all details it got updated, right? And you
Yeah.
can see all the action status, output data, document ID, everything. You can see here details which performs on backend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here you can test as well. So this is a really good feature. Suppose you have to work on incident or change or any kind of table where you have to perform certain kind of what you call is like automation kind of thing, just like we used to do in our business rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can perform same thing here. And now I will tell you one more thing, how we can create it for catalog item. So test for catalog item, we have to change one option. I will show you. Here you can see we have multiple trigger option. First is record and then schedule and then application, right? So
Yep.
you can see, we can see like we have inbound email we can create using our flow, and we can run a schedule job also, or we can create a catalog. So I will select the catalog here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now we don't have to select anything. When to run the flow, just keep it none. It will automatically run because you will add this flow in your catalog item, right?
Mm-hmm.
In catalog item also you have to mention what flow you want to execute. So we will click on done, and then you can see our request item record is generated here. Okay. And we can create the action from ServiceNow core. We can select ask for approval here. You can see for which record that approval is required. We can select here requested item, right? And you can
Mm-hmm.
see as soon as I have dragged and dropped this requested item record, this details are populated automatically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these are the approval rules. We can see anyone approves. Okay. And we can add the approval here. We can add manual approval. We
Can
can
I
add
restrict anyone instead of anyone approve specific approver? If approver is approve,
what you have asked.
no, in the anyone instead of anyone approves, I want
Yeah,
to
you can.
restrict specific person up.
No. See, approval will go to group of people, suppose. So there is a option like if anyone approves, request will go.
Okay, anyone
All
approves
users
from the
want to
group.
approve. And if you want a specific user, that will be added directly here. So it will only go to that specific user.
Mm-hmm.
These are group user. User can be selected here. If you want to select any specific user to send approval,
Mm-hmm.
you can add it. It will be sent to this.
Anyone approves when Abraham Lincoln is a requester.
No, this is
He's
not a
approver.
request. He is approver.
Okay.
This is like this is the approver field only.
Mm-hmm.
So either you can add group also. You can select the group. Suppose I have selected the group, then approver will be this particular group.
Anyone from that
Yeah,
group.
yeah. So for group kind of thing, or suppose 4 5 approvers were triggered at a single instance. So for that, these kind of thing are used. Anyone approve or all user approves.
Mm-hmm.
At that point of time, the requirement comes. Generally, anyone approves is selected for most of the approvals. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So suppose we can add one group and we can click on done. Okay. So now we have asked for approval, and then we can now add the action, or we can just update the record after the approval. Okay. Now you can see here ask for approval is there. So everything is done and you can add the action. You can add the action from ServiceNow core. Okay. And you can see we have more options open for our catalog item, right? You can see wait for condition and then you can see get catalog variables. So we suppose here we will not get the variables directly. You have to get the variables on the initial action. Okay. Or whenever it is required, you have to add this. You have to make this as an action, and then you can utilize this on your complete flow. Okay. And wait for condition will be used here because we have to check whether the record is approved or rejected. Okay. So same way we can utilize our workflow thing and we can perform our approval notifications, task, anything. I have already shown you, right?
Yeah.
Suppose I will remove this. I will show the action, what all action you can perform again as part of this catalog item. So previously we have selected incident table. We were not getting more option, but here you can see send email, send notification, send SMS, update record, wait for condition, copy attachment, delete attachment. And then we have associate record to email and move email attachments to record and create catalog task, get catalog variables, record producer, get submit catalog item request. So all these kinds of actions or things you can use as part of ServiceNow core actions which can be utilized. Okay. I will show you one example for catalog item itself. Because I don't have right now correct item to display. So suppose this is the catalog item thing. Okay. Now you can see this. This is the thing. Also here they have. This is the action which is created. But you can see we have requested item manager approval. Okay. Here they have selected the record, and you can see if requested item is rejected. They have used the if condition here, right? Which I have showed you. You can check wait for condition, if condition. Okay.
Yeah.
And here they are checking if requested item is rejected. So here they are checking manager approval got rejected. You can see here, right? So on rejection, what they are doing, they are ending the flow or they are moving forward. Whatever it's upon you, whatever you want to do as part of requirement. Okay. And now you can see it is rejected, they are ending, and if it is yes, they are moving forward to department head approval. Okay. Again, they are moving if the approval is done, they are creating a catalog task. Okay. And after catalog task, they have generated request item email notification. Okay. Again, they have generated some catalog task. Again, they have generated some more catalog task. Okay. So
Yeah.
you can create as many tasks as per the requirement, whichever requirement is there for creating a flow.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you can see, I will show you this in diagram view as well. This will look somewhat good also. See, here you can see how our flow is executing. See, right? And here you can see how our manager approval is added. You can click on that. Okay. And you can add the stages also here. See, stage. Okay. This is the action, that's why its stage is not there. Okay, so this way you can execute your flow. All the steps will be displayed here, whether you are going on right path or not.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
So I think so that is all related about flow. Let me start with notification initially. Like what notification is like. Uh, so notification is like whatever notification we are triggering. Suppose we have to notify some person or user, like or we have to transfer any information, like your request is created or some updates related to some task assigned to them, or some important updates which is required to be received by the users or any user who is in the system. All right, so for notifications, user account must be created in the system so that user can receive the email. All right, so you can see I have I have added here notification under filter navigator, and you can see there is system notification. Under that we have email and notification. So this is the notification. So you can see this is the notifications list, and there are already existing more than 300 email notifications created within the system. So yeah, so I will tell you what all things we can do using notification, or how we can add more details related to this email notification. So under email notification, so this is the form of configuration, how we can send the notification. You can see we can notify users about activities in ServiceNow, such as updates to incident or change request. Notifications will allow administrator to send the notification, and who will receive the notification, and what content we can send in the notification. Okay. So here are the three things, like when to send, who will receive, and what it will contain. So when to send will add the condition, like on what condition I have to send the email to particular user. So they can add the condition using when to send options. And in who will receive section, like we can define to whom the notification will go, to particular user or group. Here we can see like user or groups. When we select the table here, you will get the users or users groups in fields. All right, and here we can define any groups, like who we have to send any notification to particular group every time. So we can define individual group here as well, just like users. So here you will get list of users, here you will get list of groups, and here you will get users of groups which is added in the table selected here. All right, and we have what it will contain. So what it will contain will have email template, subject, and message HTML. So here we can add our body, whatever we have to send as part of this particular email, or whatever configuration we are doing on this email. So that can be sent based on the relevant conditions or the table selection. All right. So this is the configuration form, and we can click on advanced view as well. So let me try to create one email notification, suppose for incident table. Let me select incident here, and then I will click on advanced view to show what this advanced view will display. Select a value for insert or update. So I will trigger this notification for updated record. Now I have clicked on advanced view of this email notification configuration. So you can see we have a lot more options displaying when I have clicked on advanced view of this notification configuration form. You can see we have got this wait field. So what this wait field is like, uh, as soon as the weight is set to 0, then this notification will always send. So you can see here what is the definition of wait. So there are multiple notifications that are going from the same notification table to the same recipients, and notification with highest weight are sent. The default 0 causes ServiceNow to always send the notification. Okay. So it will always send the notification whenever the conditions are matched, whatever conditions we are adding here. Okay. It will always send the notification. And we have this advanced condition also enabled for email notification, where you can write some script. Like you can see, a lot of things are displaying here. So we can define. Okay. And we can add the details or conditions here. Okay. And in who will receive, we have more options where a user can subscribe the notification whenever they are getting in the email notification. And we have options to exclude delegates, and this checkbox is visible sent to event creator. This is always as marked as checked, because if this checkbox will not be marked, then notification will not trigger. So this will be always triggered. Okay. And in what it will condition, you can see more fields added here. Include attachment, omit watermark, post message only, and we can add importance also for this email, high or low. You can see in Outlook we have red marked when the importance is set to high, right? And here we can add the from. Suppose like this email is sent from ServiceNow to particular user. So we can define here relevant thing like this: IT service desk at the rate XYZ. So this we can send as a from text, and then we can add reply to as well here. Okay, and this include attachment. So suppose like there is any attachment on the particular record, so we can send, we can add in attachment as well, and then this attachment will send. Omit watermark. Watermark is like that is the unique identification for particular notification. Suppose this notification is sent and they will get some message like REF and some kind of unique identification, so that if this email is again received in ServiceNow, so that it can be traversed properly. Okay, so for that purpose, watermark is generally sent with all the emails which are going from the system. And this is the post message only. So this will work for notification, like it will just like in phone we used to do. So that kind of thing it is, post message only. So this
What
is
was the for push message?
post message is like when it is enabled for mobile thing. So you will just get a small notification on your phone.
Oh, okay, okay, SMS.
Yeah, SMS kind of thing, if that is configured. But most of the time it will not be configured for many of the customers, right?
Yeah.
So this is just the option they have provided. We can do it all. And here content type, we can add plain text as well, HTML and plain text also, and HTML only. So generally HTML only is selected by default, so that we can add the proper formatting of the email. And we can we can do the formatting as well here. So hide here. So we can change, or we can add, we can make this as bold. So we can do the modification accordingly, so as per the requirement. Okay. And here there is category defined as well. So you can add the category for which category you're creating the email. So you are clear about this notification?
Yeah. Can we write one with the
Yeah,
HTML?
I will write, no problem. So suppose this is the test incident notification which I will create. So incident table is selected. Now I have added send when record is inserted or updated. Okay. We have a event is triggered. So we have this option as well. So we will see in further session this also how we can trigger this notification using event. So we can do that as well. So first we will do using this basic configuration. So yeah. So condition, I will add what I will add. State. Suppose state is in progress. State changes to, because I will add state is in progress, then every time whenever the incident is in progress, it will send the notification always. So that's why I'm using state changes to in progress. All right. And suppose notification who will receive this. You can see here we have fields from incident table displaying here. Okay. So suppose I will add myself only here and the rest all I will leave it as it is. What it will contain. Yeah. Subject. Just random subject. Incident in progress. So here we can add like incident is moved to in progress state. This is the random text. And now you can add the field value as well from incident. Suppose I will take short description. Where is short description? Short description. Okay, so we have this incident short description. This is the incident short description. Okay. Now you can preview the notification as well. So you can check one demo record is added automatically for preview, and we are getting this incident data, testing the data. And this is the email which will trigger. Let me show you. Didn't open. Suppose this is a new incident. I will move it to in progress. So I have moved this incident to work in progress. Yeah, in progress. So you can see this email is triggered just now, right?
Yeah.
So we can check the content of this using preview email, whether the correct notification is triggered or not. You can see I have had an incident is moved to in progress. This is the flow test, short description of incident, right? And you can see this is the watermark which is generated, which I was telling earlier.
Did
Okay.
you check that in the design?
No, this will be automatically created.
Okay.
Watermark is created automatically for every notification.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happens is like suppose this notification is triggered and some person is replying to that email. So that email will come back to ServiceNow system, and there might be some inbound action written, which I will tell you in this session only how you can use that. Using that notification, we can like update the existing record from the record from which the notification was initially triggered, right?
Yep.
So for that purpose, like this watermark is generated. So that is only the purpose for generating this watermark. All right. So you can see we have triggered the notification here. So this is the notification part, which is very simple to add notifications. And generally you will see the default view configuration of this form all the time, because the fields which is required are already added in the default view of this configuration form. All right.
Yeah.
So do you have any questions here?
No.
Okay, so you have created notification previously, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But
So
as part of CSA, we did like a very minor.
okay, so you are aware about events as well?
Think so. Just show me, but it's okay, fine. Just go through it.
Because the events are generally using two ways we are generating an event for notification. Okay, one is like script. We are using script directly to trigger event notification, or other way we can trigger the notification when using create event activity in workflow. So these are the two ways through which we can trigger our event. All right.
Yeah.
So one is like one is using gs dot event queue. Here we will have some parameters. So that will be added as part of server side script. And other is create event activity in workflow. So these are the two ways through which we can trigger the event. All right. And for that, we have to create an event first to trigger the event using a script or using workflow. All right. So I will show you event table where the event is created. It is just event registry where we will just create the events. We can see out of the box events, there are more than 700 event name which is generated already within the system. You can see in SLA also we have out of the box event names generated for incident task and for incident task inactivity. So problem table also we have this event name, right? So this is the event registry where we have to just create the event. That's it. Nothing we have to do here. We have to select the table. That's it. So suppose I will add one of the event name, like what we can add. Suppose I will generate send email and okay, just for showing for incident table. So I have added incident here. So now this is the event which is added here. So I will keep that on our notepad so that I can remember it. So I will click on submit. So now the notification which we have created, we will go on same notification, configure notifications. This was the notification which we have created, right? So now if suppose I want to send this email using event, not by the conditions or anything. Okay, suppose I will remove this condition, this updated, and now save this record. Okay, so now let me click on event. What was our event? Name is send email. This was the event, right? Now you can see everything is gone, inserted, updated, everything is removed. I have just added when the event is fired. This notification will only trigger when the event is fired. And how we can fire the event using gs.event queue, or in workflow activity we can directly call that event. All right.
Yeah.
And now I will show you how this will send email to particular user. So I will show you that. So already event is created. Now what I will do is like I will create a script, or suppose let me trigger a script using background. So that script you can run using business rule as well. All right. I'm just showing how you can trigger using script. So I will just try the background script for this. Now what I will do is like gs dot event queue. I will tell you what are the parameters you have to pass. So first parameter is like you have to pass the table name. What table we are going, oh sorry, what event we are going to trigger. Suppose we have this event name.
Mail incident.
So this is the name of the event which we have to trigger. Okay, this is the first parameter. Now second parameter would be like the table name. Suppose
Incident.
incident or whatever. So if suppose I will add current, or current record, I will add that script in server 1, and current we can pass third parameter as parameter 1, that can be a string or parameter, and this param 1 is like the receiver who will receive this notification with the name, and second would, and other parameter would be email of that particular user, param2. So it is like this is the table. This is param1. This is param2. Okay. So this is the event name. This is the table name. This is the parameter 1. This would be a string. And this would be like the email or whatever parameter we are sending inside this. So generally this two parameter will be of a string. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So this way, like we can send the event notification as well. So I will just cut it and I will open this. Suppose I am going to write business rule. Just for example, this is very straightforward thing. But in a straightforward thing, we don't create not events. So suppose there might be some cases where you might need to create a script, and using script only we can send the notification. So there might be some scenario that would be coming to use only events to trigger the notification. We will not be having other option. Okay. So suppose state changes to in progress. So and actions, I will do nothing and I will just go to the script and I will paste this. Now I will type here gs dot event queue. So here also you can see some information started displaying here. You can see first name would be like name of the event which will be passed. Second would be the current table. So we can pass the current object here. And param1 would be the string and param2 also would be the string. So we can pass these all things and the notification will get triggered. Okay. So suppose
Yeah.
I will add event name and now I will pass the current object because this is the current table. And I will pass gs dot get user id, or we can take any field from the form to add this notification to that particular person. Okay, so I'm just sending it to myself only so that you can test it properly. This is the way how we can generate and trigger the event notification with the event. So this is the current object. This is the current logged in user and username. Okay, so it will fetch from this user and it will send it and the notification will get triggered. Okay, and now I will save this. Where is incident table? Open. Now, okay, this one. I will move this to in progress. Now this business rule will trigger on update, state changes to in progress. So email should get triggered. See, this notification is triggered just now, right?
Yeah.
Now we will check the details. See the event, it is showing it is triggered from the event, right?
Yeah.
And previous one, we will see the previous one also. It was triggered using notification engine, right? Hello?
Yeah, previous one.
This was the previous email which we were sending using configuration notification only.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is the notification engine process which is triggered automatically. And this is the our event which we have created. So it is mentioned as well, originating event and notification. All right.
Yeah.
So you can look. So this way you can use like a direct notification or event queue to trigger notifications. Okay, and there is one more option in workflow also. So there you can just add the event. That's it. Nothing you have to do. I will just show the activity. Where is that activity? Let me open any existing one. Suppose I am checking out this workflow. So this workflow is checked out. Under core activities, we can see where the event is. I think it would be under notifications. Yeah. So this is the create event activity. If I will drag and drop, you just have to define the event here. That's it. You can see we can define parameter 1, parameter 2 separately, and we can add the parameter here. You can see this is our notification event which we have created earlier, right?
Yeah.
And you just have to add this event name. That's it, and it will trigger automatically inside the workflow, and the notification will get triggered as soon as this event is triggered. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm not modifying existing flow. I was just showing how we can use it. Create event uh, notification. All right.